established beyond reasonable doubt are: 1. The defendants must be person of body corporate. 2. The defendants must have directly or indirectly incite, promise, or induce other persons by any means whatsoever to commit the terrorism act. 3. The defendant must have directly or indirectly incited, promised, or induced other persons by any means whatsoever to commit the terrorist act willingly or knowingly. The defendants have been established to be a human being by the prosecution. For the second ingredient, it is important to understand what incitement means. According to the Supreme Court per Nikitobi DSC of blessed memory, in CASA and the state citations applied, hold and I quote, an encouragement here means an act of making someone to feel brave or confident enough to do something by giving active approval in support of the crime. Incitement also have the element of encouragement. By incitement, the person is provoked by a strong passion or feeling to commit an offense. The word set is a word of quite a number of synonyms. The two words set on connotes the resemblance of causing to attack or chase, like one may be, say, the fisherman prepare the bait to set on the fish. It also has the element of antagonism. And instigation, the act of instigating, means something happened by the actions or conduct of a person who is the starter. By the act of instigation, the co-accused is propelled or gingered to commit an offense, unquote. Likewise, the online Oxford Dictionary defines incitement as follows: the action of provoking unlawful behavior, urging someone to behave unlawfully, unquote. The Cambridge Dictionary also defines incitement as follows, and I quote: the act of encouraging someone to do or to feel something unpleasant or violent, unquote. Drawing from the above definitions, the incitements involve provoking or instigating people to do an unlawful act, and in their instant terrorist acts. The prosecution has led evidence showing that the defendants made broadcasts inciting public to take up arms against the security personnel in Nigeria to kill them and their family members. The broadcast of 21st day of October 2020, as contained in the PWW, the defendants said, and I quote, Radio Biafra is now in the hand of the enemy of our freedom. I don't know how much they paid for it, but I know that Britain spent over 4.8 billion a few days ago to suppress what is happening. That is what they have done. I told you a while back that Britain was now in charge of what is happening in the zoo, and you thought that I was joking. They have now come with their clamp down, but they are now going, they are not going to succeed. Radio Biafra belongs to us, but why is it not playing out our program right now, unquote. The defendant also stated, I am telling you people to go to the bush. Whenever you see a military convoy, you attack them. Whenever you see a police convoy, attack them. They are human beings and they also bleed. Any person with a police uniform or any army in any army uniform is an enemy of the people, unquote. Around 57 minutes to this video marked, the defendant stated, and I quote, they came to Tinubu. It is surprised that after British High Commissioner came to Tinubu, they opened fire on protesters in Lagos. You should know, you should not by chalk that the woman is a devil, a big devil. She too will go we get a comeuppance, unquote. The defendant was referring to Katrina Link, the British High Commissioner at that time. The defendant also said, from what will happen in Aba between today and tomorrow, we tell you how serious we are. Every police officer with uniform, once you come out from your house with police uniform, you are dead man walking, unquote. Callers were calling in from places like Aba, like toll gates and other parts of Lagos, Ibadan, Abuja, Jos, Abia State. Even one Jacob called from Nasarawa State. And the defendants kept giving orders for these callers and other listeners to kill every police and soldiers. The defendant even told the people how to build an improvised bomb. He asked them to go to a filling station to get fuel in a bottle and put a rag in it. Then they should set the rag ablaze and hold it at soldiers. In responding to a caller call from Abuja, in that same broadcast of 20th October 2021, the defendant, while inciting his listener to attack the relative or security personnel, stated, and I quote, that every commander they have given his name, find his children. I want to get him in trouble. When they take me to court and ask why I said such thing, I will tell them why. Find the commander. His name is Ifu Umata. Find his children. Find his children. The commander of those on the ground. Find their children. Very, very important. Find their children. Unquote. If defendants went for that, and I quote, start attacking the police, take their guns, use them against them, manufacture motor tours, cocktail, manufacture bombs to bomb them, unquote. The defendant at about 2 hours, 44 minutes, 35 second mark, while concurring with a caller who informed him of the intention of him, other IPOB members, to burn down the Ezima police station, stated, not only one, I want every police station in Aba to be destroyed, completely destroyed, and burn them down. It is an order destroying them completely. Anybody who sees them with police uniform, kill the person. Nigeria wants anarchy. We will give them anarchy, unquote. In another broadcast, the defendant, while responding to a caller, stated this: you people must devise strategy to outfit the army. There are some guns in Edo State right now, as we speak. Use those guns to kill 1 or 2 of their army officers. Take their guns and begin to kill other people as well, because they cannot sustain this protest for 3 weeks. There are guns in Edo State already. Kill the army whenever you see them. Take their guns and kill them, unquote. The incitement of the defendant for the public to kill security personnel is quite clear from his big blockers. Not only incitement to kill security officers, the defendant even went as far as inciting the public to destroy all properties of federal government during the NSAS protest of 20th October 2020. The defendant, in another live video dated 20th October 2020, the defendant, while responding to calls from his foot soldier during the NSAS protest, stated, and I quote, if you leave the Janjaweed and their agents the way they operate, if you leave them, believe you believe me, you will suffer. That very hotel must be brought down. I did not say set ablaze. It must be demolished. As an example to the rest, if you have not dealt with Tinubu in Lagos, the other will not learn their lesson. Tinubu is an evil man. The hotel referred here to is Oriental Hotel in Lagos, which the defendants alleged belonged to Tinubu. While responding to a caller, the defendant urged his callers to ambush the security forces during the protest and cut them off. He said, and I quote, "Go to the bush. You need to cut them off from the back, ambush them, take their guns from them and kill them. They are animals and not human beings. They may be wearing uniform like police or soldier, but they are animals. Disarm them and kill them. If you allow them to escape, your life is over. And I want Lagos airport to be on flame. Breached the perimeter fence and burn down the Lagos airport. If you have double barrel or pistol, go to the airport and burn it down. Set Muritala Muhammad airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janjawi. They do not reason." Unquote. It is important to state that the said hotels and Muritala Muhammad airport and other property in Lagos, they are not in the north, where it seems to hate with passion. Even his own fellow Igbos people have property in Lagos. With destroying the property is said to be agitation for self-determinations. The threats and destruction which follow were corroborated in Exhibit PWD2, which is a pictorial pictures of the assessment of damage done to the Nigerian police alone in the state of southern states. So many of these police stations and even police officers were killed as a result of the incitement by the defendant. Also, Exhibit PWD2A, which is a compilation of death reports and certificates of death of security officers in the report. The number of police officers who were killed was given as 128. Military officers were 37. Other security officers as 10. Number of police stations attacked were 164. INEC facilities destroyed were 9 in number. This clearly shows the extent of damage caused by the defendants through his inciting statements. Another caller called into the program informing the defendant that he was at Oshodi Papa Expressway and that they are killing them. The defendant, annoyed by this information, stated for, and I quote, "How many police or army did you kill? I don't want to hear that. They are killing you. How many did you kill?" Unquote. The caller then responded that they have burnt the Orile police stations and Ilasa police station. The defendant then told the caller not to wave the green flag of Nigeria, but a blood-stained flag with the color green, white, red. He further responded to another caller by saying, "What I want them to do is to set ablaze the United building along Marina on fire. Every federal government property in Lagos should be burnt. That is what is going to be signal to the world that people have had enough. I want every federal government building in Lagos to be on fire. Every federal government vehicle or anything belonging to federal government, burn it. Go to the Muritala Muhammad airport, burn it. How many soldiers do they have? Manufacture your own weapons and unquote." The result of this incitement is the killing of several military officers, police officers, DSS officers. The incitement also led to the destruction of several police stations in Lagos across the southern states of Nigeria. According to PW5, he led a team of officers to investigate the destructions and killing of the security personnel that occurred during the NSAS protest of 20th October 2020, as contained in Exhibit PWD2 and Exhibit PWD2A. The results were quite alarming. The court is mindful not to attribute all the happening during the NSAS protest on the defendant. However, there is no doubt that the incitement by the defendant contributed largely to the killing of security operatives, as well as destruction of public properties. The defendant incited people to destroy property such as the Lhasa police station, other police stations, and properties of the government. The evidence before this court shows that the said properties were actually destroyed, such as the Lhasa police stations, the High Court of Lagos in Igoshere, as well as BRT buses belonging to Lagos State government in Oyinbo. PW2 also testified that military couples were killed by those incited by the defendants in Olu in Imo State. In addition, PW4 stated that his driver and one of his tactical officers were killed as a result of the incitement. The action of the defendants were clear, as it was aimed to cause anarchy by killing security operatives in Nigeria, which would in turn lead to breakdown of law and order. The defendant had an evil intention to wreak havoc on the people and government of Nigeria. Are all these actions consistent with agitation for self-determination? The answer to this is in negative. His violent outbursts, as well as his instigations of the public to attack and kill security officers in southern Nigeria without provocation, was downright barbaric and without any conscience whatsoever. The defendant did not feel any concern for the family of the officers who were slain. He turned himself to a tyrant who could take life anytime he pleased. Such persons cannot be allowed to remain in society of sane minds. His shocking instigations to kill other human beings was incomprehensible, and this court hereby condemned it. But I must say that the evidence extracted is minute compared to the avalanche of. I must say that evidence extracted in this judgment is minute and very small to the avalanche of evidence and broadcast before this court by the defendant. The defendant made extremely threatening statements, incited people to violence. The prosecution has successfully discharged its burden of proving counts 4 and 5 beyond reasonable doubt. Consequently, the defendant is hereby convicted of the said counts 4 and 5. Now, count 6. For count 6, the defendant is charged with the offense of making a broadcast received and heard in Nigeria within the jurisdiction of this court, in furtherance of an act of terrorism against the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the people of Nigeria, in which he directed members of the Indigenous Peoples of Biafra, a proscribed organization, to manufacture bombs, thereby committing an offense punishable under Section 1(2)(f) of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. Section 1(2)(f) of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2013 provides: A2. A person or body corporate who knowingly in or outside Nigeria directly or indirectly, willingly, F. assists, facilitates, organizes, or directs the activities of person, organization engaged in any act of terrorism. The ingredients of the offense expected to be established are: 1. The defendant must be a person or body corporate. 2. The defendant must have assisted, facilitated, organized, or directed the activities of person or organization engaged in terrorist activities. 3. The defendant must have willingly assisted, facilitated, organized, or directed the activities of persons or organizations engaged in terrorist acts. The defendants herein have been established to be a human being. As to the second and third ingredient, the prosecution has led evidence to show that the defendant has directed members of the terrorist organization to build bombs, other explosives, in order to attack security operatives. Indeed, In furtherance of its terrorist actions and following the incitement of persons to kill defendant security operative, the defendant also directed his members to build explosive devices, particularly motorford cocktail. At about 1 hour, 30 minutes, 36 seconds of the broadcast of 20th October 2020, as contained in Exhibit PWW, the defendant, while responding to a caller about NSAS protest, stated, and I quote, "Now, this night, I want graduates to go to work, graduates of chemical engineering, those who were born as engineers, manufacture any ordnance you can, because they are coming to kill you anyway, regardless of what you do. Go and manufacture any ordnance. I am calling on the youth in the middle belt, and I want any bridge that they can use to reinforce to be destroyed. They are going to come from the middle belt. This night, we have engineers everywhere, people who are intelligent. Go back now and give us your own version of Mototo Kote. We must destroy them before they destroy us. Every youth tonight, anybody with a police uniform, anywhere, especially in Aba, in Lagos, once you have police uniform or any army uniform, that person is your enemy. Attack them, because if you don't, they will kill you. If you are a graduate of physics or chemistry, no sleep for you tonight. Go and manufacture something to destroy the police and every army police position starting from this night." Unquote. During the said broadcast, while responding to a caller named Jacob from Nasarawa State, the defendant even told the people how to build an improvised bomb. He asked them to go to a filling station to get fuel in a bottle, put a rag in it, that then they should set the rag aflame and hurt it at a soldier. A Molotov cocktail, according to Wikipedia.com, that I accessed at 1 a.m. on 20th November 2025, is a hand-drawn incendiary weapon consisting of a fragile container filled with flammable substances, equipped with a fuse. In use, the fuse attached to the container is lit and the weapon is thrown, scattering on impact. Unquote. The online Britannica dictionary defines Molotov cocktails as a crude bomb, typically consisting of bottle filled with inflammable liquids and a wick that is ignited before throwing. Unquote. Applying the above definition, the directive of the defendant to members of the group to build improvised bombs such as Molotov cocktail is indeed a terrorist act. A Molotov cocktail is capable of causing explosions, damage like any other bombs, which aim is to cause destructions. This directive, like other directive, is a manifestation of anarchy minded of the defendant, which is set out to express through his Biafra radio, which he claimed to be the founder and director. The defendant, through the Radio Biafra platform, carried out so many terrorist attacks which led to the destruction of lives and property in Nigeria. The defendant is not only confirmed to local terrorists, but I hold without hesitation that he is an international terrorist, flowing from his threats to attack British High Commission and American Embassy, as well as his incitement against the British High Commissioner to Nigeria at the time, Catherine Lyons, a known woman of peace. In a broadcast of 21st October 2020, the defendant stated thus, and I quote, Radio Biafra is now in the hand of the enemy of our freedom. I don't know how much they paid for it, but I know that Britain spent about 4.8 billion a few days ago to support what is happening. That is what they have done. I told you a while back that Britain was now in charge of what is happening in the zoo, and you thought that it was a joke. They have now come with their clampdown, but they are not going to succeed. Radio Biafra belongs to us, but why is it not playing our program right now? Unquote. The defendant also stated, I am telling you people to go to the bush. Wherever you see a military convoy, you attack them. Whenever you see a police convoy, attack them. They are human beings, and they also bleed. Any person with a police uniform or any army uniform is your enemy. Around 57 minutes mark into that video, the defendant directed his threat at Catherine Lyons, the British High Commissioner. He stated, and I quote, they came to Tinubu. It is a surprise that after the British Commissioner came to Tinubu, they opened fire on protesters in Lagos. You should not be shocked. The woman is dead, is demon, a big demon. She too will go come repentance. Around 1 hour, 8 minutes, 35 second mark, the defendant also stated, and I quote, the same thing that Britain did to Biafra in what they are doing to us now, media blackout. Do you want the world to report this issue? Take over the British High Commission. That is all. Take over the consulate in Lagos. Take over the one in Abuja. Every newspaper in the world will report it in the morning. If you march on the British High Commission in morning, front pages in the world will carry it, and the world will ask why is British Commission in Abuja and Lagos under occupation by Nigerian youth. Then it is over. I'm giving you a master strategy of how you should be done. In a formation of 3 lines, there is something I want you to do. I'm announcing it on air so you understand. People should go to every weather shop around you. You know those who build bullet-proof door. I don't care how much it costs. We will pay. Everybody who is a welder who builds bulletproof, people should take those doors and put nails in front of them and stand in front of protesters so that bullets cannot go through. Push the door, get the weapons, and deal with them. When you are marching to the British High Commission tomorrow, form 3 lines. They will have the army surrounding them. They will send a cable to London that British High Commission in Lagos is under attack. They will be forced to release it. Then the whole world will know that a revolution is going on. Without that, you cannot succeed, unquote. Even recently, in this courtroom, on the 7th day of November 2025, when the matter came up before this court, the court wondered the kind of malice and hatred which the defendant had for Britain. I will produce same parts of the proceedings of that day hereunto. Defendant, he says, there are issues at play which my Lord has not able to overcome, which even the prosecution has not even attempted to overcome. My Lord, are you asking me to go into the doors to defend myself on a non-existing law? If you can state that for the record, my Lord, I will be most grateful that you are going to try me or ask me to enter my defense where no law exists. Because if that is the position, my Lord, that means that the outcome of very trial is predetermined. A man of my my station and caliber cannot be tried without any valid law. It is impossible, my lord. I will tell you why. This was the case. This very case is bigger than this court. The case of mine started in 1957 when some brave men and women in this very country dared to ask the British to leave. The funniest thing is that all of them that pioneered that very effort, they all went to jail and were killed. Court, I'm learning this now. Then ask the British to leave. Defendants, yes, in 1957, Dr. Antonia Nao moved a motion at the House in Lagos asking the white men to go and leave us alone. From that day, trouble started. Even before then, the like of Abat Macaulay was jailed, honorable men that fought for the indignity of the black race because they want me convicted. They told me so. Absolutely, my lord. Absolutely, 100%. They told me. They said, I will come to court to see, to hear your case. When you take your plea, when persecution opens, then their case, when prosecution opens their case, when you start your cross-examination, when they refuse your no case submission, I am telling you what happened a year and a half ago when you file your no case submission and is rejected. You will not go into trial. You will be there during the verdict. You will be there during conviction. The court now responded. Let me just clarify this. It is also on record. You said that the British said that 1 year and a half ago that I was not the one presiding here. I want to say this, that I know my brother too, that was asserting it will not get into that level of having anything to do, anything, because the way you are putting it. I want to say this. I do not have any relationship with the British. I have come here to do justice. I reiterate. Can you commence your defense so that if you commence today, I can extend time for you because your time has ended today. For the U.S. Embassy, it would have been attacked if not for the closure as a result of the protest. The defendant at about 2 hours, 24 minutes, 50 seconds, mark of the video of 21st day of October 2020 broadcast in Exhibit PWW stated, American embassy is shut down. Why won't they shut down? People are protesting. This statement regarding the embassy of United States of America is quite loaded. The statement could mean several things, none which are palatable or peaceful. What exactly does the defendant mean by the American embassy is shut down? Was he trying to attack the embassy if it has not shut down as a result of protest, or incite others to do same as he did in British embassy? The inference to be drawn from the statement is that the defendant meant to do harm to the embassy of the United States by attacking or invading the embassy. Under international law, the premises of an embassy or high commission of a foreign nation is deemed inviolable. That means that even though the land belongs to a host country, it cannot invade such premises. See Article 22 of Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relationship, or Article 22 of Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, 1961. It provides thus: the premises of missions shall be inviolable The agents of the receiving state may not enter them, except with the consent of the head of the mission. 2. The receiving state is under special duty to take all appropriate steps to protect the premises of the mission against any intrusion or damage, and to prevent any disturbance of the peace of the mission or impairment of its dignity. 3. The premises of the mission, their furnishings, and other properties thereon, and the means of transport of the mission shall be immune from search, requisitions, attachment, or execution, unquote. Thus, from the above, it can be said that the defendant incited for people to invade British High Commission and is threat against British High Commissioner Catherine Lyons and American Embassy is an act of international terrorism. This is the purpose of Section 3 of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013, which provides, and I quote, any person who intentionally murder, kidnap, commits other attacks on persons or liberty of an international protected person, B, carries out violent attack on official premises, private accommodation, or means of transport of an international protected person in a manner likely to endanger his person or liberty. C, threatening to commit any such attack, commit an offense, and is liable on conviction to life imprisonment. The High Commissioner is an international protected person, being the representative of the British government in Nigeria as well as other staff of High Commission and Embassy of the United States of America, leaving the defendant to continue his terrorist activity who have led to an international incident involving Nigeria and other foreign nations who are good partners with Nigeria. The question to ask again is whether bombing or attacking embassies of high commissions constitutes an action consistent with agitation for self-determination. Again, the answer is no. All these acts goes to show that the criminal tendency of the defendant as well as show concrete proof of his terrorist acts. Therefore, I hold without hesitation that the prosecution as successfully established can cease against the defendant. Consequently, he is hereby convicted of count 6 of the charge. With respect to count 7 of the charge, the defendant is charged with importing into Nigeria and keeping in Ubuluzo in Ihiala, local government of Anambra State, within jurisdiction of this honorable court, a radio transmitter known as Tram 50 concealed in a container of used household items which he declared as used household items, thereby committing an offense contrary to Section 47(2)(a) of Custom and Excise Management Act Cap C45, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004. The dispute as to which law provides for the offense in count 7 has been conclusively decided by the Supreme Court in case of Federal Republic of Nigeria versus Kanu Supra, where my Lord M.L. Gaba, JSC, while reading the lead judgment head, and I quote, a calm reading of the details of the facts stated as constituting the offense mentioned or named therein would clearly and undoubtedly reveal that it deals with the offense punishable under the provision of Section 47(2)(a) of the Custom, Excise and Management Act, Cap C45, Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, which provides as follows: 47(2). If a person A imports or causes to be imported any goods concealed in a container holding goods of different descriptions, or he shall be sentenced to imprisonment for 5 years without the option of fine. It follows in the above circumstances that the mention of the Criminal Code Act as being Chapter C45 or Chapter C45 in Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004 is a mere mistake in place of correct law. The Customs and Excise Management Act, under which the facts alleged to constitute an offence in count 15, is punished and punishable. The offence in count 15 is consequently recognizable and grounded in an extant existing law in Nigeria in which it was defined and described, unquote. Thus, the court will follow the decision of the Supreme Court and decide count 7 based on Section 47 of the Customs and Excise Management Act. The ingredients of the offence are: the defendant must have imported or caused to be imported goods concealed in a container. 2. The imported concealed goods must have been of a different descriptions. The evidence led by the prosecution through PW4 is that the defendant imported into Nigeria a radio transmitter known as TRAM 550L concealed in container which contain used household items which he described as such. PW4 stated that indeed the Department of State Service had tracked the transmitter of Radio Biafra to a compound in Umuluzino in Ihiala, local government of Anambra State, belonging to one Benjamin Madubulu. The officer secured a search warrant, exhibit PWT, and proceeded to the compound where they recovered the container. Prior to going to the scene, PW4 testified that he watched a video of the defendant inspecting the container and the transmitter with Benjamin Modubugu. The court visited where the container was kept in the custody of the DSS, and same was admitted in evidence in the presence of the defendant as exhibit PWY, and he did not object to same. The container itself contains several household items which appear to be covered for the transmitter concealed in it. The prosecution has led evidence to show that the transmitter was smuggled into the country without sale being declared to custom, that the cover of the household item was used to disguise its true content. The surrounding facts also show that the purpose for which the defendant intended to use the transmitter was to broadcast program on Radio Biafra, and this makes it concealed the transmitter. This is also not. There is also no evidence that Radio Biafra is registered with the Nigeria Broadcasting Commission, as stated by PW4. Thus, it is safe to conclude that the concealment of transmitter is in furtherance of the illegal operation of Radio Biafra by the defendant. The defendant, as a consequence of resting his case on the prosecution, did not call any witness to report the evidence of the prosecution, neither did he lead any evidence to counter the evidence of the prosecution. There is no evidence before this court stating the transmitter was lawfully imported into Nigeria. The defendant had the duty to present evidence and failed to report the allegation made against him, but he failed and deliberately refused to do so. The court is therefore bound to believe the evidence of the prosecution. Consequently, the court hereby convicts the defendant of count 7 of the charge. I must say here that defendants have always claimed to be a freedom fighter, seeking justice for his people. Indeed, this is known in law as the right to self-determination. The right to self-determination is a political right recognized in several international instruments. Article 1 of the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, 1966, provides, and I quote, "All people have the right of self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural developments." Unquote. The right to self-determination also entails the right of a group of people to form their political entity or their own government. Article 20 of the African Charter on Women and People's Rights also provides, and I quote, "All people shall have the right to existence. They shall have the unquestionable and inalienable right to self-determination. They shall freely determine their political status and shall pursue their economic and social development according to the policy they have freely chosen." 2. Colonized or oppressed people shall have the right to free themselves from the bond of domination by resorting to any means recognized by the international community. 3. All people shall have the right to the assistance of the state parties to the present charter in their liberation struggle against foreign domination, be it political, economic, or cultural. Unquote. Nigeria has domesticated the African Charter, which is known as the African Charter on Women and People's Rights, Ratification and Enforcement Rights, which means the provisions of the Charter are enforceable in Nigeria, provided they do not conflict with the clear provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. Section 2(1) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended makes it clear that Nigeria is an indivisible state, which means there is no room for divisions. The said section provides, and I quote, "Nigeria is one indivisible, indissoluble sovereign state to be known by the name Federal Republic of Nigeria." Unquote. This means that anyone agitating for a breakup of the Federation of Nigeria is going against the Constitution. However, any person agitating for self-determination can do so through the National Assembly seeking for amendments of the Constitution regarding the indivisibility of Nigeria and to reflect the recognition of the agitating state. It is after this that the procedure can be said to be completed, but not excluding a referendum. Any self-determination not done in accordance with the Constitution and laws of the country will be illegal. The defendant is not only agitating for secession of the states of the Southeast, South, and some Middle Belt states. He is doing so using terrorism as a weapon. Terrorism has become a monster in the world today, and several groups have continued to use this weapon to form separate governments. In Nigeria, groups like Boko Haram, Lakurawa, IPOB have in recent years troubled Nigeria with terrorist activities. This terror group, by their activities, has denied innocent people the enjoyment of their fundamental rights. The action of the defendant and his terrorist organization have led to the bloodshed of innocent citizens, as well as security personnel who were going about their legitimate duty. His incitement through the broadcast on Radio Biafra as well as the social media platform of the group has led to the destruction of lives and property, as well as affect the daily life of his people of Southeast. The defendant did not only threaten the government of Nigeria, but his own people. This is seen in a broadcast while addressing the death of one of the commanders of IPOB, named Ikozo. The defendant on 25th day of April 2021 made a broadcast where he stated, and I quote, "Ikozo was not killed on the battlefield, but was killed in his village in the middle of the night. Not on the battlefield, because of the battlefield, no army or police can defeat him. Ever since Eastern Security Network was launched, I have not seen anybody tell me that their life have not improved since it was launched." Around 21 minutes marked, the defendant stated, vengeance is a monster of appetite, forever blood-tasty, never filled. Nkozo is in heaven. He is going to be revenged, and by God, he will be revenged. All those who had hand in Nkozo death are all dead. People walking, all of them. He also stated that Nkozo will be mourned in a special way, just like how the Oba of Bini is buried with human heads. That they said Nkozo is more than an Oba. Thank you. There is no doubt that this is contained in the broadcast. The defendant's statement was corroborated by PW4, who stated that upon the arrest of one of the IPOB commander named as Onye Army, he informed them that they were only to get 30 heads of women out of 2,000 heads of as ordered by the defendant. This court is aware that the said Onye Army was not caught as a witness in this case, and this may affect the probative value of his evidence. However, the evidence being used, this evidence is being used as corroboration to the statement made by the defendant himself, admitted by the statement of, and is admitted as a defendant for that purpose. Corroboration refers to supporting or additional piece of evidence that supports another evidence. See Ogunbayo and the state citation supplied, where the Supreme Court held, and I quote, corroboration having been held not to be a technical terms of all, means no more than evidence tending to confirm, support, and strengthen other evidence sought to be corroborated. This evidence is to corroborate the evidence, the statements of the defendants. I must say here that the prosecution witnesses were consistent and calm in the giving of the evidence. Their calm demeanor, despite provocative questions under cross-examination, shows that them to be witness of truth. I carefully observed them, and the only conclusion to reach is that they are witness of truth. And this court readily believed them. The defendants, on the other side, from its attitude in court, was truly very cocky, arrogant. He even stated that no court can convict him. This is a direct affront on the power of the court, which this court will not take for granted, but will do justice. It is interesting to note that the defendant, who claimed to be a freedom fighter, has even caused more harm to his own people, who are predominantly Christian faith. Can this be said to be agitation for self-determination? Not at all. Agitation for self-determination cannot be to the detriment or to be detrimental to people who are supposed to be beneficiary of that self-determination.
Yes, I was
the usual sit at home order primarily affects his own people of the Southeast. The killing of people who disobey the order are his own people. Ordering of closure of churches and schools as well as markets also affects his own people. They are unable to trade, go to school, farm, even worship on such days. The threats of violence and death have prevented these people from going about their legitimate businesses. Are these acts of the defendants consistent with the agitation for self-determination? The answer is in the negative. Once again, the defendant was not elected by anybody.
It's happening right now.
Also, cannot dictate for the people of Southeast, especially through intimidation and threats of violence. He is a terrorist. He must be treated as such. In final analysis, the prosecution has successfully established the 7-count charge against the defendant beyond reasonable doubt. Consequently, he is convicted on all the 7 counts. By the time the next just 30 minutes I go to the chambers, anybody is free to come and get a certified 2 copy of the judgments.
As the court pleases,
the minute I get to the chambers, the next 30 minutes it will be signed.
Thank you, my lord. May I invite your lordship's attention to the title of this case. It is Federal Republic of Nigeria versus Nnamdi Kanu.
I'm coming, sir.
Lord, the people, 200 million people of Federal Republic of Nigeria have brought Nnamdi Kanu before this court for acts of terrorism. And my Lord, in the last few weeks or last few days, Nigeria has been a season of victims of and are victims of terrorism. But my Lord, this afternoon, now to be sentenced. My Lord, the prosecutor has a duty to invite your lordship's attention to a few points that will guide your lordship in the sentencing. My Lord, by the judgment just delivered, this court has again affirmed the long-standing principle that whenever Nigeria as a nation is confronted with moments, actions, and events that pose grave danger to its existence, independence, and unity, the judiciary stands firm at the stabilizing force of the country, guided by the wisdom, courage, and integrity of judges who serve within that arm of government. Terrorism, my Lord, remains one of the gravest threats to humanity. It is among the most devastating of atrocities in human history. As the leader of the proscribed Indigenous People of Biafra, the convict, through his broadcast on Radio Biafra and through the group Armed Wing, the Eastern Security Network, repeatedly attacked Nigeria and took active steps to desegregate the country. By the conviction of Nnamdi Kanu for acts of terrorism, it is clear that justice has been served to the thousands of innocent Nigerians who lost their lives as a result of the inciting broadcast and violent activities of Eastern Security Network. Their blood of those who have died cries to heaven, and God in his mercies has given them justice. Justice has honored their cry. The families of more than 75 security officers who were murdered in the service of their fatherland will now find some comfort in this conviction. Those whose relatives were brutally killed and buried with e-console of the order of the convict here have not died in vain, because justice has been done. My Lord, the record before this court are replete with the losses suffered by citizens of Nigeria residing in the interstates of the Federation, citizens who, through no fault of their own, were forced to live in fear, had their businesses destroyed, and were reduced to paupers as a result of sit-at-home orders issued by the convict and violently enforced by the commanders of ESN. Justice has today set them free from oppression and economic strangulation caused by the terrorist activities of the convict. The convict now knows that the law is greater than any individual. Therefore, justice has been done to him too, and that Nigeria has both the power and the capacity to punish anyone who, though deliberate, reckless acts of terrorism, seek to divide the country by attempting to create the so-called Republic of Biafra by force out of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My Lord, consequent upon the conviction, as nothing further remains but the lawful imposition of sentence, the punishment prescribed for the offenses in counts 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 is death penalty. Pursuant to Section 1(2)(h) of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013, my Lord, with all sense of humility, I say, sir, as a prosecutor, that this court has no discretion in that regard, and that the only sentence that your Lordship will impose for counts 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 is death sentence. This court has the power to do so, and with respect must do so. The language of the act is clear, and the court is urged to apply it strictly without deviation. For the offense under count 3, relating to membership of IPOB, a proscribed terrorist organization, the punishment is imprisonment for a term of not less than 20 years, in accordance with Section 16(3) of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013. We urge your Lordship, in accordance to death sentence, to also pronounce and impose the sentence as prescribed by law, having found him guilty and convicted. For the offense under count 7, the punishment is 5 years imprisonment without the option of a fine, pursuant to Section 46 and 47 of the Custom and Excise Management Act, Cap C 45 Laws of Federation. In sentencing, this honorable court is obliged to consider the nature and gravity of the acts of terrorism committed by the convict. It was against, the acts of terrorism were against innocent Nigerians who reside in the southeastern states. It is also a terrorism act against Nigeria, whereby nobody felt safe and secure in Nigeria, having regards to the activities of IPOB and ESN. The court is also to note that the company has shown neither remorse nor penitence for the innocent Nigerians who died as a result of his directives and incitements. He has demonstrated no respect for the administration of justice. His conduct, even within the court, has been marked by arrogance and a heart far removed from humility. When he was going out, he looked at me and said, God will bless me. If he won't say God will punish me, say God will bless me. And I say amen. Because I'm a blessed man. It is not him, a convict, who can now put a curse on me. He cannot do that. So in any event, my Lord, I'm not being personal, but I want to assure you that somebody in that position ought to show some penitence, ought to show some remorse, ought to throw away arrogance and self-serving attitudes. The court is further urged to take judicial notice of the fact that the convict established Radio Biafra, a broadcasting platform operating on several digital channels, including mobile radio, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, WhatsApp, blogs, and Instagram. It is a station with global reach. Evidence before the court, my Lord, shows that when the convict was arrested on 15 October 2015 at the Tulip Hotel in Lagos, he was found in possession of broadcasting equipment. The conduct of the defendant through online publications, live broadcasts, and social media communications constituted act of incitement, encouragement, and provocation of terrorism as defined under the Act. It is the view of the prosecution, my Lord, that without the instrumentality of the internet and social media platforms, the magnitude of destruction, division, and human losses recorded in southeastern states of Nigeria, including Lagos, would not have reached the level it attained. The digital platform becomes tools in the hand of the convict, tools of radicalism, ethnic hostility, and incitement to terror. Their amplified reach resulted in a coordinated transnational militarism or militarization of violence and destructions of public property across several states of Nigeria. The court has both the power and the duty to restrict further access to digital media through which the offenses were committed by making orders that prevent the commission of similar or related offenses, including forfeiture, confiscation, or restrictions of the means used to commit the act of terrorism. As a form of preventive control, the prosecution praised this honorable court to impose restriction on the convict's access to digital devices, online accounts, or internet facilities. In other words, my Lord, anywhere he may be kept until his execution in obedience to the sentencing, if he has access to these devices, and they are cheap and easy and available everywhere in Nigeria, there will continue to be broadcast. Maybe he will claim he was not the one. At the moment, if you open to YouTube, you see a lot of rascals talking about the proceedings of the court, trying to twist and misread and mislead the people with what happened in court. So we're asking that your lordship should restrict him from having access to these devices. This honorable court, my lord, has the statutory power to prevent convicts from further committing offenses by making orders for the forfeiture, confiscation, and restriction by any means used for communication. We therefore pray that the court to order the forfeiture of all the broadcasting equipment, digital devices, and all electronic materials seized from the convict and currently in the custody of the Department of State Security, State Service. In particular, the radio transmitter Trans 50L, unlawfully imported into the country, should be forfeited to the federal government of Nigeria. My lord, we want to say, sir, with all respect, that it might be argued that access to information, access to digital devices may be argued within the constitutional rights, but it's not absolute. So therefore, sir, if your lordships want to order his restriction, your lordship may give him a right to acquire any, but with the permission, with the authority of National Security Advisor and the Controller General of the correctional facility that he may be put. Therefore, my lord, it's not an absolute or free right for him to begin to acquire those digital devices that may encourage him to reenact or to begin to commit the same or similar offense under his right to freedom of speech. So we are saying, my lord, that your lordship should restrict it. My lord, considering that the company has to be in a custodial facility, we are asking your lordship to direct that for the safety of the convict, for his safety, for his security, and for the protection of his life until your sentence is executed. I respectfully, sir, as prosecutor, plead with your lordship to direct that he be kept in the safest custodial center anywhere in Nigeria, because his safety is very important. Your lordship need to take judicial notice of what happened when Simon Ekpa was sentenced in Finland. There are lots and lots and lots and lots of talks and talks. The convict has enemies. He has friends. But no one can say the volume or the number of his enemies who may want to eliminate him. So we are asking, my lord, that your lordship order the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to keep him in the safest custodial center anywhere in Nigeria. You know, and if I may say with all sincerity, I am not too sure that Kuje, where there have been jailbreaks, will be the ideal place. So I'm urging your lordship with all sense of responsibility to preserve his life until he answers his sentence. So I thank your lordship, and I pray that the incidents of terrorism will cease from Nigeria, from north to east, to northwest, to north central, and as we see, may God spare Nigeria of disintegration. I want to thank you. I want to appreciate you on behalf of my colleague, Adebayo Ojo, and Suraj Saida. We're grateful to your lordship for a well-researched, a well-reasoned, and a courageous judgment. Thank you, my lord.
There is no doubt that the convict has waived his right to be present through his unruly attitude, the habitual unruly attitude to be in court when the judgment was read. But we must still give him opportunity to hear one or two things from him, but not personal through his person. Since his consultant is here and the offense has to do with death sentence, I will call his consultant, that was his lawyer before he converted him to consultant, if he has any allocutors to make on his behalf. Mr. Jimako, do you have any allocutors to make on his behalf?
My lord, being an officer in this temple of justice and not being properly dressed and not being his counsel of record, I will yield this very task to Honorable Obinna Agocha, who is better qualified than me, being the member of House of Representatives who represents Mazen Nnamdi Kanu.
It's okay. Honorable, let me have your full name and restrict yourself to allocutors. Allocutors is what will mitigate the sentence. Is our brother. Let us consider, let us hear you. You tell us your name. We can't, because of your unruly behavior, deprive him of allocutors. Can I hear from you?
Thank you, my lord. My name is Right Honorable Obi Agocha. I represent the good people of Iguano, Umuahia North and Umuahia South Federal Constituency in the 10th National Assembly. My lord, I am the direct representative of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. That's why you see me here almost every time, showing presence and also showing solidarity with him. The matter has come to a closure for now. I'm not his lawyer. I wouldn't know whether they will seek appeal. But for now, the Lord, he's my brother. He's my friend. I went to school with him. We attended primary and secondary school together, though he was my junior. But it is my responsibility and obligation as a member of the National Assembly to represent him as well. My Lord, I plead for mercy, I plead for clemency, and I appeal for peace and for stability of not just the Southeast, but as well as Nigeria. Like the prosecutor said, Nigeria is bleeding over the last few days, and we must bring some of these issues to bear and to understand how to find common solutions to our common problem of terrorism. I also wish to appeal to the prosecution team that it has been done to Nnamdi Kanu. The other people out there also doing more worse than him.
Please,
sorry, sir.
I asked for a locutor.
Yes, sir.
Please don't.
So, I apologize, sir. So I want the court to take judicial notice of that this trial has gone on for almost 10 years. Nnamdi Kanu is almost 56 or 57 years old now. He has been absent in his family life, his children, his community, his family. So I plead for the Lord to show mercy, to temper justice with mercy. And as we move forward, it shall be great for our country. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm a friend of the court, having come from the other side of the government. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the court. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I will consider all this, and I will rise and come back by 10 minutes to 4. You may go and come back 10 minutes to 4 for the sentencing. I will rise and come back.
Jama, you say na Sokoto they won't send and go. I mean they don't pronounce them already. They won't convert that to Muslim without to then send and go Sokoto jail. What is the they will give him a life sentence, life in prison. I will say they will give him that. Maybe one president will come pardon him in the future. Because right now, a life sentence they will give him. just to make example out of him, to tell other agitators out there they come. The road you are trailing, it is going to be the end if you get to the end. They will give him a life sentence. Then somebody else will pardon him. The two go pardon him. No be now. Maybe now when last days in office, but I doubt I'm not sure saying that Tinubu go pardon am. Tinubu no go pardon am now, they no go forgive am if he do am. When go win election first. Wait,
our own dear native land.
you don't finish like that. I mean, yeah, they do church for the courts. If what's it then call am? If Tinubu pardon am, the North no go forgive am. You they talk of ISWAP leader. ISWAP leader said they go soon free am. This one no be the way that they carry Nnamdi Kanu case. It pass na the height of terrorism. Now you they talk so. This hustler don't enter street again. This hustler, I like this guy. Now your own style of campaign be that. Next year now he go declare ambition. They'll come back in 10 minutes. Correct. And what is your gain? I don't know all these people will get when I go they read fully. And my problem with una be that I know they upgrade to ourselves. You never fit change position for the past 5 years. You say what be my gain? What be me? Who be me? Who know me? Yeah, that's my problem with you. Instead of Moguna enter streets, go to find votes for your guy. They come for me. You say wait me again. Now my game not be this so I dey here they scream at life. Now my game be that. If you they look for game. Now people like una we get small brain. Now I want change the country. Now people we get small brain. Now they think like that. They waiting at one game. So now allow issue already using our brain. They build in life.
Problems, one of which is the kidnapping, what is known as the extraordinary rendition of Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya. You cannot cure that. You cannot cure the absence of evidence. You cannot cure every other problem you brought upon yourself in this problem. And that's what we have told them. And in general, because this is also foundational to Nigeria, Nigeria is in search of unity, they claim. Nigeria is in search of nationhood because it has never become a nation. If you want to make that happen, you do justice to all the components of Nigeria. You don't discriminate against somebody because his name is somebody you don't like or because his religion is what you can't stand. And then you expect the country to be united. That is not going to happen. So in doing this, you know, we're also encouraging them to have the national healing that can bring about national unity, since they love unity very much. But there can never be unity without justice. Thank you.
Are you the look for unity? They are not looking for unity.
Maybe final piece of advice to government if they listen to you. What would that be?
I don't advise government. They have over 2,000 advisors. Anybody who's advising government in Nigeria is the enemy of government. Government of Nigeria don't listen to advice. Otherwise, ChatGPT could have advised them that this case is not going anywhere.
Live fully.
Yes.
Fully
Thank you very much. Thank you. Just a prompt.
Only no him left from right.
Or Grok 4. on Twitter would have advised them that this is not going to go anywhere, no matter how well it is packaged, no matter how well the propaganda is pushed. And look at where we are today in Nigeria. Look at where we are. Nigeria is in the throes of some of its worst security situation. And this is what we are wasting our time doing. You know, we have 35 Christians at the time that we are being accused of persecution of Christians in the bush, attacked by terrorists who were live streamed. You have 25 female students, Muslims, also in the bush with terrorists. You have an army general who has just been murdered by
Mr. James, welcome.
terrorists. You are not focused on that. You are trying Nnamdi Kanu because he carried a microphone to say that he was Biafra.
They will come back.
It's not the only evidence they have in this court.
They say what?
They'll be back in 10 minutes for the final judgment.
It's the microphone that they found with him when he was arrested in Lagos.
You see,
He's underwear, top and bottom. There is no evidence of a gun or an RPG. He was not found with police uniforms. Whereas in Katsina,
you said,
can you hear me?
Yes,
I said I'm not worried about the judgment. What I'm worried about is the quality of the judge. I hope you're getting me. In the 60s, when Awolowo was tried by one, I think, Showemimo or something, that man made a name for himself. Although he was manipulated, but the judgment was professional. Now, here is a judge that cannot read a judgment he supposedly composed by himself. You get the point? He could not even read the judgment he composed by himself. It means that somebody composed it for him. This is a university graduate from a Nigerian university. What kind of graduates are we producing? How can these people solve national problems? This is a judge who's supposed to be spicing the judgment with Latin expressions as a mark of scholarship. He has attended Nigerian law school, yet he cannot read the judgment he supposedly composed by himself. So Nigeria, as I said earlier on, in the language of Chief Zebrodaya, Nigeria is dead, died. That is the situation we are in.
I don't even follow the judgment for a long time because I just know that it's just distraction. It's they are just going to keep. They are not going to leave in. They are just going to keep dragging in just to buy time. So it's
Now look at what is on screen. When you see the lawyers with their wig, you think these are very highly educated, well-read gentlemen, not knowing that they are empty. I mean, if I even call them empty brains, that is, it's a misnomer because they have no brain at all, let alone having an empty brain. You get the point?
Yeah.
This is the kind of people, senior advocate of nuisance, spoiling the whole country. These are the people. So, do you mind if I join, what's his name, Dr. Damages?
Sure, you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much indeed.
You're welcome, sir. All these things are just waste of time. Now the people in power, now then they gain, now then they enjoy this because they are buying time for themselves.
No, it's not waste of time. You know, is that something, how do I put it? It's revealing the monumental rot the country is going through. If a man of this caliber can sit down and pass judgment on his fellow man, a judgment he did not compose from the look of things, he did not compose it. So who composed it for him? If he's the one who tried the case, why can't he compose his own judgment, which he can read? This, you see, in all segments of society, these are the wishy-washy, half-baked graduates manage the affairs of the country, both financial, health, military, and all segments of society. These are the kind of people. This is why Nigeria is in problem today, because they cannot take sound decisions that will improve the lives of people.
That's why I call it a waste of time, because what you are saying,
I don't think if this did not happen, we will not know the thought. How low we have fallen, we will not know.
No,
you understand? Because when you see them on television, you think that reasonable, philosophical, ladies and gentlemen, not knowing that they are empty heads.
Why I said it's a waste of time is that what you are saying, I think 99% of Nigerians will agree with you, and they have known that for like 10 years now. So it's like we know the problem, we know everything, but we are still giving them time. That's why I say it's a waste of time on our own part, but to them, they are getting time. So because what you just said, nobody will disagree with you. So if the consensus agreement is what you had just said, then it's a waste of time. Because it's not that we are debating if the system is still okay or not. I mean, I think at this point, everybody, even the outside ourselves, know that it's just a joke. But for some reason, all of us are giving their time, paying attention to all this thing. That's why I said it's a waste of time.
Well, I'm very, very sad. Not because of the judgment. If I did not even follow the judgment, the outcome is a foregone conclusion. But I don't know how the right English words to use to express how I feel about the educational system. This is not the Nigerian universities we attended in the 80s and 70s. You get the point?
No, that has been dead long ago.
How can a university graduate this kind of a man? Throughout the judgment he read, I doubt if he even used a Latin expression.
So that's why I said all of them, both the Nnamdi Kanu, both the judges, all of them, they know themselves. It's just
well, it's very sad.
Yeah, it is sad. Because we know all these things, and I'm not talking about we the normal, ordinary people now. Even those who are at the forefront of the whole things, both those who are struggling to get in, both those who are in, they are on the same page in regardless the developed issue that is unfolding. But for some kind of reason, nobody wants to sacrifice his time and resources to go and recruit more people, more forgotten people, because that's what it needs. In order for you to change the existing, to make impact in the existing structure, you have to bring in more people. Then you force them to adjust. You force them to re-strategize again. But all of them, those who are on the other side, the show will raise your bills. All of them, they are coming to TV and internet. They shout for all of us. They are doing the same thing, but they want different results. You don't see show will raise you don't wrong go the Abuja court. As if that will make any difference to anything. Go into the jungle and do the job. So that's why I said they know what they are doing. It's turn by turn after all. It's all a waste of time. Because they will drag this thing. They will drag this thing to the end of the year. As soon as they come back in January, they don't finish now. Campaign don't start.
You don't know. That is if there will be election. If there will be election.
Mr. James.
You understand?
You still don't understand your country. What do you mean by there will not be election? There will be election.
No, in 2020, 2022,
they will do it.
In 2020, Symphony TV, if you still remember, I said if the country is not careful, now, we will slide into a civil war.
Oh, I think they are preparing for that too. They are not really. They are preparing too.
We will slide into a civil war. This is an avoidable war. You get the point? We fought one, over 1 million people died. We've learned no lesson. Mediocres are running the affairs of state. I mean, it's so funny. You know, the Beninese, they have a saying. I'm sorry, I cannot translate it into English because my Benin is not strong enough. They said, Ayikuri Ewebo or Yelogo, Ama Ewe no Yibinakia. I don't know if you can translate it.
I don't speak Bini at all.
Oh, I see. Okay. And you could away boy you logo. Am I aware not you been here? You know, it's funny. It's funny. I mean, anyway, heavens help those who help themselves. So we should not wait for God to come and solve the problem for us. If Nigeria will be good, it is Nigerians that will make it good, not anybody else. Oh.
We are not at the, I don't know. The people in charge are still very much in control. There's no trend.
No, are you sure they are in control?
They are. They are not. They are moving freely now. They are driving their cars, living their life. That's because they are in control. They are not scared. Is any of them scared to come outside or drive around? So they are in control. That's what it means. They can go to bed, sleep, and just go vacate. They live normal. That means they are in control. So
no, I don't think they live normal. Look, before the outbreak of the Nigerian Civil War, all the top, leaders in the country, their families and everyone, they are all abroad. So when the war actually broke
it doesn't change.
Good. At the moment, most of them, they've already mapped out their exit strategies. If anything happened now, majority of these guys you are seeing around will just disappear. So if they are in control, they should not be mapping out their exit strategies. You get the point?
No, that's normal human being. For the fact that they can even map exit strategy, that means they are running, they are in charge. Mr. James, if you know that you want to commit a crime and you know that there's a way out for you without any consequences, that means you are free, you do it. But if you are finding it difficult to map out an exit strategy, then there is a problem. So it has been, since you said it has been like that since in the 60s. They all their family live abroad. They have this, so nothing has changed. That means they have been in control. See, I think that's until we actually majority agree that these people they are free, they are not scared of anything. Until we agree on that, nothing will change in terms of any change. Even all the people who are the forefront of even pushing the change, even themselves, their family, they are abroad. Mr. James, if you put $5 million in my account today, I will be in Nigerian street too, assaulting every elder that I can govern. What can you do me? You kill me, my family have 5 million to live on. I don't have a problem. So that's what is happening. That's what is happening. Nobody is mean change outside the current existing statute. If you listen to Showodetu, all his language is the same. There's nothing change. He wants to join the system. So that's why they know are they not part of us? They are part of us now. So they understand what they are doing. As you said, if something happened now, they will all be gone. We will kill ourselves, then they will come back again and continue from where it stopped. And that is because there's an exit route, as you correctly put it. There's an exit route for everybody. By the time there's no place to run to, there's no place to send your kids to. There's the space out there. Then everybody will focus. They'll be scared. So it doesn't.
Anyway, so please, I want to join this gentleman, Mr.
Okay. That's it, Dr. Damages.
Maybe we'll see later in the day or tomorrow.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. All this nonsense, not just waste of time. They are giving more publicity to the government. So, and the name of the government, the name of the game is popularity. So this is publicity for the guys in power. Regardless of how they sound, good or bad, they are in our conversation. I think that's what matters. So the idea that there's a change in sight. Nigeria and our cruise, not turn by turn, so there's no need to fight and kill ourselves when all you need to do is to be patient. It will get to your turn. Ah, everybody is compromised. All of them. If no anyhow, if then go according to the plan, hungry go beat all of them. Hungry. Make sure when they go villages, go they preach. Make him try out. Make him try out. Make him just go villages. Make him leave TV and internet and social media. Make him go sit down for villages. They preach to people. You see where I go see the street. Now your wife now go first lose job. Once his wife lose job, the guy go to think him again. It is in na joke na then day. So all of them, anybody, all these people where they parade themselves, make them put their presidential ambition, throw it aside, go and become a leader. They know it's very easy. I don't know why the way to bring change, it has not changed. There's no change. One way, you have to get the people involved. The more people you get involved, the more you bring change. It's no change. It doesn't matter any formula where you want you. It doesn't matter any technology. You still have to go back to the people. There's no two way about it. And it will take time. And they all know this. All of them know. So now waiting Obama to win election be that. Now waiting Donald Trump to win election be that. You have to go down to the people. There's no two way about it. If you don't do that, you just furnish the system that is already in existence. I don't know fully. I know. I don't. Before you go realize waiting at the tell you fully, you go down old. You go down day or 70s before you go understand what they tell you. So before you go know say to bring change, no be to carry one man for head. I never see anywhere where change come. We be saying now one man bring down to bear. That never happened in human history. No one did it. They deceive themselves. They show. So they was saying assurance is short. No, an adult self, they even wait for another man to conceive her. That's fucking ridiculous. When they reschedule Nnamdi Kanu trials, I ask people, I say, come, this thing don't make sense. They say, oh, now so once you have a new judge, you have to start afresh again. I'm like, I don't understand the country where they live in. The goal of every government is to keep the people distracted. That's the goal. Anywhere. That's human nature too. The more few people know how you operate, the better you will operate. That is not a common sense. Government is not exempted for that rules. Government spend billions every day just to keep the people out of the system. That's it. So in order for you to break into the government, you have to go recruit your own people too. It's just a common sense. It's just that's what they do. Don't be people they shout up and down they harass people up and down. And they think they want to bring change. Now Americans now develop internet and social media. Obama said had to go to the streets. Billions. Mark Zuckerberg spent $300 million to keep people in the street just to go to knock door, make people say vote today. Now get Facebook. they know they call Facebook. They carry out $300 million cash. Make sure people are on the streets. Elon Musk now get Twitter. It dropped $250,000 in 5 weeks just to make sure people they go knock door. Not be people to stay online or they shout or they go on media. They put $250 cash. Every week they drop 50 million for just to mobilize people on the street. When I come here, they shout. This is when I go beat the election. Why Tinubu did there? They compensate every local government with an appointment. Yeah, this did not be rocket science. Tinubu did there. They buy everybody that matters in every ward. Now they there. They shout. Bad government, and you think you go change government like that. Moves out of your goddamn minds.
Indeed, in furtherance of its terrorist actions and following the incitement of persons.
You are still saying the same thing. One man they lead you. You know the shame. Are you not an adult? Now so you go tell your wife and children for us. Now one man now they lead you now. They lead you. You still not getting it. And because you know they read. Now my problem is that when I know they do research, when I will just listen to content creator like me, then carry on for a hawk and make noise. And I don't know the people, other people from around the world they listen to now foolishness. Saying they lead what? What is it leading? You know the shame at your age. I do just not take time out of internet. Just go sit down, think. It's very important. Critical thinking is important. Just go sit down, think.
You can, because they are coming to kill you anyway, regardless of what you do.
You want to govern people, you they exclude the people. How you want to win? You just I don't know. Internet don't fool everybody finish. Mandani just win mayoral election in New York. I was in New York. For that just main reason, I spent more than 2 months just to see even a noise that they make for social media. No. Mandani have over 1,000 people on the street. Every day they go events, they talk to people. When I come internet, na internet will make una win election and to bring change. First you go live in, go hide in family for outside the country. He say, I come follow me, we'll die together. You they follow up. Why your family is there with you? No, be na common sense. I carry your family, go talk away, safe place. I say, bring you and your family come, we'll go face God. They go blast your head, nothing go happen. The guy, when he cry finish, he go back meet his family. Hola. Mona did there the waste on our time. Arab Spring, now people for streets, they know they plan for social media. I don't think you now even understand what you now they go for in the first place. You all don't understand what the office of the president is and waiting they make it. If you now understand what office of the president is, that will never be the goal. Because as a president, you can't even do nothing. You can't do nothing. You are just a messenger. Where is come now, German? 10 minutes never reach when the judgment won't start. O ṣé o Jésù, Àmàníyàn. O ṣé o Jésù, Ọlọ́run ayọ̀. O ṣé. Come. Najama, you tell me say na 10 minutes. Oh. Never past 10 minutes is
People who don't know about show me where says you can break my right. Show me the place. Show me. Show me.
I like Nnamdi Kanu, man. He's playing to the camera. I don't know. You don't know your fate already anyway, so.
Which law says you can try me an unwritten law? Show me, you cannot show me, and you're a judge. You claim you're a judge. You don't know law. You don't know law. Nonsense. Where is the family address? Where is it? Which law gave you the right to waive my family address? Which law gave you that right?
He don't know you can. Once they convict somewhere about, I don't say you know where.
What are you doing here? What are you doing here, Master? What are you doing here? This is the idiot that attacked me. This is the fool that attacked me. That's the idiot that attacked me. That's the fool. Don't touch me. Don't push me. I'm going. Don't touch me. I'm warning you. Don't touch me. I'm warning you. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
They go forget this guy.
Don't touch me. I said don't touch me. Don't.
She's after election.
You don't know law. Show me where it says you can hold my right to run address. Show me the law. Show me the law. Show me the law. You don't know law. They are nothing new. You're writing rubbish. Show me the law. One address. Affidavit. You say you are doing your job for them. God will punish you. Now and forever. Criminals. Any judgment, let it be on record. Any judgment in this court is rubbish. Ask him where is the law. Ask Kamoto Show, where is the law? Where is the law?
Lawyers, judges,
Nnamdi Kanu will lose this. He will lose his first case as a barrister.
It could be said
Let's say go
from
higher
Chief
up.
Justice, Attorney General, from DSS, from lawyers,
What a ridiculous country. I'm not the tire. Listen, you guys are not tired for all this. You guys have been calling Nigerian names for more than 20 years. Still standing. Nnamdi Kanu case no even carry weight like it used to be.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Everybody is focused now on.
Don't touch me. I said don't touch me. Don't. Mad people. You don't know law. Show me where it says you can hold my right. Show me the law. Show me the law. Show me the law. You don't know law. There is nothing new. You're writing rubbish. Show me the law. One address. Affidavit. You say you will. I didn't get your job for them. God will punish you. Now and forever. Criminals.
Oh man.
Any judgment, let it be on record. Any judgment in this court is rubbish. Ask him where is the law. Ask Kamoto Show, where is the law?
And the law now hold you so, Nnamdi. I feel your pain, but in this case, the people you are dealing with, now them below. As far as this Nigeria is concerned, now the law now don't hold you so. The law, if you ask me where is the law, and the law now don't hold you tight. So The law now who you, so you are saying where's the law?
If you go there,
the Nigerian law now who you, no be European law or American law or the Nigerian law, and that law now only then they define them. Anybody if you define Nigerian law, now only them they will define that, only those in power. And they call me, they look for justice or change. Una no go meet the people we go help una bring the change. Una come here, they shout, they make noise.
Because our people will
my people are too delusional.
That very person, unquote. When he was asked about the consequence for this representative, including one Ike Nwanchuku, defendant was...
The government we want to change.
When he said,
it's not an online government.
Things have changed.
It's not social media government.
Because the
only government we want
that
change.
People in the zoo understand is language of violence and force. After all, that very contraction was put together by Frederick Lugard by force. That is what many people don't understand. Lugard killed many people to put Nigeria together, and the killing of people to disintegrate the zoo shouldn't come to anybody as a surprise.
You say Nigeria na zoo, and they don't keep you for the zoo.
Somalia will look like a paradise compared to what will happen to the zoo. It is
my own observation here is that why the Igbo people, the Biafran that he is agitating for, why are they quiet? This is the time to be loud.
It is not noteworthy that
una lash
referring to the southeastern part of Nigeria as Biafra. The defendants made the governor of the southeastern state being the stooge of Hausa Fulani godfathers. He even stated that Rochas Okoro, former governor of Imo, had institutionalized the entire state to satisfy his Hausa Fulani godfather. He said nobody had asked Governor Peter Obi about Izu River, and the person dumped in the said river. Further, during the interview, defendants, while answering a question about whether he will embrace a peace separation or choose a violent path, stated at about
35(4) and 36(12) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, sections 158, 162, and 165 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015, and under the inherent jurisdiction of this very noble court, I am praying my Lord for admitting me on bail, the defendant's applicant to bail on liberal terms.
Come, that you send me where they mention
charge presently before this court, and order, my Lord, declaring that the continued detention of the defendant's applicant, my humble self, in the absence of a valid subsisting charge under a written law, in fact, is unconstitutional, null and void, my Lord, and for any other orders that my noble Lord may deem fit to make under the circumstance. This is supported by an affidavit of 9 paragraphs deposed to by Prince Nnamdi Kanu, and also by a written address which I urge my Lord.
You go, they say your Lord. You go say Nigeria no be law. They don't need law. But they scream your Lord, your Lord. Oh man.
I have, my Lord.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I like Nnamdi Kanu, man. I like him.
Can you react to those 3 applications?
May peace, Your Lordship. The prosecution filed replied to
Nigeria
the
na
motion.
well, Nnamdi Kanu no be small
14th of
pikin, so you know the people that he's dealing with.
We also
He's not born. He wasn't born today.
a reply in
He's himself they fight for his place.
in respect of the first motion.
Since they convict Samuel Ekpa, I know say he's not going to go free.
On the 14th of November 2025.
Nigerians are funny. By the time they finish all this shenanigans,
welcome back
Christmas
to
don't come.
My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. We are continuing our conversations around the state of the country, the national conference going on. And joining us now, he came into the United States from London. He is Nnamdi Kanu. He is the director of the Radio Biafra in London.
Now the crown where Rudolph commit this.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So let's start with the national conference going on in Nigeria. I know that several groups were not allowed to be part of it. Because they don't want people to go to the no-go area. What is your take on the national conference going on?
It's a discussion forum. It's been going on for very many years, as you can recall. This is about the fourth incident or major gathering of this magnitude happening in that very place they call Nigeria. It has no resonance. It doesn't resonate with us at all because it is the same people that caused the problem that are going to this conference. How can you ask people that created a problem to go and solve it? I've not seen where that's ever happened in the world before. So our take on it is that people are free to talk. I believe in democracy and in the right and freedom of anyone to speak. So if people wish to gather to speak on a range of issues they consider very pertinent to their problems, then we welcome it. But in terms of affecting our overall outcome or in a way trying to improve our lives, I very much doubt it. If you look at the caliber of people that are sending there to represent what I regard, unquote, Igbo interest, you will see how distressing it is. That a man that killed and murdered his own people at Asaba in the shape of Oba Sanda, Ike Nwachukwu, is there representing the same people that he killed, just by virtue of the fact that his name is Igbo, which we find abominable. Someone like Nwobodo is there. Nwobodo was instrumental in the failure of Ekweme at the PDP convention in Jos in 1999. In fact, he left his own mother tongue and was speaking Hausa. He is there also representing us, so it doesn't have any meaning for us. What we're saying to them is this: if you go there and negotiate any other thing apart from Biafra, you better not come back, because our people will be waiting for that very person. The zoo has come to an end. They keep killing our people. And for how long are we going to allow this contraption concocted by Frederick Lugard to continue to waste the lives of innocent people?
Now, let me stop you there. You said something that I'm interested in. People who look at several Biafran groups and movements always look at these kind of statements like the one you made now.
I want that and Skype
home, otherwise, he will explain to us. But we know that they will go there and they will come back home. And what will happen? You see, is this a statement that there is something that will happen? Because one of the things that happen in Africa, in Nigeria, and wherever you look at, is that there are no consequences. And people who try to force consequences to be exerted end up saying things and nothing happens. What will happen to Ike Nwachukwu when he comes back home? Because you know he's not going there to negotiate Biafra. You know that.
Of course, we know that very well. Okay. What will happen to him is this. Already, we know that some of them live in Abuja and Lagos axis. There is nobody that speaks for the Yoruba nation that lives in anywhere in Igbo land or in Biafra land. There is no prominent Hausa person that lives anywhere in Biafra land. What we are saying to this man and his likes is that, of course, they will underestimate us because those that have gone before us have made threats and didn't carry it out. This time it is different. If we can place the name Biafra on satellite, if we can broadcast so that the whole world can hear us every blessed day, if we are in over 70 countries around the world with over 5 million listeners, there is nothing we cannot do. This time around, things are very, very different, believe you me. Very, very different, and very soon the world will hear about it. Because the only language that people in the zoo understand is the language of violence and force. After all, that very contraption was put together by Freddie Lugard by force. That's one thing people don't understand, that Lugard killed people to bring Nigeria together. And the killing of people to disintegrate the zoo shouldn't come to anybody as a surprise. Our promise is very simple. If they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like a paradise compared to what will happen to that zoo. It is a promise, it is a pledge, and it's also a threat to them. They must understand this, that we've had enough of this nonsense. These criminals cannot be stealing money belonging to everybody. These same men cannot be responsible for the length and breadth of the death, the abominable things they continue to do to the people in that very country. Every day, every week, every month, and every year, we cannot allow that to continue. It's impossible for us to let that continue because this nonsense has to come to an end. What in Ghana must happen.
Now, let me ask you, when his name was announced as the leader of the Igbo delegation, so why didn't your group question the governors that appointed him the leader of the Igbo people to the national conference?
It's because the governors you have in Biafra land are an extension of the Hausa Fulani hegemony. They were appointed by Hausa Fulani men to come and do the bidding of Hausa Fulani oligarchy in that very part of the world. So it didn't come to us at all as a surprise. Every Igbo governor you have has a Hausa Fulani godfather. Hausa Fulani people put them there. They are there to do their bidding. If you go to Imo State, you'll understand what I'm saying. Rocha Sokorocha, or whatever his name is, has single-handedly Islamized the whole of Imo State. And that very process is also ongoing in Ebonyi State. Are you talking about Theodore Ochi? He is pathetic and laughable. These are the men they gave to us as it P2B. You're a journalist yourself, Okonkwo. Nobody has ever asked P2B about Izu River. How many people he killed at Izu River and dumped their bodies there? They are also human beings with fathers and mothers. No one ever complained. These are the caliber of people, the caliber of leeches and cabals they have imposed on us. And we are here to resist it. And we shall, this year, to be very precise.
Now, let me ask, because there are the group, the Movement for the Actualization of the Sovereign Nation of Biafra. I'm familiar with the group, and I know that one of their principal ideas is that this should be done in a peaceful way. Is your group opposed to a peaceful way of achieving Biafra, or are you in support of both sides, whether peaceful or non-peaceful? What is your group behind?
I support both sides. If they give us peace, that is wonderful. If they decide to go down the route of violence, then I can give you this assurance today. Of course, your worldwide listeners and viewers may be able to note this. If they do not give us Biafra, there will be nothing living in that very zoo they call Nigeria. Nothing will survive there, I can assure you. You see, 1967 to 1970 is not 2013 to 2015. We had scientists then, now we have men that can make things happen, even better than what we had in the late 60s. So that should ring as a warning to all of them that we are not joking. I do not believe in peaceful actualization or whatever rubbish is called. I have never seen where you become free by peaceful means. If you know, you tell me. I'm a student of contemporary history. I have never come across anywhere in history books where you get your freedom out of a peaceful process. It's never happened. Never, ever, ever.
Now, let me ask you, if you look at the world today, look at a place like Scotland, where people, the Scottish, are in the process of trying to see if they will get their own country. Basically, the way they went about it was to say, we want to be separate from the British England, and they are putting a process where they will vote, and if majority of them say they want to move, and they will move. Now, I want to ask you, do you think that if you ask majority of Igbo people today whether they should be part of Nigeria or part of Biafra, that you have the numbers that will come to your side of the argument?
Yes, we have over 98% of our people willing. The other 2% are those fathered by Hausa Fulani men as a consequence of the war. Everybody born as a Biafran, everybody born as an Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, and Angebanke, anybody born as a Joe has freedom implanted in their DNA.
I'm going to say no mention
autonomous communities. Have you seen anywhere in the world where you have autonomous communities? Have you seen? The answer is no. The reason why we have autonomous communities is because we are born to be free. We want to be autonomous. And that freedom must be carried right all the way to the heart of governance in the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. We must make this very, very clear and abundantly clear to our people that our quest is for us to be free. You mentioned Scotland. Scotland is already a free nation. What they are seeking in Scotland is independence. We are not free and we are not independent either. So that is why the same scenario doesn't apply at all. In Scotland, as a Scottish person, you have your own parliament. You can do whatever you like. You even have what is called tax-raising powers. You can raise taxes or you can lower them as you like. The Scottish Court of Sessions is in charge of the entire legal process in Scotland.
Now, Nnamdi, let me ask you, I know. Why don't your group push for that in a place like the National Conference that is going on now to get that kind of autonomy first, rather than now pushing for independence without whether Nigeria wants it or not?
The fact of the matter is that the structures doesn't exist. The institutions that will allow the emergence of a democratic Biafra within a peaceful setting does not currently exist in that very place you call Nigeria. Mind you, that is the name of a river. Up north, you call them Niger, which is French. If you come down a little bit, it is called Niger, which is English. And the people that live around it are called Nigerians. The only place, or part of the only place in Black Africa where you name a people after a river. I have never seen any civilized country in the world where people are named after a river. It's never happened before. The people own the river, not the other way around. By tacitly accepting the word and the tag Nigeria, what it means is that you never had any history until Frederick Lugard came, which is a fallacy, it's an abomination, and nobody should be saying that. Coming back to what you said, there is no way we can run for office as a political party. We tried it with ABGA and it did not work. These issues were thrashed out very well. Is that the people that control the levers of power within Nigeria are not politically sophisticated enough to appreciate the finer points of political discourse. In other words, that disputes resolution can best be conducted within a political setting where people are civilized. And I'm afraid to say that what I see in the zoo they call Nigeria, people are not civilized.
Now, we're out of time, but let me ask you, last week, I believe, the Biafran Zionist movement claimed a responsibility for the attack at the Enugu State Government House. Are you familiar with that group, and what was the mission of that attack?
I am familiar with a lot of groups. That name rings a bell. Anybody that can do anything to disrupt the present orthodoxy of governance by a group of very corrupt cabals is welcome. In that regard, I welcome what they did at Enugu, and I hope that people can come out and join us when the time comes to overthrow the very corrupt, inept old men and women in charge of that very place, because Biafra must exist. It's our right to make sure it happens.
All right, Nnamdi Kanu, thank you so much for joining us, and we will bring you back again and see how things are going.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. Thank you.
Right.
So now the interview will implicate Rudolph with that. That's interesting. Well, hopefully we'll put a break, not an end to this today. When they sentence him, don't finish. Then we look forward to a new group of people that will take over from him. I don't really know why they do a full show on this. Yes, continue just. Once I know the outcome of anything, my motivation to follow in they always drop. So it's not that we are waiting for anything that will stimulate our curiosity. No, we're waiting. Pretty much, we already know the results that is going to come out of this. But let me hear from his brother.
The world, where is it in the world which was better than Nigeria? They couldn't establish that. Now, a few days ago, the prosecution came back and said, oh, you made a broadcast in Nigeria. Where is it made exactly? He must have to tell the court. But they are unable to provide all these informations because they don't have any. Also bear in mind that the witnesses they showcase in court, they are mercenaries. They are mercenaries. And that is why we have filed for perjury today at the magistrate court in which they're here. So for how long would this evil keep going?
Wait, if they sentence on today now, guy go see like
did Nnamdi Kanu kill anyone? The answer is no. So what is he doing in detention?
Higher court.
It's an act of evil. Attack against Nnamdi Kanu is attack against the Igbos and the innocent people of this country. Those who believe in fairness and equity should rise up now and not tomorrow. I think against it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You just heard from the brother of Nnamdi Kanu.
Of defending himself, like cross-examining the witnesses, he did. But when you now ask somebody to defend something that does not exist, he will tell you that there is nothing to defend there. I think that is the message Nnamdi Kanu is trying to pass. The point is that for the judiciary, they felt they have a right as a judge because the final say lies on the table of the judge. So you can say whatever you like. That's what is happening now. And that is what we've been witnessing in this country for some time now. Okay, the judges are abusing their rights. The judiciary is abusing the law itself. You can't make a law and go against your law. Now, you use one judgment for a particular person and use another. You are messing the judicial system. So that's what Nnamdi Kanu is protecting because it's like he is helpless. So the only thing he can, what he's saying, allow me move my final address. That it is his right. That's the outburst. Because when they say there's an outburst, what is the outburst? The outburst is that allow me, it is my fundamental human right. It is my fundamental human right that I move my final address. That is the outburst. And the judge is saying no. Now, what Nnamdi Kanu is trying to say is that the fact that you are a judge does not give you the right to go against the law that put you there. The judges, even though you are a judge and in any court you sit, you have the final say. But something gave you the power to have that final say. You cannot go against the law that gave you the power to sit in a court and pass judgment. So that's the outburst. That's what Nnamdi Kanu is challenging right now.
Is this a tribal issue? Because Kanu's brother is saying the Yorubas are against the Igbo.
Exactly. In fact, I made mention it in court. It's like the Yoruba nation and the Igbo nation are at war. with each other. If you look at what is happening, you look at a government that will engage
who's winning?
The original terrorists that have killed before, and they say that they are now repentant. I mean, terrorists that will come out in broad daylight and claim responsibility for deaths, and they say they have forgiven them. Now, to worsen the whole thing, they say they had rehabilitated them and poured them into the Nigerian military. And how can the insecurity stop? Now, Nnamdi Kanu, go and listen to all the broadcasts of Nnamdi Kanu from 2014 till now. Everything that you're...
If the Yorubas and Igbos are fighting, politically speaking, as she's claimed, then the third guy is winning because the country is standing on the third three legs. So all the third leg, all he or she need to do, which is the Hausa flag, all they need to do is to just wait and see. In fact, put more fire in that fight. Let them keep fighting. Fights to the point that one of them has to come out victorious, and he could just form alliance with that person who will be victorious, and they are in power. It's not that complicated, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I say it's just a waste of our time and it's a game. Because this Nnamdi Kanu detention is pretty much a consensus among the elites, and the elite consists of Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Muslim, Christian, whatever. So, and it's a consensus, and they have agreed that the guy is not a terrorist. That's the way they want the media to project it. But deep down is what? He is a national security threat. That means the guy, they fuck with their money. It's fucking with their money. This peace, this noise, we don't need down. Especially when the colonial masters are in a war. The American government is at war. Ideological war, religious war, and economic war, and what? Kinetic war. And all this require what? Money. So all the colonies have to sit up and put their shit together and focus on paying that tax. If not, so whichever will work, either they cause chaos so they'll get more hand, or capitalize on the chaos that's already in existence in case of Nigeria. So many things are going on. So as Dele Farotimi will say, do not die in their war. Just pay attention, roll your blunts, serve yourself a glass of wine, and just pay attention to the signals, not the noise. So if there is a war currently going on between the West and the Southeast, the North is the winner. And I guarantee you they are going to form an alliance with the Yorubas because they are in power. It only makes sense. Anybody with the common sense will do that.
Mindset is happening now. It's like they have a pre-information of what is going to happen, and they were just giving it out. Now, what is the charges, the terrorism charges that are carrying out against Nnamdi Kanu? Kanu told people, number one, during the NSAS, when the militaries were shooting at people at a toll gate, he said, defend yourself. He is not the first person that has said something like that. So the terrorism, he is a terrorist because he said, people, if the militaries...
Minister, Nigeria matter, not be waiting at the face with sober reflection. Ice, I don't know which of the eyes you talk. Are you talking about immigration ice? I've been at ice like Kankara. I've been which ice? There's another ice where the taco delivery to be on. They call it Electoral College. Have you heard about that? Electoral College. Now be their new platform now. So that's the new USAID platform. Are you talking about that ice? I've been at this ice where I owe. This is ice where I owe. Nah, hybrid. It's a combination of indica and sativa. So that you will see the shenanigan of the south and the shenanigan of the north. You join them together, you have a very clear picture of where we dey. This is a fight between Rome and Mecca. That's another way to look at it. It's a fight from between Rome and Mecca. You know, last, somebody will win. America don't want to share the war stage. You know, why the Kabag will share the nation states? It doesn't work like that.
Shooting at you, find a way and defend yourself and kill them too. That is the basis of the terrorism. Now, but people that have carried out terrorism, killed, okay, like the general that was killed, somebody have taken responsibility. IPOB have never taken responsibility for any crime. In fact, what they keep saying is that we are not responsible. Nigerian security, do your job. In fact, they went as far as, in order to blackmail IPOB, did you know that the federal government engaged a Muslim jihadist in the person of Asede Kibo to go and guide Southeast? Did you know that the federal they broke a jail in Imo State, carried all the criminals, handed them over to Asede Kibo? He recruited them and poured them in Imo State. Did you know that the Bubago outfit is the outfit that the federal government used to carry out jihad in Imo State? And now what they were doing is that when they caged the...
Wait, is it I need to visit Nigeria? If you if you go pay for my flight ticket, accommodation, and mobility, let's go. I never reach. Nnamdi Kanu reach my age when it starts. My age mate self somewhere, he starts before me. Showore no reach my age when it starts. Even the man in power now, the man in Asura, Tunubu, he no reach my age when it starts. So everywhere where you see I'm already behind. Buhari may so rest in peace. He no reach my age when in the streets. You know, so he's a 35 years old man who became the mayor of New York. In the streets too. So I'm not opposed to being in Nigeria at any time. I've already I don't cut my work ahead of me, so there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do in Nigeria, so I don't think I will be idle in the sense of it. And I go they do like this, what did I do so for street? Talk to people, or I go sit down for one village, they coach, they teach. You know, teach revolution. Maybe do not whether they share revolution now. They did behind their phone. Show with all the assurance we cover around. They share revolution now. I'll just go and teach it. I'll teach the young people's revolution. Now, maybe by the time they reach my age, they will put it to action.
Media in Imo State, because when I confronted the media, why don't you report what is happening? They said they are caged, that they will only wait until the police release their report. It is based on the police report that they will write their own report. They caged it. They will perpetrate this act. The next thing you will hear is IPOB. Now, who are these IPOB? You say IPOB. IPOB say it is not us. Why don't you take time and investigate? It never happened. Do you know that in the East today, if anybody killed, they don't carry out investigation? So all they did is to do that to set Nnamdi Kanu up to kill him. Let me tell you, Nnamdi Kanu is the only one man after Otuku that Igbos are rallying around, have seen as a leader. So they don't want that to happen. And, well, we don't know what they plan to do, but we are watching. We know what they want to do.
Your name, ma'am?
My name is Lolo Nneka Chimeze. I'm the president of Igbo Women Assembly.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. I should put it back.
So, Minister, don't threaten me. I'm a Nigerian. I'm not in Nigeria in diaspora. I'm in Nigeria as Nigeria it can get. The organic one. Don't threaten me with my country. Okay? The court should be back in section for the sentencing now, Abi. Let's see. So, don't threaten me. I cannot be intimidated with my country. All right? I cannot be intimidated with my own country. I get since everybody they found the umbrella, everybody don't pitch tent with either Christian, Muslim, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. You know, since everybody has they have gone that route, and then those who are saying that America should come and synthesize us politically and militarily, then we again. So I will just be that guy who will be the unifying factor. I will say, come, all these people wait here, so all these one where they come preach to you, vote for me, do this in the name of Abi Hausa, Abi Muslim, Abi Igbo, Abi Christian, Abi you know. I would just say, come, all these people, they are all policies, all politics, they are all politicians, right? Now you're understanding where my name on our politics come from. So my job is to tell the average Nigerian who still believe in that one Nigeria, say, come, all these identity warriors, yeah, they are all politicians, all our politics. Nobody is talking about your welfare. Not just your welfare. How can you be independent and be free economically, not just politically? Nobody is speaking to that. See? And with my political godfather, Bonde Paolo, as my star boy, how far do you think I can go, my minister? So don't intimidate me with my country. I am a content creator with a plan, with a physical plan. I'm a revolutionary at art. So be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask for, because you're going to get it. They never come. I don't think they don't start. Make I yab my people. Make I yab them small.
After
I see what they talk. May I tell yab them.
I try to prevent people from coming out to vote on that.
All this
it didn't work, but in the
diaspora Nigerians,
people were scared of coming out, and we were using all sorts of comments against the Igbos. They even went ahead to burn a particular.
You see, Minister,
I know the place very well.
My message is very clear. I don't say by the time you listen to people, they go the side. No. At this point,
his own section of
the gentleman agreement that they tacked on by Tom was a consensus.
But there were some people who has bought into.
So I am that consensus, Mr. Consensus. Maybe now within my message will be that
everywhere.
Mr. Consensus. Let the village people, the illiterate, non-English speakers, the Alemangeries on the street. We need to form a consensus.
The comments they make anytime people who are his opponents from the southeast or
Minister,
speak.
Are you
on one of his opponents?
Are you judging my
presidential election?
My options?
If Obi speaks,
they
say,
give me the Bible option.
But when others speak, nobody talks.
You know, is it I'll go as a Mr. Consensus?
The government has shown and even I don't even talk about appointment. Appointment is just by the side. You can appoint anybody
for the consensus of the
Let the person do the work. But we've seen how they've been doing the work. The country is not moving forward.
The consensus of the Almajiris.
He has clearly shown some bias.
Together with the those who know speak English, those who know pass WAEC,
and this
those victim of Boko Haram's and ETA, victim of IPOB, victim of also we need to form a consensus this against those spoiled, educated brats that are running around,
but like I said earlier,
saying that I am a Christian, I am a Muslim, I be Igbo, I be Hausa, I be Fulani, I be Yoruba. No. We need to come as a consensus. That's one route, one option.
That record of conviction on him and the stain on him.
Sorry, for some reason.
I will I'll take my message to the 135 dimensional poor people.
Yeah.
My message is to say that all these people then, all these Christian candidates, Muslim candidates, Igbo candidate, Hausa candidate, Fulani candidate, Yoruba candidate,
not understand
all na politics.
What those who are living
we
in
need to come to that understanding.
We are passing through.
And form our own
sometimes maybe you have
our own candidate constituency, which is based on
sometimes when you come and they lament or tell you what they are going through, you may think because they want to get some.
How far we think I can go with those messages?
That's some. I've been in Germany before.
Nigeria, we talk too much.
When you are abroad,
that's what I'm saying now. Blessed.
You think that the person wants to siphon or take money from you.
They talk too much. My blessed, I'm telling you now. This is I'm tired of talking. All right, let me give you two actionable plans that I have. All right, then you tell me which one you think is viable in the solution scheme of things, right? In the scheme of things. So one is to go, as Minister Ibu is threatening me that I should go and visit Nigeria. So I said, well, I'm going with the plan. And one of the plan is to go and tell my target will be 135 dimensional poor people that they excluded from the system, who live in the rural villages. These 135 dimensional poor people consist of the Alemajiris on the street, the uneducated Opaholos in the rural villages, the non-English speakers in the rural villages, and the average poor person. And just to go and tell them that all these people that always come to you every 4 years, vote for me, they have their own constituency that you don't belong to. One is coming and say, I'm an Igbo candidate, vote for me. I am a Hausa candidate, vote for me. I am a Fulani candidate, vote for me. I am a Yoruba candidate, vote for me. See, they are not thinking about you. Oh, I am a Christian, vote for me. Oh, I am a Muslim, vote for me. See, again, they are not speaking to your problem. So all in our politics. So we need to come together and form our own candidates, form our own way that can resonate to our one. That's one. Two is to go and say, Mr. Consensus. Because all these candidates are coming to you, they have formed their own consensus without you included. So I come to you as a Mr. Consensus. We need to form a consensus. Which one do you think is going to sell? Which one will fly? I'm not clear enough. These people are not back. Oh. They're not back.
Caught. And so that was the reason why he was not allowed back to speak on his behalf, because he is currently his own defense.
These people.
So,
number two.
Give me a moment.
I don't know. Fully, this is strategy. No go still and give your girl. I will sue you. Someone is doing what all it may take time, but talk down on people who are trying. Who are the people who are trying now? Blessed. Number two, we follow Abi, Mr. Consensus. let's go with the consensus. Let's form consensus against this Fulani candidate, Yoruba candidate, Igbo candidate, Christian candidate, Muslim candidate, and Mr. Revolution candidate. Let's form a consensus against them. Is that what you are saying? I think okay. I think I can work. We can refine that. Solely, stop trying. Aren't you tired of trying? Stop trying. Stop trying and start doing. Is that too much to ask? Uncle Foley? I think they are back. Are they back? Let's see.
Out the sentence.
No, they're not back. They're not. Let's see.
So what you can do is you can continue your conversation. I'm trying.
Oh shit! Yeah. Let me see if they are back in court. If they are back in court. Okay, I think they are waiting Justice Omotosho. Yes. All right, they are waiting. So let's wait. You are doing the first one already, which is what? Which is on our politics, letting those people know they're on our politics. Fully. I don't know. Blast I go to charge you, sir. I go to charge you because I don't to give you free game that you are supposed to be paying for. Okay, this is 2025. Okay, you have access to pretty much all the platform in terms of Nigerian political space on YouTube or wherever other there is platform. If you did do something like that, what are you supposed to do? Carry the video, come, play them, talk about it. Do you know what that means? That one will triple 10 times the result that you are asking for. That's what 2025 means, if I have to put it that way. No, they come, they harass people, say they do something. That doesn't mean anything. Anybody can tell you is doing something. I don't just understand. And every day I will tell you this thing. You are coming to, you don't ever see a Muslim person go inside Christian community, they preach, they make them convert to Muslim. Or you don't ever see Christian, they go where Imam they go make them convert to Muslim. No, you go to the unbelievers. They come here, they come and ask me, make I agree, or make I agree, or agree show whatever. Why? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. I am not the person you are looking for. People in diasporas are not the people you should be looking for. Go to where the people that will actually help you get your result are. If they tell me as we do what they do. Like, am I supposed to be jumping up? This is 2025, my guy. You show evidence if you have it. You have left my work for 3-4 months. Look, oh my God. Like, who do you think you are helping first? You are helping yourself. You are not doing anything special for anybody. I don't know why people they talk. I've left my job. I've left. Like, who do you think? Who? That's your prerogative. That's your interest. I'm not supposed to be jumping up. Tell me you have converted 2, 3, 4 people. I will know that you are doing something. Then I will celebrate you. Then you are doing your best. Then you are. No, they tell me say I've left my job. I left my. Am I supposed? Okay. You know how many years I never get job. So they do this. That's not even. That's why the same thing goes to those people that they talk about. Oh, show what live in family, living good life. Who gives a fuck? That is the sacrifice you make for what you want, what he wants. So like, I don't know how people they resist or can't. That's why they tell you and say this idolizing of individual to come and save you. It is what it get us where we are. There is nowhere in history where one person they save people. It does they save a nation. It doesn't happen. Don't let textbook history books deceive you. No. It take organization of people, millions go die. That's why the leaders of those movements, the people that they choose to lead the movement, himself go die. Either the people kill him or the opposition kill him. And he or she knows that because thousands are already dying for that same cause. So he is not special. Yeah, first you want to tell me, you know the sacrifice for this person. Who gives a fuck? Keep your sacrifice to yourself. Nobody care. Come and tell people, come and brag how many people you whip, how many souls you have won, to use religious words. How many people you have conscientized. Not the people who go school, who understand the system. Or no, people who don't have idea of what is going on. People, if you carry them and consider and maybe they listen to me and you, they will not understand things. People that if you put them in front of AIT, if you put them in front of Arise News, they will not understand jam. Those are the people you need to bring into the system and see if the change. Then you are a hero. How come they run? Say this like I don't know. I know they understand themselves. Not be everybody they think one way like una. So that's why it's easy for una just to harass you. You go come here and say, oh, they pay you. Oh, yes. So like, who the fuck do you think I am? If I did that position where they accuse me of, you go know me, I will not be exchanging war with you. And that's what you guys don't understand. So the idea that you leave your work for 3 months and like, am I supposed to be? I should be jumping up. What am I supposed to do? That's your goddamn sacrifice for what you want. You want your Nigerian to be better. That's fine. So the sacrifice you make for it should not warrant any goddamn praise. That's what you are supposed to do. People make sacrifice for you to have this opportunity to think like that. People, hundreds, millions of Nigerians die for us, me and you, to claim that we are Nigeria. All we have in Nigeria to fight for. Don't you? You don't notice it is a privilege to have something to fight for. So you say you are sacrificing your job. People wait they die, wait till they come talk. Again, they always look at issue from individual. That's our problem. It's the reason why people in power don't want you to think like that. They want to make hero as an individual. That's a capitalism mindset too. Somebody has to win. Somebody has to win. Somebody has to win. He has to be the best. He has to be the no. They know say na long road to nowhere. Dreams and fallacies. So my guy, if you are doing something out of the ordinary, come bring and brag and we go celebrate you. No, they tell me say you sacrifice. Am I supposed to be? If you want something, you know, go bring sacrifice for him before. Like, come on now. Fully. Now they always let me It's not about you or about me. It's not about individuals. It's never about Showori. It's never about one individual. Even though Bola Tinubu doesn't know me local, it is because there are multitudes of other people who are ready to take bullets for him before introducing him. So he's not speaking for himself per se. So this idea of I am doing something, he is doing something. Okay, what is it? They make noise from one platform to platform. Okay, there's nothing you say where people never heard before. Go to the lion's den and bring people into, bring more numbers. The question where you go to ask yourself, I never come and tell us if we get 93 million people eligible voters. APC go come and say they get 40 million voters. PDP go say they get 40 million voters. Everybody go declare millions, right? But on election day, now only 25 people, 200, as it called, 25 million people. Now be the total.
Lord, my name is Awumo Law, Senior Advocate of Nigeria.
To the sentence in fact.
Suraj Saida, SAN, Mutalubi Ojo Adebayo, SAN, SH background, Abbas A. Olaiwola, Akiyosoye Arosoyin, Ayodeji Afolabi. My Lord, we are preparing for the prosecution, my Lord. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let me say this. How many people are here as consultants to the convicts? Can you stand up before I call you? You have 4. Okay. Can I meet you? Give them the microphone. You are legal consultants to the convicts. They were lawyers to the convicts before he converted them to consultants.
Yes, my Lord.
What is your name?
My name is Dr. Maxwell Opara.
Yes, the next person.
Hello, Ijimako is my name, Lord.
Thank you.
P-A-N Ejiofor.
Yes.
Prince Mandela.
Thank you. I just want it to be a record that it has a representative in court that will go and tell him, please, you may sit down.
Sorry, my Lord. My Lord, I don't have his brief to represent him here.
It's okay, you may sit down.
Azeko, please.
My Lord, same. We don't have his brief.
Why are you here?
We are here as consultants, my Lord.
I'm coming. This morning, when we started, you acted as consultant. You went to him, tell him to inform the court. I have the video here. You moved from that place. You went to the convicts. You told him what to say, and I have to say this.
I have to take your direct instructions and directives.
But you are the consultant, are you not?
I am.
Thank you.
But we don't have his brief.
It's okay.
In the real sense of it.
So it's okay. I'm just telling you so that you go and send him tell him this sentence. And I must say this. It is becoming, getting to a level that I have to say this. We must act professionally. It is unheard that a defendant will, even in the open, slap his counsel to keep quiet while he's talking. The counsel must not talk. This counsel was disengaged, and some of them were converted to consultants, and they come to court to act as consultants, and they are lawyers. And Ejimako acted as consultant this morning, and telling the court now that he does not have his brief. I'm not calling you as a lawyer. You have been converted to consultant that you ought to be. You ought to be. Please, I'm just telling you, get the sentence to him. That is an order from this court.
Very well, my Lord.
You are already here. Your name is on the list as consultants. As consultants all along. While he disengaged you, most of you have been coming as consultants. And I have it on record. It's not that the defendant has no legal access. He has access to legal experts. Please, you may sit down. Thank you.
My Lord, we are just concerned that we are not being put in some kind of legal jeopardy.
You may sit down, please.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Sentence. I read the entire file from the time the matter started in 2015. No doubt, the convict has not acted well throughout this period. He has caused delay severally. He caused delay and started crying that he's held unlawfully without trial. And also, his unruly behavior from the beginning down today, even today, is noticed. However, this court will not consider that in sentencing, as our God himself is merciful. He has been convicted, and this court is only being merciful to him because we have to be merciful as enjoined by our Lord Christ, Jesus Christ.
They want to pray now.
The court is minded to sentence the convicts to death due to the atrocity he committed.
Yeah, this is a joke.
The convict has not shown any remorse whatever for his actions.
So where's the mercy?
He remained arrogant, cocky, and full of himself without realizing the magnitude of his crime and the effect of what he has done against his people or representative representing the constituency of the convicts. Although I'm not really persuaded, but I must temper justice with mercy.
By sentencing him to
The
death.
court is moved by
Let's say you see your people.
chapter 23, verse 23 of Matthew, in the book of Matthew.
You are quoting Bible.
To the fact that who unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you pay tithes of mint and anise and cumin, and has omitted the weightier matter of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith. This you ought to have done, particularly, and must notice the words in Matthew 23 and verse 23, the word mercy.
Merciful.
As Lord himself is merciful.
Like our Lord Jesus
No matter
Christ.
what we do,
But he sentenced to death.
It is on that note that the court will follow this above admonition of Jesus Christ in the above passage and show mercy to the convicts. In addition, the death penalty globally is now being frowned upon by the international community.
Okay, the mercy is coming.
Consequently, and in the interest of justice, I hereby sentence the convicts to life imprisonment.
I said it now.
For the said counts 1, 4,
oh my God,
5, and 6 instead of death sentence. Life is sacred to God. With respect to count 3, he is hereby sentenced to 20 years imprisonment without no option or fine. For count 7, he is sentenced to 5 years imprisonment without no option or fine. To extend the mercy, I hereby order that the sentence shall run concurrently. And due to the nature of the offenses that borders on terrorism and the attitude, violent nature of the defendants that I have taken judicial notice. The last adjourned date He was so unruly and expressed violence, even was about to beat the security officers there. This morning, he repeated same. That has been his trait, his attitude. So I have no hesitation in coming to the conclusion that convicts has the tendency of violence. The tendency of violence has not left him. Based on this, that he must be kept in facility that is suitable for his custody,
as a violent person.
As putting him in Kuje Correctional Center may not be appropriate.
Holy shit. These people, eh?
And also,
people are so gathered, comedians.
I take judicial notice and that for conclusion of the judgment and from the exhibits that I've analyzed in my judgments. Substantially, the convicts made use of computer device like phones in making broadcasts to incite and call for all these atrocities. It is based on that without hesitation, I agree with the counsel to the prosecution that the convicts must not be allowed near any digital device, and if he must be closely monitored by the Office of the National Security Advisor. And also, with the atrocities, the number of killings, and the effect of the acts of the convicts on the people of Southeast, I think it deserved protective custody. Due to this offense, I ordered that if the convicts be kept in protective custody in any custodial center in any part of the country. And also, the objects of crime in respect of Camp 7 that has to do with the transmitter. The transmitter is hereby forfeited to the federal government. Thank you. And regards other exhibits, if at the expiration of the 90 days is statutory time for appeal, if there is no appeal, an application may be brought for necessary consequential order.
Oh, so there's going to be an appeal.
Thank you.
So they never
Let me
campaign don't start.
Let me again, on behalf of the people of Nigeria, thank the judiciary
they will appeal it
for this development.
for another time.
It
They
is
will
now
just
clear
drag them from
that
appeal
law
to Supreme Court.
has its consequences, and anybody who breaks the law must be ready to face the consequences. And besides, law must be obeyed for the peace of the society. Law and judicial institutions must be respected to avoid anarchy and lawlessness. I want to thank you again on behalf of the people of Nigeria, the judiciary, for this judgment. I hope and pray that many others will still learn from this decision, and I pray also that the Lord will give you health, strength, and advancement in your career. My Lord, 9 months have been very challenging. I'm grateful to your Lordship.
Thank you.
Once
Once again, in the next 15 minutes, you can collect the certified true copy of the judgment. Thank you. All right.
Blessed, over to you, educated folks, to start analyzing and dramatizing and arguing and insulting and all that. At least this will take us, the rest of the year, Abi. These people are fucking funny. So over to the TV people, TV lawyers and judges and experts. Then from there to the content creators who begin speak grammar, analyzing the pardon, the mercy, the sentencing, the life, the every goddamn thing that we already know. So this will tear the, you see, blessed. If you see this way, 2027 election is already set and done. So first of all, the Christian and Muslim split genocide literally split the country into two first. Split the country into two. Then this sentencing, we had to that balkanization of the electoral process. The voters will split them. So you come now to see those who are pro-Biafras, and even within the Southeast itself, this way splits them beyond that way. I'm pretty sure the split this will bring into the Southeast way. We have an effect in 2027 election within that zone. Is either this again solidifies or this grip on that zone, politically speaking, or the APC guy, the pro-Nigerian guys,
yes, the court has reason,
the anti-Biafra guys will likely vote for APC. So we hand over to the educated constituency to start analyzing and grammar, who was right and who was wrong, and everything that we already know. Everything that we've talked about, spoke about for like 10 years. We're going to rehearse them again today, at least for the next couple of days. Then they go appeal. They'll go Supreme Court. This thing, I talk and where they arrest and say, the guy don't turn to political pawn.
Okay, it's coming down.
So let's see their grammar.
Please, can we take the...
So Nnamdi Kanu, they have mercy upon Nnamdi Kanu, mercy of Christ, instead of hanging him.
Let me come and join me.
Oh, you want to talk?
Don't worry.
Don't
worry.
Okay, you want to? Let him talk now. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this means again.
Why?
So I'll camera crew.
Adjust your camera.
Okay. Adjust your camera, everyone.
Come now. That's your prisoners.
Okay.
Abby?
Yes, so please would just like you to react to the judgment. Just
It's a day of joy. Now, gentlemen of the press,
why did this become holy?
we'll
the day of joy.
Trial. Yes, men. because the profession does not allow me to what happened in the inner west of the court. The profession does not allow me to tell people what happened in court. But today, we have come to a final end. Justice has been done. And therefore, Nigerians must, one way or the other, appreciate the judiciary. You remember just last Monday, the president was saying, at any time when Nigeria is in a big trouble or fix, judiciary has always come to the aid to salvage Nigeria. Again, the judiciary has salvaged Nigeria from the claws, from the oppression of the proscribed IPOB. The court has also pronounced death sentence on Eastern Security Network, which was the military wing of IPOB. The court has brought an end to injustice, oppression. Brothers and sisters of the eastern states of Nigeria, they will not be able to sleep with their two eyes closed. What is important is that every Nigerian must consider issue of security as his personal business. When you look away, compromise, or when you show fear, you are encouraging the miscreants, the vandals, the criminals, the terrorists to fester. This issue ought not to have festered for that long. Nigeria is our own country. We have no other country we can call our own. Secondly, it is our responsibility as Nigerians to help the government by way of information. You had during the trial information concerning how several heads of human skull were used to bury a scoundrel, somebody who is a criminal. So just because people were afraid, we all must be courageous enough to confront terrorism, criminality, and all sort of things. I know that, political insinuations or perspective will be put into this matter.
Oh, Mr. James,
Yeah.
is this the end or the beginning of the Nnamdi Kanu just story?
Well, it's not yet the end, but the end of the beginning.
The end of the end
It's
of the
Winston
beginning.
Churchill. Winston Churchill who made that statement during Second World War. So it's not the
Okay.
end, but the end of the beginning.
You think, so what do you think is going to, what's the next step?
Well, it's difficult to say. One thing that is political. I'm suspecting that when the election comes next year, is it next year or next 2 years? 2027.
Yes,
I want to
less
use
than
him
3 years.
to get the votes of the East. They might pardon him with the hope that they will get votes in exchange. That's a possibility.
Do you think they are not going to appeal?
Well, nothing will come out of the appeal.
Yeah, just to keep the media, give them something to keep, because this is what media wants, especially the big legacy media. This is what they want, you know. So I was looking for there's one book that I have called the End of the World is Just the Beginning. So when you said that word, I remember the book by Peter Zinn.
It's Winston Churchill who said it. It's not the end, but the end of the beginning.
Yes.
Like that, yeah. It was Winston Churchill. Anyway, you see, if you remember on the Symphony TV, I said there was no need for any election
Yeah. But
we don't need the election. Believe what I'm telling you, we don't need it.
Even I think even Showore, let's use the men at the front, agree with what you just said. But he's already calling for voter registration.
No, I think I told you some days ago, I told him that there cannot be a change without a revolution. All these are just waste of time. Then he said that if he will give us what we are asking for, if we vote him, it's the same thing as going for a revolution. Something like that. That's how he put it.
Yeah, but you cannot.
There's no way election can solve. You see, look, if these issues, not only Nnamdi Kanu's issue, security, everything, decay in the system, if it's not properly handled, this country is sliding into a civil war. This was exactly what happened in the 60s that plunged us into Nigeria Biafra war. Now, look at the situation. I think it's in Monyegun or so, was painting a picture which I saw clearly. That attempted military plot to overthrow the government. Assuming they succeeded in stopping the government, people will come out jubilating. Thank God they got that. But when they start announcing the names, head of state, minister of defense, minister of foreign, people say, oh, hold on a minute. What are we doing? That is enough to cause a whole wahala in the whole country, and we will slide into a civil war. You get the point? A lot of things are yet to happen. If not properly handled, this country is going back to war. This is how I see it.
Blessed.
Nobody is saying anything about the fate of the people in the middle belt. Nobody.
Yeah, that is.
People are just being slaughtered, butchered like animals. It's like an abattoir. Nobody is saying anything.
And it's happening as we speak. Blessed. Let's hear Nnamdi Kanu's side, then you put in chip in your opinion.
Okay.
Nobody is going to trample on Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. He's a man that was pursuing change. To pursue a separate nation of yours is not a crime. So in Nigeria today, if somebody says, don't be silly, you get convicted. Nnamdi Kanu may broadcast, and so what? And you convict him for terrorism, for mere words in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What kind of precedent is being laid? So from here, we are heading to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal is the only court in this country, or the next court in this country, that sits as a jury. We are going to approach the justices there to check out what happened in court today. And we are pretty sure the justices will agree with us that today was the symbol of the travesty of justice that everybody has been suspecting all along. If the Court of Appeal disagrees with us, we head to the Supreme Court. But by God Almighty, Nnamdi Kanu is not going to stand convicted. He's going to get overturned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, I want you people to get something right. I want people to get something right. First of all, I want to talk to the Igbos that nobody should take laws into your hand. I'm assuring you, this judgment is predicated on anger. Thank God that the judgment was extreme life and everybody watched it. You will see the anger in delivering the judgment, and it's not predicated on law. Now, I also want to let you know that this charge, that the investigation that gave rise to this charge was not investigated, because Nnamdi Kanu's statement, purported statement, was rejected by this court, and they did not tender any document as investigation report. That is to say, the investigation was not. The offense was not investigated. Having said that, Also, something that happened in court today. Nnamdi Kanu filed a matter in court of appeal. And he's asking my lord, that particular matter I filed in court of appeal anchored on this particular issue. Please, can you just suspend this judgment? Let court of appeal direct what to do. My lord refused. Now, on the issue of anger, you journalists will bear with Nnamdi Kanu that government, Nigerian government and the judiciary are not fair to Nnamdi Kanu. What do I mean? Nnamdi Kanu was given judgment by court of appeal.
Blessed.
We no go agree. Oh, we no go agree. Oh, we no go agree.
You see, the man made a point. If there's a judgment pending, or there's a case pending in the court of appeal, a lower court cannot pass a judgment while that matter has not been addressed.
Come on. I don't know law like that. Blessed.
Anyway. Same with me. I don't know law. I just know common sense in every situation that is placed before you. So what's the common sense? That is all that I know. But the thing is that I think most people already knew beforehand what the judgment was going to be. I don't have anything to say, and I just feel like people shouldn't waste their time coming on platforms to debate unnecessary judgment that was being passed, in as much as it's like there's a stake in it on how the country move forward with such a judgment, or with such a caliber of people who are in these hems of affairs, who are the ones putting the laws and dishing out the laws. So for me, the only concern I had was the person who sat down on that seat passing that judgment. That is just my only concern. And my concern is, what school did he go to? What law school did he graduate from?
Nigerian Law School. He graduated from Olabisi Onabanjo University in Ondo State.
Are you serious? Is that where he is schooled?
Yeah. Let me bring it up.
Yeah, Blessed. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you for the observation.
Wow.
Thank you for the observation.
Wow.
This issue which you are talking about.
Yeah, Mr. James, his command of English was very disheartening. It is very worrisome. The way he was reading, oh man, even me that I didn't even go to, I know when I stopped, I can't even read like that. So those are the things that should be very concerning to us as Nigerians, that the people who sit, like when you listen to his judgment today and you look at our politicians, then you know that Nigerians, we are doomed. Like, we are completely gone. There's nothing for us. I rather Okpebolo, people like Okpebolo just stay, like, I rather deal with those people that I know that, okay, yes, I'm dealing with illiterate. What do I expect? Okay, this is, yeah, I understand that. And people who would come here, and when they are giving out their qualification, let's say they are calling them out, they'll be like honorable, this, CSA, MSN, PDP, PhD, masters. And when the person now speak, you'll not be like, what the fuck? Like, what am I listening to? So I think for every Nigerians, today should be a day of reflection. We have to sit down and think, who are these people who are in our judiciary system, who are in our executive system, who are in the lower chamber, higher chamber? Like, we need to scrutinize these people. What are their qualifications? I'd rather have someone like Monday Okpebolos in all these places than have these people in these places. If foreigners are listening to this judgment, they'll be like, what is this man saying? They can't even understand what he's saying. You don't even know where the comma starts and where the period ends. You don't even know it at all. And I heard when Mr. James was saying that he didn't even use Latin words. I was happy that he didn't use Latin words. But my own concern was that he would have just spoken Yoruba from beginning to end. Then I'll know that, okay, yes, it's Yoruba that he's speaking.
You get better interpretation, Abi.
Yeah, I would appreciate him that he spoke Yoruba than that English that he spoke.
The funny thing is this, you have illiterates, ILLITRATES, illiterate, someone who never went to school. Then you have a badly literate fellow, that is ill-literate. There's a difference between illiterate and illiterate. You get what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this guy is not an illiterate, but he's an illiterate. Because for a judge to speak, read a judgment that, he is supposed to be the author of the judgment.
Exactly. Yes.
You compose the judgment, why is it that you are unable to read it? If he did not compose the judgment, then who composed it for him? He is the one who tried the case. It is the judge or magistrate who tried the case that is supposed to compose the judgment. So this is the problem we are facing. All over the country, we have wishy-washy men manning very, very sensitive positions nationwide, in the military, in the medical. Let me even tell you a story that happened to my junior brother. This boy, it's a man, when he died, he fell sick. So they took him to a hospital, they diagnosed him of anemia. My people started buying medicine for anemia. I sent money down to treat him for anemia for a long time. It got to a point, the situation was getting terribly bad. So a medical officer saw him somewhere and asked, oh, wait a minute, what is wrong with this man? Then they told him, well, he's suffering from anemia. The man said, no. Probably he has anemia, but there's something other than anemia. Please follow it up. So they went to another hospital where he was diagnosed of cancer. He had no anemia at all. And eventually he died of cancer. You get the point of view I'm making?
Yeah. Yes.
So that is the country we come from. Tell me any sector of the country that is, that is performing well. Is it the hospitals, the schools, judiciary, executive, markets? Even family level, the whole country has crumbled. So this judge, we should not be surprised because he was drawn from the Nigerian society. A rotten society cannot produce clean people to man sensitive positions. Just like saying that the Nigerian policemen are corrupt. Why should they not be corrupt? Because they were drawn from a corrupt society. You can't recruit men from corrupt societies to come and be sent because they are no longer, it's not possible. And a corrupt society cannot reform itself. This is a tragedy Nigeria is facing today. This man needs to be investigated.
Mr. James, you said something now that a corrupt society cannot
reform itself.
So where that leave us now? Because it's obvious the corruption is
in limbo. You see that statement I made. I'm not the originator of the statement. I think it was Machiavelli or one George Sabine who wrote a book on Machiavelli. He made the statement that a corrupt society cannot reform itself.
Now, yes, blessed.
Yeah.
You cannot argue that the statement is not a reflection of where Nigeria is in terms of how everybody. Yes, I think 4 out of every 5 Nigerian you ask, they will believe that yes, Nigeria is corrupt. Now, in with that statement, where are we? If we cannot reform ourselves based on our own.
That was what Nnamdi Kanu was trying to do, and they tagged him a terrorist. So it basically means that everybody should keep quiet and follow the status quo. That is what they're just trying to tell everybody. Like, even if you try to talk about revolution now, with Showore in mind, if Showore doesn't join them, he should forget about it. There's no revolution coming. We just have to follow the status quo as it is right now, because Nnamdi Kanu was trying to purging the system in the sense that he was trying to bring awareness to how this country was created. And the reason, and let's not forget that, funny enough, I didn't really know much about Nnamdi Kanu. I got to know him, I think that was in 2021, when the COVID issue happened, when everybody was at home. And that was when there was this app that just came out and everybody used to be on the app. And that was how I got to know about Nnamdi Kanu. I never knew him. So getting to know him, I found him as someone who was interesting, someone who was bold to speak up against the system. And that was how I just kind of like gravitated towards him and started listening to him. And I will still hold him in very high esteem, no matter what anybody say or whatever Nigerian judgment passes against him. For me, people need to stand up and speak. Except you want everybody to be a zombie, then so be it. But if we want to purge the system, like what Mr. James said, that a system that is corrupt cannot, how did he put it again?
Cannot reform itself.
A system that is corrupt cannot reform itself. Is the fact. We have to cleanse the system. I don't know how it's going to happen, but that system has to be cleansed for it to be reformed. Even when they talk about Obi, that even if Obi gets there, there is a limit to what he can do. He cannot just completely clean the system. And if he's leaving, will he be a dictator and put somebody that thinks like him?
I know how to clean this. I know how to clean the system.
Oh, yeah, you can't even clean the system.
No,
forget about it.
We just go and organize the forgotten ones, and they will come and chase these people out.
How will they chase them out?
They will run them out of town. Or they go after. Are they not killing us? Are they not killing people? So are they immune to death? They will run.
It's the same thing everybody's saying now. Is it not still the same thing everybody's? Is that not what Nnamdi Kanu was saying?
Nnamdi Kanu was actually doing it, right? Because he focused on the forgotten constituencies, the young people and the village people, and he was patronizing them, and they get rid of him. So that is the blueprint that anybody that actually want to clean the system, that's the blueprint he or she has to follow. You have to go and bring the forgotten people just to
but with this judgment passed now, with this judgment passed on him now, there's nobody that can come out and do what Nnamdi Kanu did.
I think that's their goal. That's the goal. That's the message they are trying to send.
No, you see, there's another way I'm looking at it. When Nelson Mandela was condemned and sent to Robben Island, that was the catalyst or the last straw that broke the camel's back, technically. While he was in prison for 27 years, those who left in town continued. Eventually, he was released and he returned from a prisoner to become a president. I don't know what tomorrow will be, but from what we have seen so far, I'm not hopeful at all that Nigeria will become a better place tomorrow.
Mr. James, I have a question for you. Nelson Mandela, we speak very highly of him and would always speak highly of him and respect his views and his policies and his ideology that he held for South Africans. But sincerely, let's ask ourselves that question. When he came out of prison, the path that he took, was that the right path for him to take? Wouldn't it have been good that he followed the path of Winnie, who was holding it down?
The issue is this. Thank you very much for asking the question, because a number of people have asked me. I lived in South Africa, I think, for about 10 years. After apartheid, I was in South Africa for 10 years. You see, during the liberation struggle in South Africa, the people of South Africa, the blacks in South Africa, they were not ready for leadership. All they were fighting was freedom. And all they were fighting for was freedom. They want freedom. They never went to, majority of them never went to school, with the few who went into exile. And the South African society, technologically, is very, very sophisticated. Their airline, their transportation system, gas supply, water supply, electricity, the road, everything is of world-class standard, in fact, above world-class standard. So if at independence, they ask all the whites to leave the country, the country would have collapsed completely because there are no administrators, no journalists. There are very few, very scanty, very, very few people to run the system. And the work would have been overwhelming. So it was a strategy they used that South Africa belonged to all. How do they put it? The land belonged to those. The land belonged to those who work it. That if you are a white man, you are working the land in South Africa. You are a South African. You belong to South Africa. That was the system they used. That is why, they have a nuclear power station at Sasolburg. Maybe there was no South African who is a nuclear scientist. You get what I mean? Their military is super. If you see their industries, it's very, very frightening. Look at the buildings in Johannesburg. It's beyond compared to what we have here in Nigeria. So Nelson Mandela had no option for the system to collapse, because if the system had collapsed completely, people will still blame them that this is what you brought upon us. While the white man was here, it was not like this. But so I think it's left to me, it's not a bad decision. I might be wrong, but it's not a bad decision.
Mr. James, I kind of disagree a little bit in what you said. So first of all, there is no way we would say that the whole of Black South Africans were not educated. They would have people who are educated, especially those who were pushing the struggles. You won't tell me that those people who were pushing the struggles and in the forefront of the struggles were all uneducated people. No, they weren't. You had educated people there. Secondly, were they given the opportunity to go to school when they were in apartheid era?
Yes, let me answer that question. Let's take it one by one, because I will forget if the questions are too many. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you. I'm muted. Mm-hmm.
Let's take it one by one, because the questions, when there are too many, I might forget. Now, in South Africa during apartheid, they had the Ministry of Education and the Department of Bantu Affairs. The Ministry of Education was catering for the white education only. If you're not a white man, that ministry is not for you. There's of Home Affairs, something like Bantu means black people. Bantu Affairs. These are the people taking care of education. The kind of education they gave the blacks is not the same as that of the white children. So a black person, you study languages and the arts and religion than scientific subjects, and the standard is very low. Now, recently in Nigeria, the Minister of Education decided that English language should be the medium of instruction in all the schools. Technically, I support him for one reason, because of what happened in South Africa. While the white men were in South Africa, they had some illegal republics they call homeland. That's Botswana, Transkei, Seskai, Venda, and one other I can't remember. Now, if you have a black person belonging to any of these sections of the country, they teach you in your native language. If you are a Zulu, they teach you in Zulu. If you are a Venda, they teach you in Venda. If you are in Ndebele, they teach you in Ndebele. The reason is because complex scientific expressions cannot be, you cannot translate them easily into African languages. Maybe you did mathematics while you were at school. If, for example, your teacher is teaching calculus, there's no way you can teach calculus in Yoruba or Urobo or Shekiri, and you understand it the way somebody learning it in English language will understand it. So that was the kind of education black South Africans were, receiving. They tell you, I hold a master's degree, I have a bachelor's degree. But what
Dr.
is the
James,
quality of
I said, Dr. James, Mr. James, Chinese teach in their Mandarin language. They teach mathematics in their Chinese teach in their language.
Yes, they teach in their language. You know the reason why? If you look at the history of China, it started from the Ding dynasty centuries ago. They were writing. They had their own scripts. The Indians have their own script. The Iranians have their own script. The Arabs have their own script. The Turkish people, they have their own script. But we Africans, unfortunately, we had no script. So most of the things we knew in the past, we've already lost all these things completely. If, for example, now I ask you to say in any African language, the square root of a number multiplied by the square root of that same number is equal to that number. For you to translate this simple English,
it's very simple, Mr. James. The square root of a number is equal to, so you start with, I don't know if what ethnicity you belong to. So what's the meaning of root in your ethnicity? You write it down. What is the meaning of square in your ethnicity?
Thank you. We have no words for these things yet.
In what era we don't have words of this thing, of these words?
No, what I mean is this. Look, excuse me, like in a Edo language, I'm not a Benin man, but I'm a little bit proficient in the language. They will say a square root of a number what multiply by a square root again. It's difficult to translate.
It's something that we can learn. It's something that we can learn. We can learn it. Like we can the way we learn English, we can learn all these things. And it makes it easier for our children.
Sister.
Okay.
Sister.
I'm listening, Mr. James. I can hear you.
Sister, the only two. The line.
No, we can hear you, Mr. James. We can hear you.
Okay. Now, the only two sets of people who have mastered what you are suggesting, the Jews and the Africans in South Africa. The Jews in Israel and the Africans in South Africa, they concocted the language. You know, when the Jews returned from exile in 1948, they resettled them in Palestine. They were able to refabricate their language, which they are using today. The reason why they were able to do it is that they have surplus intelligent men and women in all disciplines. The Africans in South Africa, they are from the Netherlands. When they go to South Africa, they concocted something like their Pidgin English. That's Pidgin Dutch, which they call Afrikaans. They have highly qualified men and women in all disciplines. Now, let's say Edo language, for example. If you say you want to translate English language into Edo language, it's a terribly difficult job. It's just like, there are some words you don't have equivalents in other languages. For example, the Edo people, like in their kitchen, in Edo kitchen, there's what they call ukodolo, awebu, ipokma. There's no way you can translate these words into English language because the English, they don't have these words in their vocabulary. And there's some pronunciation too, like
Mr. James, if I might come in.
Yes.
The goal is not to translate or to replicate English. That's not the goal. I understand it is very difficult now, but you are not saying it's impossible. So if we start it now, by the time we get to 5th generation, they will perfect it.
Exactly.
Because the English that me and you are
Sorry, I'm sorry for it.
The English that me and you are speaking now, our grandparents could not speak it. If you remember.
No, look at it this way. Why should we wait for 5th generation? Look at Brazil in South Africa, South America, Brazil. Okay. Yes. They use Portuguese language. Now they are producing fighter planes.
But that is their
submarine.
Mr. James, you are also that point. This point you just make, you are making the point that Blessed is making, right? So it is not impossible. Yeah, it's no way we can start something now. You get the English that me and you are speaking. If we go back down to 3-4 generation, they could not speak it, right? But we are speaking it fluently, and we are taking ownership of it. So I mean, the Nigeria will keep existing to 1,000 years. So we have to think beyond ourselves, right? We have to start something.
The world has left us behind.
Where are they going?
Exactly. The word you just said it that the beginning of the world is the end of the world is the beginning. So the world would continue to move on. Whether the world has left us, we can still always meet up. It might not be our generation. It might not be our children or our grandchildren's generation, but a generation would come that would meet up. And again, if Ajayi Crowther could translate the English Bible to the Yoruba language, way back in 16th, 17th century when he did that, that means there's a template for us to be able to have translated whatever they learned from English, be it mathematics, be it physics, chemistry, would have been able to translate those things to our language.
I think revolution means you have to able to envision what you want your great grandchildren to look like. And
exactly.
Start working on it. So revolution is not for you to actually see change in your own lifetime. It's not going to happen. But you imagine the future. In the next 30 years, how do I want Nigerian to be? Then you work towards that. The Ghanaians they started this officially. They have to be teaching their own local language. So in the next 10, 20, 30 years, me and you will still be here going back and forth. But they would have been perfected it and run away with it.
Excuse me, Mr. V.
Yes.
We are not going back and forward. The issue is that we have bad government.
We are talking about how to change it, part of the process.
No, excuse me. We had the steel complex in Alaja, the steel complex in Ajakuta, steel rolling mill in Osogbo, Jos, and and one other place. Now, all these are, we have refineries, we have petrochemical industries. We got all these things with English language. Why can't we build on it the way the Brazilians are building on theirs in Portuguese language? We could build on it because of corruption, misgovernance, and what have you.
I think
so
nobody
will
disagree with you.
If we translate everything into our native languages, that is no guarantee that we will run a good government. We are running a bad government now because of our character, not because of language.
Mr. James, nobody is disagreeing with you. We are talking about holistic change, and it's not going to happen one day. Yet, it starts, you said the leadership are the problem. Nobody will disagree with you. We have to change that leadership. But now, the question now remains that if we have good leadership, then what? So it is the next thing that we are proposing, that if we actually want to be autonomous of ourselves, we should be. My goal is for the whole country to speak my language. And I believe Nigerian goal is for the whole world to speak Nigerian language. What is that Nigerian language? And we need to also understand that the world has existed enough for civilization to rise and fall.
Yep.
So we have risen. We were there before. We are falling now. We are at the bottom. That doesn't mean we are not going to rise again. The Roman, the Jews, the episode. It is not what we are going through. It's not about us, as I keep saying. It's not about us. We that are living, we all believe that we want to see change now. But again, another point you make, Mr. James, is that we have failed. We have all these things before, so we have failed. So we are now examining our failure, right? Because we are scared of owning our failure, and if we don't own our failure, our children cannot move from where we are now.
Exactly.
Right? Because we are still debating who is wrong, who is right, who is wrong. No, we have failed collectively. All of us have failed. Until we admit that, we are not setting a platform, a new foundation for the next generation.
I think we are admitting it directly or indirectly. Look at the trial of Nnamdi Kanu. The panel, I might be mistaken, from what I heard, majority of them are Yorubas. Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, that would not be, that would not be a surprise to you.
I don't know why I'm calling you Dr. James. I feel like, because I've listened to you a lot, and I see you as someone who has so much wisdom in history. Yeah, you do, and I really appreciate you, for real. I sometimes I might put some comments that you say, but I always put it, like, maybe when I disagree with you, but I always put it respectfully, because I believe that you deserve your flowers. You are well learned, well versed, and I don't know why. Maybe you're a doctor. Probably you're supposed to be a doctor, so you need to go and find that.
Everything that is happening now, blessed, he has seen it. Like,
yeah,
so
exactly. He has seen it. Mr. James, you see what you said about those lawyers and the judge. I think that's a discussion for another day. Because I don't know why the Yoruba people would put themselves in such a situation. Because the reason why you brought up this issue and the reason why I'm thinking about it is because of posterity. The future generation, when they look into this case, what will be their thinking in this case? And you are very right. I think almost all of them were all Yorubas. I think it's just one person, one Hausa name I heard in when the person was calling out the names. And it's really a sad thing that I understand that they are standing for the country and they are trying to be patriotic to the country. But I felt like it's something that they would have gone through whatever brief that they were going through about this case from 2015 when it started, and see that if they want to put themselves in such a situation, or maybe they had something that they were going to give them at the back that we don't know about. But I think you raised a valid point, and I think we shouldn't go there because it's going to bring lots of. And I think division is already there.
I think we shouldn't be surprised that the judges, the legal system is the way it is, because it's a paid legal system. Everyone that is there today are there because they were bought by those guys who are in government right now. And that's the anger you are seeing from other institutions, the military guy, because you cannot get justice again in the court that it is now. Only them. And I think a lot of people are fighting that already. So it's part of but the money is the issue. We are now a society that glorify money. Most of these judges, if we investigate down now, we see that maybe his kids are either in America or London schooling. Who's paying their school fees? So we know where again. That's why I keep saying we know the issue. Like, I don't know how to put it, right? But the courage to, I don't know if it's a courage, right? Because I'm going this way now, Mr. James, talking about and Blessed, talking about change, as in if there's any hope at all, of change. And Mr. James rightly put it: a corrupt society cannot reform itself. But this is Showore. So I was criticizing Foley on the comment section earlier on that he's not. He's just preaching. He's coming here to preach to the gospel. He has to show me evidence of what they're actually doing. That is an opportunity to actually expose what they are doing, and people will, rather than just coming and going back and forth, where you have real evidence to actually shut people up. So he sent me this. This is a Shewore organizing a marathon in his, I think his hometown. This is Ikogosi Ekiti Marathon Race, Shell 25. So these are the pictures.
Anyway, sister.
Let me show you. I'll play you a bit. I'll play a small clip, Mr.
I will send you 2 books through OVA on South Africa. If you have time, you can just be glancing through to know what they have gone through.
All right, Mr. James. So this is also part of the video. So now I think he's trying to tell me that they are doing something, preaching to a class of people that they are not just. It's not just talk. They're actually doing a grassroots organizing. That's the point he was trying to make with this video.
In whatever thing we're doing, let's give ourselves more representative administration, and let's try to be peaceful, because Omolua please, let's have.
Now, so this is Showore doing well, as we would say, maybe grassroots mobilization. Fully, if I come on, if I come up and come and give us more detail on this because I don't want to propagate any part of it. This is Foley said that is why you need to know what AAC believe. In fact, you think toward our ideas. That's how Fulani, our Southern against. So this is a Showore doing a physical organizing, not just making a noise on the internet. I think that's the point Foley is trying to make. So, Mr. James first, you still, is this not, is this, you still believe in that statement that there's no way to reform ourselves with action like this?
Yeah, because you see, the society as a people, when we are reasoning together as a people, there's no way we can reform ourselves. But when you are dealing with each other on individual basis, there's room for reform. But as a society, because you know the character of a society is made up of the individual characters combined. There's difference between psychology and sociology. Psychology deals with individual behavior. Sociology deals with societal behavior. So it is the collection of the individual that make up the society. So if we are coming together to draft a constitution, to work out political agreement among ourselves, is exercising futility because we're acting as a people. But individuals need to come out and distinguish themselves, detach themselves from the society. Like Tunde Diagbon, for example, we never knew such a man was in the barracks. He was able to detach himself from society. Obafemi Awolowo, the way he operated, he detached himself from society. So if we are working together as a group, like a constitution drafting committee, should we do a, what's it called, a federal system or unitary system, or what? It's all exercise in futility. Nothing will come out of it.
You are speaking to what you already believe. You just said that individuals should come out and stand and prove themselves and all that. I think that is what he's doing by refusing to work with this quote-unquote established structure or system or political party already. He came out disguising himself as a broadcaster and decided to take his own part by forming a political party and going at it solo. Is that not our? Yeah, is it different from what you are saying?
You know, I'm not, although he's a politician, but I'm not against him because he has not done anything that is despicable that will make me to hate him. I have no hatred for him, frankly speaking. But the task ahead of him is monumental. He might not see the promised land, but he can prepare the way for people to enter the promised land from the way he's going. Because up till now, despite all the push and pull between him and government, nobody has been able to come out to say, Sowore stole 1 naira 20 years ago, or during his primary school days, this is what he did. They've not been able to find any stain on him, which is a plus to, I mean, it's a credit to him. But
so I mean, you use Idiagbo as an example during the military time, compared to civilian era that we are in now. Is he not in the position of that Idiagbo? That don't you believe he find himself in Asurok tomorrow, he can carry out that revolution that he's preaching about? That you
know, he might not succeed. He might. I'm not very sure. He might not succeed because when Idiagbo was in the State House in Lagos, he had corrupt men surrounding him. People, you know the people I'm referring to. They were all surrounding him. He seemed to be a voice in the wilderness. He was tricked to go to Saudi Arabia on what's called Umrah Hajj, when the government was stopped. You see, for one man to champion, just like this man, what's his name? Nnamdi Kanu of People Relations Party. That man was very strict. He knew what he was doing, but the people working with him, very few had the same ideology. That's why I could not succeed. Whereas a man like Obafemi Awolowo, I do not know how he did it. He was able to get people of like mind, like Bisi Onabanjo, Michael Ajashi, Ebenezer Babatokpe, Lateef Jakonde, Ambrose Ali, you know, those kind of people. If you look at it very well, in his party, there was no breakaway fashion till the government was toppled, and they were all working together with the same ideology, the same programs, and they were more united. So I wish Sowore will be able to, he's following the same path, but the Nigeria of today and Nigeria of Awolowo's time, they're not exactly the same. For him to get people of the same time, now take Obi, for example. When the obedient movement was separatist, what's it called, apogee. People thought that they would take the country to El Dorado. When they lost the election, before the true character of the people started, emerging. If he had won the election, these people would have given him formidable problems to the extent that they might even impeach him if he's not careful. So this is how I see it. For now, there's no clear way to get out of this Nigerian problem. But maybe if we are lucky, luck. we get, I don't know how to put it because the problems are so formidable.
Blessed.
Yeah.
Are you with Mr. James that?
Sorry, let me tell you something for Blessed. I will send you 2 books through Mr. Ovie on these apartheid issues in South Africa. I know you must be a very busy woman. Just find time, glance through some pages when you have some time to spare. When you finish reading the 2 books, you will know what they went through and why Nelson Mandela what he did.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much, Mr. James. I appreciate it.
We'll send it to you.
I know you have a Blessed contact, so either put your email or
yeah, I'll put my email
on the private chat. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. For me, I don't. This is a public. This is a public platform, and I'm very, very, very mindful with my words. See, we've seen Nnamdi Kanu's. We've seen where Nnamdi Kanu's words have put him into. So
we never reached that. We never reached that level.
Yeah, so I'm very, very, very mindful because when people talk about revolution, like the way I think revolution, like I think it's you that always talk about French Revolution, the American Revolution. That's how my mindset sees revolution. So I'm just going to hold my peace here, and I wish Nigeria all the best, and I hope that they are able to get it right.
Hold on. Are you Cameroonian or a British person that you are wishing Nigerians well? Aren't you part of the Nigerians? Why are you wishing us well?
Right now, I don't know if I'm part of Nigeria. Right now, I don't know if I'm part of. I don't know if I'm sincerely. I don't know if I'm part of Nigeria because, like, even when I saw that, the lawyer for Nigeria, when he was speaking outside, I felt irritated.
He speaks for all of us.
No, he doesn't speak for me. No. He doesn't speak for me. I disagree.
Blessed.
Yeah.
If you just talk about when the future generation want to write about today, talk about today, they are not going to talk me and you. There will only these people that you're talking about, that their name will be mentioned on our behalf. Just like Mr. James is talking about the Awolowo era, right? Those are the people of that time. So this Nnamdi Kanu process, this is us. This is our story. This is our history.
That is why I am so mad at the Igbo people, like the ordinary Igbo people. I am. Ovie, please don't just push me to say what I don't want to just say. Let me just be listening to. Let me listen to.
I don't even know you. I don't even know you.
We are going to a stage where AI now can bring out somebody's voice, manipulate it, and be able to find a face towards it. So please don't put me in trouble.
Opportunity for you to say, well, it's fake. It's AI. It's not you. Come on now. Once the higher of the power notice you, that means you are existing. That means you are doing something.
I don't want to exist in the higher power's eyes. Like I love my peaceful life that I'm living. I love my quiet life where I don't interfere with anybody's business, and nobody should interfere with my business. I don't want the higher powers to know me. And I don't care. I only just want to listen to what they have, the bullshit that they have to say, and that just settles it. But those
are my representatives. You are relinquishing your power to Nnamdi Kanu lawyers and the Nigerian lawyers. That's what you are doing. Those are our speakers. Those are our heroes of So what I'm trying to say is that your energy, the energy you put out there is necessary to either motivate, inspire, either what you want to see or what you are working towards. You understand? So don't exclude yourself, so that the transformation can happen in maybe we will define our problem and set out an agenda for the next people to come. So your energy is very important. So you don't have to be neutral. You understand? I mean, I'm not saying you should pick a side or a human, but you have to speak to a particular narrative, school of thought, or something that you want to see. Right?
No, all human beings in this, I don't think there's anybody that is neutral when it comes to politics. You would always pick a side. I think it's more of like individuals that people are neutral about. But when it comes to politics, actually, for example, Nigerian politics, I am not neutral. I have a side. But the thing is that my side and my ideology may be tagged like what they just tagged Nnamdi Kanu. So I rather just hold myself and just be more of the listening participant of the whole thing and just listen.
See? That's why majority of us are just the 135 million dimensional poor people. Quiet and just listen. We content to that too, That's why I say your energy, the energy you put out is important. See, that's why you are existing, as you said it. Once you are already here, you are picking a side. So why can't you just die knowing that you're dying following that you believe, as 50 Cent will say, die rich or die trying.
I'm not Jesus Christ. I'm not Jesus Christ.
It's not about Jesus Christ.
I need to know what am I dying for? Who am I dying for? Who are the people I'm dying for? Because Nnamdi Kanu that came out and spoke about Nigerian situation and tried to enlighten people about how Nigeria started and where it's heading to. We can see how many people that are still standing up for him and how many people that are criticizing him. And in as much as he talked about these killings, he talked about this so-called Janjaweed coming in and destroying and all. And when he was talking about it, the killings were not as pronounced as it is now. And look at where it is now. Everybody now is crying. Everybody is busy shouting Christian genocide. But this was someone who was talking about it way back in 2012, 2013. He was already telling people about what's going on, how these people come into the system and manipulate the system. But nobody listened to him. So for me, I have to think about it. Who are the people that I want to die for?
No, but
if I'm dying for my meat,
no, bless
go
him.
ahead.
I'm even making a larger point that either way we are going to die, and we don't know how. It's not in our control, right? So, and I agree with you. Nnamdi Kanu started when nobody was listening, right? But that is the starting point. So what I'm doing right now, listen, I'm not pushing back. I'm trying to recruit you to join my school of thought, right? Let's form a think tank. That's the point I'm doing here. I'm not saying the point you are making is not valid, but I'm just saying let's look at the bigger picture. Forget the characters we are seeing. These are our representatives, right? We should not just stay dormant, right? Believing that, okay, at the end of the day, we cannot do anything. No. But that's why I say the energy that you put forward is going to be that energy. Maybe that the next person needs to continue from where like people like Nnamdi Kanu started.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So see, government is watching. Government is watching. This minister is a minister. He's an awaiting minister. That's why he said, I am a ministerial candidate. Ministerial material. That's what that name means. See, you see what he said? He's laughing at you that government, we will not go government power. When you said that you don't want anybody to identify you or other. So he said, okay, una go learn the power of government. Now we be government, minister. We are the government, and that's what I'm trying to awaken blessing to. We will take over this government. So and Foley say Moguna join APC. Are you open to that? Mr. James, you might just at AAC in the AAC Gambia chapter.
You know, if I tell you something, you will not believe.
Okay.
Since I was born, I've never cast my vote.
Oh, okay. I'm not surprised.
Not even
I'm not
once.
surprised.
I've never
That's interesting. Wait, I don't ever vote. I don't think so too. I never even did Nigeria once when they vote. I'm not eligible to vote in America, so I never vote.
So what? So who are the people electing these politicians?
Nigeria is over 200 million people. What are you talking about? They just need 10% of that population, or 25% of the population to cast their vote, and that's it. And I think that's exactly what happened, right? This last election now, 25 million people now, the total voters. I think it's under 25 million. So, and that's what I keep saying, right? People, they come to TV and talk about voter party. The voter party is not spirit. It's not spirit. As these men spend resources to get votes, they equally spend the same resources, even more resources, to make sure people are discouraged or don't vote. You understand? Because that's the only way they can win or manipulate it easy with less risks. So that's why I keep saying, if the people like Shewore and if anybody really want to bring change, you have to go outside the system, bring number, make it more difficult. But I think my message is I'm preaching to the wrong people. So yeah, blessing. Now so that people they vote, people vote. Whether we like it or not.
Okay.
So they are going to what? They are going to appeal. So that means the distraction continues because it's as if everybody knows the outcome even before it starts. Mr. James, now, Mr. James, from your history, you always go back to Nigerian history. Is there any legal process that involve an individual like in that the way is going how many years like this in Nnamdi Kanu? Anything like this in the past?
I don't think so.
Let me see. I cannot think of any. The only push and pull I knew when I was a little boy in Benue State, there was one man they called Joseph Taka.
Oh, okay.
Another man, Godwin Dabo. There was serious push and pull that generated problems nationwide, but it did not involve court case. It was a case of corruption. So they will say, if you taka me, I will double you. If you double me, I will taka you. Both of them.
Yeah. Why do we always have to make fun of every situation in Nigeria? Like, why? For what reason? Sometimes I don't understand. Jeez.
Yeah. Let's look at it this way. Like South Africa, why do they drink a lot? They drink a lot in order to suppress their sorrows. Because South Africans are among the greatest drinkers in Africa.
They're my greatest.
Yes, among the greatest. So in Nigeria, we make fun of every situation as a means of relieving ourselves of boredom or sorrows. I mean, we just try to laugh over everything. You know, there's a saying, I think, among the Yorubas, when something is so serious, terribly serious, instead of you to cry, you just laugh over it. I think the Yorubas have a saying like that. So anyway, that's how I can explain it. Actually, you are correct.
I think that's why we are so deep in our problem, because when it's time for us to be serious, I'm just going to bring the West just because it's not as if I'm trying to make them look like a perfect example or anything. But it's just like in the West, like when it's time for them to be serious, they are always serious about it. You hardly see them make fun about situations that has to do with life, because politics is life or death. But
They
in our
don't,
own
yes.
case,
They don't
You are
even use
correct.
their entertainers to even come.
You are
yeah.
correct. The Westerners, I mean the Yorubas, they are a little bit different from us because even if a
No,
Yoruba
I'm
man
not
is in
talking about
town,
the Yorubas, Mr. James. I'm talking about the West, the white people. Yoruba,
Western
all of
world,
us are the same thing. We are all the same thing. There's no difference.
okay, Western world.
No,
I said
no,
it is.
but I think I'll disagree with you on that. I think the northern folks, political elite are different. You know they're entertainers. You don't know they're entertainers. They don't use them for political business. You will never see one outside movie star, songwriter, all this bullshit coming to make case for the Arewa people on national television. That will not happen. But for us, you will see them jazzy, them whiskey, they be flirting with them with political question, and them too, they will be thinking that they know more. Them VDM, those are the political speakers now. So I think the North, the political leaders in the North, they don't actually use their entertainment for serious business like politics. I mean, they will use them when it comes to campaign, to just dance and all that, but to actually be speaking to policy, Nigeria issue, I don't think I don't know, maybe in the past, Mr. James, you can prove me wrong. Them Alibo Kafu, them all these, you don't see them.
Yeah, although they don't, the closest person I know of who is even a musician in the North is Bongo Sikwe from Benue State.
Okay, Benue, okay.
He's the only one I know who is a musician among them. I mean, Western musician. Maybe they have their traditional musician.
I mean, even in the South, we are our own. The more nuisance you are as an entertainer, the more you are likely to win an election. So, I mean, okay, talking about the West and us, right? Blessed. Who they take to United Nations to speak to your Christian genocide? Nicki Minaj.
So let's now ask, who is the president of the country?
Which country?
Of the person that asked Nikki to go there and go to.
What a time, celebrity too.
Yeah, so it is what it is. I'm over anybody that thinks that Nikki. I'm not
saying this. I'm just using that as an example that they put out there not because she actually understand the issue, but because she has the followership.
Exactly.
Speaking to the distraction that we talked about yesterday.
Exactly. I was about to go there, but I didn't want to defame her character because I don't know what's in her mind.
No.
Yeah.
I think it just speaks to what we are talking about. The kind people they understand our psyche in a way, and they use that.
Okay, please, Mr. V.
Yes.
I want to relocate to my second office, about 40 kilometers away.
Oh, okay.
If I get there, if you are still on, I will sign on.
Yes, I think I will be here.
Okay, sister, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. James. Nice to
I will send
talk
the
to you.
books to you. Just look for a way to get in touch with him. He will forward it to you.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much indeed. I'm very grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
So it's just no. The Nicki Minaj thing was it was a good publicity stunt. Talking about the influence, those that believe in social media, they have influence, right? Nicki Minaj show spoke to that.
Okay, the guy has been looking for someone in the hip hop world that would just endorse him and just speak good of him. He has been looking for that. So when Nicki just said that thing, he was like, "Oh my God, God has buttered my bread."
We don't have to spend too much money. That's a good observation.
We don't have to spend exactly. We don't have to spend too much money because I heard the last time that when he was still campaigning, I think he was looking for 50 Cent to do that for him.
Oh
yeah. 50 Cent was like, no shit, like you can't come and spoil my business for me. I rather just stay neutral in the whole shit. So he has been looking for it, and he finally got it. And I'm happy for all of them. Me, I'm always happy for all of them. Oh. Every one of them.
Oh, of
Democrats,
course.
Republicans, APC, PDP,
Yeah, I have to
Labour,
say anyway, so
everybody. I'm happy for everybody. But the only thing is that I hope we are able to do the right thing. So even what you were talking about, that if we've had anything like this, we haven't had anything like this in Nigeria for a long time, ever since the existence of Nigeria. I wanted to think about Awolowo, but I know his case like this. I know they charged him for treason, but I don't know if it wasn't this lengthy like this. No.
yeah, I don't know. I don't think it was lengthy. Maybe because of a series of change of government, I think there was a coup or
Yeah,
I can't remember the
exactly.
time frame. So,
Yeah.
and I think the future of Nnamdi Kanu might. Let me see. Let me recognize somebody just coming to the studio. Animal Farm. If you can hear me, you are muted. I don't know. Falling, are you? Hello?
Nami, guy. Nami, na for you.
uh, So, okay, I wanted to ask, Blessed, what do you think the future of Nnamdi Kanu is as regards to this government? Are they going to pardon him? Last, will Tinubu do that? And if he will, at what point? Before 2027 or before he ends his second term? Or there is nothing like that in his future? That's my question.
So like I wrote in the chat earlier on, I was like, pardon is coming. I was thinking about that, but later on again, I now thought about the insults that he gave Tinubu. Later again, I was not like, oh, the North. How would the North see the pardon if it comes? So it's a very tricky thing where Nnamdi Kanu is right now. And also, just to give a disclaimer, I am AI. This is not a real person speaking.
I don't know this. Come, I don't know why you are this scared, though.
This is not a
Don't
real
worry.
person speaking. This is
I'll
AI
cover you.
speaking.
I'll cover you. I'll cover you. Don't
Okay,
worry.
I would have just preferred that they gave him death sentence.
Well, they have mercy on him through Jesus Christ.
Which stupid mercy? I would have just preferred that they gave him death sentence.
Those people
So
are
once they give him
funny.
that death sentence, then what Nigeria is looking for, they will not get it. That was just what I was just thinking about. Like, just give him that death sentence. If you feel like you're killing a man, you forget that there's an ideology behind this man. And that ideology has existed for almost 50 something years. And it will continue to exist as long as this marginalization continue in this country. So for me, I'd have just preferred that they just give him death sentence and just do what they need to do in the open. Everybody sees it. And let's now see if that peace or that justice that lawyer talked about outside of the court, if that justice was actually served or not. So, but I know that it's a very tricky situation.
That might come in a different way. I mean, Abiola was taken out in prison, so
Oh yeah. Oh, that's true.
another way of
It
death
can come in
sentence.
another way. Exactly. This is AI speaking.
Trump was
Okay.
close to getting his head blown out in camera. So there's so many ways to do that. Foley. So what is the situation of things? Now you in Nigeria, we just they form say we get juju. What did they happen? How do you?
All right. I think I think at this junction, Nigeria is going on this country, but I don't know. I think we are few that have that feelings about the country, and that's why it's so painful when you see yourself trying to say something about the problem that is affecting the whole country, and others are actually bringing it down as if the matter does not concern them. And let me start from what Nnamdi Kanu is facing today. Is general Africa problem, because the name Nigerian is not actually given to Nigeria by Nigerians. It's still this pre-colonial mindset name that actually brought this thing out. And if someone is coming out today to speak against it, I think there are power that is trying to force the system on the person to make the person look bad. And another thing again, I'm not sure. I'm not a prophet of doom, but if Nigeria continue this path, I'm not sure we will have Nigeria in the next 10 years. I'm beginning to scared. I've never had any thought of moving away from this country, but now I'm having a kind of rethink about it. Because the way things are going now, the insecurity is getting close more than what we expected. The last attack on the church in Kwara, I can bet with you, it's not far from. It's just 3 hours journey to my state capital.
Talking about that, you know, there's another attack today from that same place, but this time around are farmers. That 4 farmers.
There are attacks. There are attacks every day. In fact, in Kogi yesterday, Yoruba speaking area in Kogi yesterday, they were being attacked during the day, as in one of the biggest local government in Kwara in Kogi here, very close to Ekiti. So what is happening now is beyond whether Nnamdi Kanu is being sentenced. Nnamdi Kanu only have one soul, and if they kill him for speaking the truth, the history will be there for him for the rest of his life. But I know the history will remember him, and they will talk good about him, because whatever that guy said that they want to kill him for today is what is happening now. That means is well informed about the incident that is going to happen to Nigeria in the nearest future. But I pray, maybe before the time is too late, if Nigeria can actually get up and speak with one voice and put an end to all this nonsense. Because the problem we have here is the leadership. You know, listen to that lawyer today, all these Yoruba lawyers that they are talking. I'm a Yoruba man, but I believe it's not Yorubas that want Nnamdi Kanu to be sentenced. And many Yorubas are in support of Nnamdi Kanu, because whatever that guy is talking about is what is affecting everybody. And that is why when Sowore came out in 2017, I started following his kind.
Don't go off. Okay. Blessed.
Yeah.
Oh, you said you're talking about you said there might be pardon, Abi.
The problem is affecting all the Nigerians, not a tribe, not a religion.
Fully. Okay.
The kind of person. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm not supporting Sowore, but the only thing I'm doing here is Sowore is the only person that is speaking my mind wherever he speaks. Okay? And that's why I'm seeing him as kind of, yes. I'm seeing him as kind of person that can follow. Because it will not be easy for me to be following someone who is not speaking my mind. Okay? I attach myself to that ideology. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I believe so much in Africa. In fact, I didn't give my children any name. I did it intentional because I know the effect of those things in my so many things happen in this space. Many people died with their brains because they can't speak English. They are genius who cannot speak another person's language, but because they can't speak the language, their ideas or whatever they have in their brain died with them because of where they are being born, because the environment they are being born, and they don't have the opportunity to be able to learn and have to have what others that have the privilege have. So people look at them as if they have nothing to contribute, and those guys are the guys that can actually make a lot of things happen. So as I know the effect of languages, what that thing has cost us as a country, as a nation. So even me that I'm talking to you here, it's not like I'm a graduate, but my kind of graduate, I know how I pass through it. I know what I do before I can be. Okay. So I don't want this kind of things to continue during my own children time. And that's why I came into any idea that can actually give us that freedom. We don't see, we actually hope that things will be better, but we are not seeing it coming to reality during our own time. But can we start the process now? Can we continue? Can we start building? And if God really want to assist, maybe a day will come that the whole country will key into what we believe, and the system will actually get it right. So wherever I feel so like this guy don't even know what we are doing here, we are putting all our times. You know how if you are still giving your time to still attend to Nigeria matter without anybody sponsoring you, without getting money from anybody, that means you have the heart to do good. But the number of people that want to build Nigerians are few. Unfortunately, we are many, but people don't know how to connect the energy. Connectivity of that movement is what we don't have yet. But does that mean we will not start it? No, we have to start something. You said?
Yeah, I said I agree. That's where resources coming. That's where money coming.
Yes. So, but before the resources can come in, people have to show that they are working towards something. Because that will now be people who doesn't have the money, who have the money, who doesn't have the time, we contribute their money in the nearest future. But people who have the time have to start it first and make it look like we are serious and we want to do something about it. And maybe we don't know the one you say that we actually escalate the whole thing, and the thing will definitely happen one day. But if Nigerians is living in the hands of these people, in the next 100 years, we will not go to anywhere. These people don't have any mind to build a nation. They are only here to make money. In fact, if I want to join political party that will give me money, I will be in APC or PDP. The present governor in my state used to be my village brother that can actually walk to any time. But I choose the party I choose because I don't believe in what they believe. I am doing whatever I'm doing today because that is my own conviction. That is where I think I can do something that can be justified, that my mind will be justified, not what others want to say about me. It's what my mind tells me to do. So we are doing it. We are doing our best. If I tell you that I've left Abuja for almost 3 to 4 months now, I stays in Ekiti. I've been trying to walk around, talk to people, mobilizing, talking, everything. We are doing it. But at times, Ove, if you enter this street that we're all talking about and you talk and you see these people reaction, tomorrow you don't even feel like talking again because these people are not even aware of. But we still keep the energy going. We are doing it.
The whole point is to make them aware. Now, because
we are doing it.
Aware, that's why you go meet them. So it's not going to be easy. That's why it takes time. That's the whole point. It takes time to organize.
That's why we are not. If anybody tell us that our party is not doing anything, which local government are we taking over? We know that's not about. It's not about party. It's about we're only using AAC as another way of maybe if peradventure Nigeria now want to get it right. They are now looking for a political party that have the ideology of what they want to do. They can now use AAC to get it done. But the major focus of AAC,
there's nothing wrong with a political party now.
Yes, the major focus of AAC is to first of all educate Nigerians to see what they need to do about the governance. That
and people that govern now.
Yes, to collect. Yeah, that's exactly what we are doing here. We have Take It Back movement. We have Revolutionary Now movement. We have AAC. We are working in 3 arms. Okay, and everywhere that we need a movement
or add my own journal, my own in diaspora hustlers.
It's everybody just have to put the hands together. Okay, that was a particular professor that registered in my party in Ekiti last week. He said, I've never registered in any political party, but AAC showed me the reason why I need to register as a party. And he registered and immediately paid his what's it called? the party deal immediately. He said he has never joined any party, but when he see people that actually share the same ideology with him, he wants to. These are the things that we think we need to be doing, so that the good people of Nigerians who are tired of all these people but don't know where to start and how to get it done can be able to connect and be able to build something serious against this system. This system is going to kill us if we don't try to kill it. There's no doubt about it. The children the Northerners abandoned 20 years ago, they were the ones giving us issue today. They were the ones that want to kill the country today. And they actually believe that these people know what they are doing by denying those children good education. Because they know immediately those guys have education, they won't be able to use them they are jihadists. They want to use them for. They are using them for today. I didn't those guys has just primary and secondary school education. Maybe that would have exposed them more to what life is all about. But they deny those children, they give them buckets to go and be collecting money. They call them almanjiri for a purpose. And that purpose is what they are using them for today. If care is not taken, those guys will override Nigeria military. Because they have the number to recruit every day available for them. And they have people that are sponsoring how to get weapons. So the number can actually put an end to Nigeria in the nearest future if we don't act fast and work around it. That's when I actually came in, that's why I attacked you, that sentence in Nnamdi, what joy does that actually give to us? We're supposed to be crying because I'm bittered. I was very, very bitter about it. It's not something like I should be laughing at. It's not something I see as if it just happened. I know this is a well-planned stage. Those guys who cannot even conquer terrorists, they're using what's it called inside our bush here. They went as far as Kenya to go and adopt somebody, but they cannot kill people who are affecting them here. You know, that should tell you something, that these people, we have all the apparatus. If you really want to work with this country to get this country work, we have all what it takes to get it done. But there are people who want this country to destroy so that they can be able to achieve whatever they want to achieve with us. So I'm looking at Nigeria in two dimensions. Some people want to Fulanization, Islamization, and total war on this country. It's either they survive in Fulanization of the country, or Islamization of the country, or all of us go to the war so that will not happen. And none of these things is favorable to Nigerians, except we act fast. Because the time is going. 50 people are the one looking for our military checkpoint now to attack, not our military looking for them anymore. That should tell us something. By the time they disarm all us, who is pepper seller in the market that want to shank them? That is all. So it's I think this is the time for us to actually act fast. Whatever we need to do, we have to do it at a time like this, and we need to rearrange and reorganize ourselves towards a better Nigeria. Thank you, Ove.
Now, I don't allow you to sell my movement now for free. Tomorrow you go say I know they do anything. I know they do anything. You go say I know they do anything.
No, the reason why I always talk to you, if someone like you who are well exposed cannot actually get our message, how do you want me to talk to Almanjiris on the streets? If you are still attacking what? You get me?
Are you sold?
No, he spoke well. That's why it's always, I think it's better for you to speak than to type, because when you type, you lose the words and you lose your thought process, and people would not understand what you're saying. But when you come out and speak, people tend to understand you more better. And I think I like the way he spoke. He actually got me when he said that he gave his kids his ethnic language. I think that really got me, and I was really like, yeah, that this is something that we should also propagate or teach Nigerians to be proud of their ethnic language. But for the Pan-Africanism of a thing, it's a good idea. It's brilliant, but at this stage of where we are in Africa, I don't think that we are at that stage right now to think of Pan-Africanism. I think we're still trying to fight our ethnic identity first, or trying to appreciate everybody's ethnic identity before we can now even think of fighting for the Pan-Africanism itself. Then for Showore, I like Showore. I think Showore is kind of like a breath of fresh air. For me, I don't see Showore as a revolutionary, but I see him as a breath of fresh air from the regular politicians. I think he would do well as a politician, but he's kind of different from every other politician. So that's how I see Showore. I have nothing against him. I like his theatric display. I think it kind of like puts them on their edge. I don't know how far it puts them on their edge, but I think he moves towards that. That was how I see him. But am I sold? I don't know. Nigeria is a very cumbersome place that you have to think very well before you say anything. So, but Foley spoke well, and I appreciate him, especially when he talked about his kids having his ethnic name. I think that was just my take home from everything. Then also I could understand when he said how he graduated from school. I'm a sister, so I understand when he said.
He said, "No, I'm not woke."
I understand it when he said about graduating from school and how he graduated from school. And I think it now takes us back to the earlier conversation, Ovi, when we're telling Mr. James that we can still teach our people in our language and they will still pass and they will still understand how it is. And I think it's the best route to go. It's either, if we cannot go back and start changing everything to Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Ibibio, Efik, Benin, or everything, we already have broken language, which we call Pidgin English, that everybody understands. We can break education to Pidgin English so that people would understand very well. People would know very well how things are being manufactured, how things are being made, how things are being done. They will assimilate it, because English is hard. Let's forget it. English is very difficult. By the time you speak English to one person, the person will now start looking for the meaning of what you are. They don't understand. And that is where the confusion comes in. E.g., the so-called judge that was reading his judgment, that could not read his judgment fluently, that we could not even know where he was putting comma and where he was putting period. It was just as if it was a 16-wheeler trailer. He was just moving on the highway, 635. Woo, that's how he was just going. What kind of a human being is? Man, we have a long way to go. It's just crazy.
Sorry, and that is why it's easy for the government to be able to lay hand on them and use them, because those lawyers who actually pass through school, who know what they are doing with their life, cannot be used the way they are using these idiots.
Yeah, I agree. That was what I was asking Ovie yesterday, that can't we have lawyers who have revolutionary mindsets that can look into the constitution, be able to create something from that constitution that we can use to fight against this system that is oppressing everybody? Because even this America that all of us look up to and all of us run into, have you seen when they dig into their constitution and fight the constitution. You hear their Supreme Court when they are judging over a case. You see them, all of them will sit down and they will be going at it one at a time. They'll be throwing, I don't know the language, the legal language, what they do in court.
Blessing.
But they'll be, yeah.
You are talking about revolutionary, constitutionally lawyers.
Mm.
Let me give you one.
Oh my God! See the person you are bringing.
No, like that's folly. During in younger days, not even younger days, maybe 15 years ago, 10 years ago, this guy was a fire. What happened? And now you are looking for a revolutionary constitutional lawyer that will go into the system, and now they put him in the system now.
And that is why, and that is why it's good for the revolutionary people to come together to be the one that will put themselves in the position, so that wherever they want to take their decision, people's mandate will actually support whatever they want to do with power. So you coming through them or try to align with them to get there cannot yield anything. It has to come through a revolutionary movement that will produce a revolutionary leader, so that we can be able to bring the revolutionary and radical lawyers to do the job for us, not the sellouts.
These ones are not advanced trained, or these are Paco of the Paco Roros. These are these are guys who came from the streets and fight.
And the young guy, 55 years old.
Coming from the street, or coming from the street does not make you a revolutionary. You can come from the street and be an idiot. I have friends that we grow together in the street, and most of them are idiots today. I have a friend that is a lawyer. I have a friend that doing the chairman, National Assembly. But today, most of them are, when they talk, these people don't have the mindset of where they come from. They have lost. They've allowed the hunger to take over their thinking, their reasonings. So they're only working for what they are going to gain, not what society would be benefiting from.
This is the only constitutional lawyer, revolutionary, that leave it to the core.
Yes, Baba.
He knows to join them.
It is. These are the people that actually give Showore the platform to be able to be an activist, because they stand for him wherever he has any case. They stand for him. They make sure whatever they're fighting for, we're here to support you. Pro bono.
The guy leave it. He didn't agree join them, even when. Then what about this one? What about this one?
Falana.
Falana. What about Falana?
Falana is not purely. It's just.
I think Falana is more. He's a coded.
A coded one, man.
Yeah,
he know how to play his game. He know how to play his game around the. That was 2002. 2002 years. He wanted to.
And he lost.
The problem that most of them have is after the military failed, when they are about to give out the democracy, most of them don't try to participate in democracy. They all went back to their work.
Yeah, they thought that
they did not. They thought they are not going to hand over. So most of them, including the Showore himself, all of them just abandoned the democracy, and they allowed the criminals, the people that are fighting against, to be the one that will take over the system from them. After those guys are already consolidate the system, so it's not that easy for anybody to come in again, to come and dislodge them, because they're already in charge of everything. They control money. They have INEC in their pocket. They control the judiciary. They control the police and the soldiers. Even the talk on the street, they control. So these are the problems that we have. But the reason why we are running with them is because we want Nigerians to, let's just go to election with them. Let's participate in the election. Let's expose their excesses. That these people, no matter how you to elect the, what's it called, a leader, they will never allow you except you push them back through revolution. And that's why I used to tell the obedience the last election that nobody is saying Obi is not good. But what I told my friend then is Obi cannot do the job that we need to do at that particular period because I know they are going to rig the election. After rigging the election, Obi cannot mobilize us to the streets. And that is streets. That street is the only solution to the Nigerian problem. And Obi has the number.
What do you think is going to happen in 2027?
We'll try our best again. 2027 is still loading, but I pray with 2027 actually happened. Because with the way things are going in this country, with the killing and everything, many local governments will not be available to do election. If paraventure, the election is going to hold. When terrorists is attacking during the day, attacking church, taking people from the whole town, and nobody knows their whereabouts in a town, and you think we have security? I don't know. I don't understand. I have to call a friend yesterday to help me to look for any nearby school in Cotonou. Let me just send my children there so that I'll be at rest. I'm telling you, I've never think of anything like this before. There was a time that what's it called? One man is actually encouraging me to leave Nigeria, and I said, if all of us run away from this country, who will build the country? But now I think I'm getting towards that direction. If I notice that the Nigeria is not redeemable, it's better everybody leave and less people that want to destroy the country continue destroying it. It's painful. Very painful. Immediately they notice that terrorists is attacking people on the road. Everybody's resort to be flying around. Now, you cannot even in your house now, you are not safe. I think is that period that the insecurity is coming up gradually before it got to this level. All of us talk about it. We don't believe. No, let's assume all of us didn't believe that because we have money to fly, we will have money to fly, and we don't talk about the incident on the road. What's it called? The insecurity on the road. Maybe by now we'll have solved the issue of insecurity. But because all of us believe we have money to fly, all of us resort to be flying around, abandon the road. But today, in your house now, you are not safe. The problem is getting more deeper every day. And the people that were electing, immediately you elect them, they are working towards another election. Not even the governance you give to them to come and govern. Not even the system you ask them to come and work on. Immediately you elect them, they will be talking about the next election. Not even what they need to do to stabilize the economy. How to make Nigeria feel fine. No, none of them is concerned about it. It's how to steal money, how to arrange themselves for the next election. We've lost it completely. And I believe revolution can do little out of our problem if we can have the mind to actually rise up. It's very painful, it's painful.
All right, we'll just keep building. That's the only way now. That's the only way. Nigeria now I think the generations with the power, they just believe that they don't arrive, that the country don't arrive. They have forgotten that It's called a developing nation for a reason. Then even us we run, we jackpot, we say we are the second group of the problem. We don't agree understand say now we are generation of we are supposed to be generation of builder developing the country, but we run with this we are supposed to be flex. So now the true group of people be this. Those that ran away and those are in charge. We are living the same lifestyle. You understand? Now because we no see car, we no see light, we no see good road, that make us run. And those with the power, just use the money they buy good cars, build new house, tie their own road to their office. So you see saying the you see where the problem there be. Then if you bring the another class journal, the educated one, we will go school. We understand the system work. Our dream, our goal now to be one of these people, to be in power and flex like them, or to travel out of the country.
Yes, exactly.
So
exactly.
then the majority of the poor, they can't live there with hope. They tell us even that they hope they will go heaven. So they have three dreams: dream to be in power, dream to travel out, or dream to go heaven. So how do you think the country is going to get better? Just like Blessed say we Pan-Africa, it might not be the way now. We need to discover ourselves. We need to know who we are.
You know, if Nigeria actually get it right today, the whole Africa will get it right immediately.
We are almost we don't know reach one quarter of the population in terms of even numbers. So you go of course, because we plenty. Once Nigeria is progressing, it will spread now. Because instead of you to be thinking of taking your kids to Cotonou, those who do Cotonou will bring their children come. They will school, maybe get.
I'm only using that for a short period. What's it called? Short term. Just for a short plan. Before I arrange them finally.
I know
because I don't know what will happen here in the next 2-3 months. Nobody know what will happen here.
Yeah, nothing will happen.
I pray.
These people, nothing will happen. Maybe it is I thought I will see more people at the court premises, like people.
There's no way you see more people. If you know the number of security that is available in that area, nobody will come. Nigerians are afraid of. They are afraid of death.
That's why I say nothing will happen within the next 3 months.
Those guys that have bullets, that have guns in their hands, can make anything happen. Those guys that are attacking church, that are attacking everywhere, schools.
Those guys,
you think they are here to play?
No be those where they power, they guide their logistics. I don't know why when I say those people they act on their own. That na non-state actor backed by government people in power. For their own reason or for whatever reason. I don't know what they do, but those guys are not just ordinary Nigerians where they're hungry. No, those are coordinated attack backed by sophisticated logistics. That's why they will come, do anything that they do for hours. They will move, they will go safely. No police will attack them. Nothing. It is because
but you don't see it as like something like that look like a jihadist.
That's what now people in power now they sponsor the jihadists now. The jihadists now hungry people. So what I'm trying to say, people they provide those guns for them, not be poor people. Even if they are not in a government office, they have power. People why they will come your village, come they shoot, police no fit come from anywhere. Now after they don't go finish, go come. Now because government tell them somebody so they give them information, this thing where they happen for Nigeria, you know, they happen by hungry Nigerians. They are just using hungry Nigerians. As you talked about before. So who are those people using hungry Nigerians? Are powerful people now. Don't be me and you. How many AK-47 you will buy? So, and the problem, so that's why I thought say nothing go happen. The only in the next 3 months, right? I mean, again, I'm not ruling it out. The only way things go happen, now we don't see signs. So when the military guys know they take order again for politicians, that's a big problem. Oh. Because if the people now, revolution now, come rise against the politician, you know what will happen? The military guy will just stay away. It never finish.
That's all. That's all.
Because there's a relationship between the military guy and the godfather politics, the relationship is sweet. You understand? Now make the poor people not do anything. When SI is right, what happen?
And one thing that me I observe is this: it's just because the military guys have not seen the number that they can support.
Oh, they are still enjoying the orgas where they just listen that Yerima situation. Now, person they listen to now. You understand? What people, we will not get money, right? No matter how we verse rich, not little thing we feel do. But if people will get money, come back us, come give us, guide us, organize us. You understand? Carry some people go put for street for Ado Ekiti. Carry some people go put for, you understand? All those things now where the people will the middle class. Now what they're supposed to use their money to be that? Which for so the military generals is like they don't get quota with the politician. If you know, these military generals they get all this their land because then they power that.
The problem with our middle class is most of them, where they are getting their money from self is from this corrupt system.
Yes. You understand?
So they can't. They are not ready to fight the system that is giving them that money.
Now military guy, now the military institution, now only them we need to get them on our side. In order to do that, you have to cause problem within them, and there is already a problem. They don't fight for property already, right? They don't fight. So, and you know why the weekend I don't get them out now because they don't power for the past 25 years. You understand? So going forward, that relationship go they crack. As they crack, one of them go align with the people. That's if the people are ready. Which is where the revolution, they go back and forth. You understand? So I see that division already within the political godfathers and the military chiefs, the old military guard. They don't get confusion because when NSS start, not be military. Imagine saying when NSS start, military no shoot anybody. They go the politician they go run come out for town now where they want stay. When
they don't already run now. Like, it's just because we don't push further. I think we push after that killing at Lekki.
Now don't military see, and for the international community have to back the military up when they see they come out and say no shooting all those things. So that's to tell you say higher power support it. So, but there is a crack.
There is a video that I would still like to look for and I send to you. No, when it comes to a stage that military on the street were actually begging the protesters.
No, not normal now, but not
when they were begging.
Now normal, you understand? Because they will just keep killing, right? But at the end of the day, nothing happen now. Nobody is prosecuted for that. They even deny officially.
Well, do you know anytime we have the number that we need in this country, that will be the last day for them.
Yes, but
we don't need more. We don't even need 10 million people. We don't need 10 million people to make this thing happen.
The military, you have to be on the people's side. It's very important, guy.
They are suffering it now. How much are they paying them?
Now the organs now, them, the poor military guys for street and us not the same. But but then they follow rules. So now their organs, once their organs are losing grip of power, that's what it means. Don't they? You understand? Buhari don't go na Tinubu then they there. even though in their class, but he no be military guy. The next person will come, he no go be military. So they don't na small so, and they go either stand and do something or everything will blow up. So that's only where they see, because if you see the judges now, all these are judges now the politicians, they put them there and then they pay for everything. So the judges are
it's them. Those judges that can actually delete, they will not give them, because they know they won't be able to use them.
So the police chiefs are with them, the church leaders are with the Godfather
church, everybody is with them. Even in the mosques, palaces, chiefs,
all of them.
They are with them.
The civil society, them, all these people with the form,
youth, street youth organization in the streets. They are still under the government. This thing, Okada Rider Union, they are under government. They are leaders. You know, obey. If you enter streets, if you know what is happening on the street, you go cry for this country. If you enter street, if you enter what is happening on the street, you will cry for this country. When Showore was coming to Ekiti, I need 50 Okada to welcome him. Do you know all of them? You are saying that they will beat them. They will not allow them to.
Of course.
I managed to get 13 of them, and I'm ready to pay them all. But they're afraid of following us because
government, they are with their guys, their leaders are with government.
They are with government, and anybody they saw.
Which is where I will support the way you talk. We never get in numbers, right? Because if we get in numbers, all this other power we they call, they no go feel do what they do. Okada man no go dey fear the Okada chairman. When the people go say no, no go enter Okada again. That's all the majority of people need to do. Say, okay, you know what? Okay, we no go enter Okada again. They go the track. You understand? So once you hit them like that, they no get choice. That means the people are taking power small. You know, it's now all these things. These are the teachings. So we need to teach the people. Now I'm going to talk. Make them understand. Forget the politician first. All these presidents, no, we leave them. We never get the money and gun power to face them. But all these small market women leaders where they sign with the government, all these all these small things for town, not to just boycott them.
Unfortunately, all of them were under they are under the control of their organs.
Now they talk now. So, but you need to educate the ordinary person.
Ordinary fashion designer, just fashion designer group. They are under government.
So now,
grand pepper seller. They are under government.
So now the buyer will need to educate. So
the buyer too don't have money. So anything you throw at them, they will collect.
No, see, you know that's what I mean. If you notice a market pepper seller where they under government payroll, you go tell the ordinary buyer, say, don't buy from that woman again. This is why you should not buy from him. Buy from that other person. You understand?
Okay.
That's how they talk. That's how you feel get these people. If you tell Nigerian people, make them know the chop Dangote noodles again. Dangote go back row. Noodles section go close. Yes, no, there's nothing. Maybe they buy for another person day. You understand? So when you now
and whatever you want him to do, you force him to it.
Yes, make I tell you, that Okada people will no gree carry you so. Just tell the people where they enter Okada. Say no, they enter those people Okada again. Enter those people will be AAC member. Promote your own people, not just your own party, but people that have your ideology, that own businesses, promote them ahead of those people. So that's the teaching. That's the way everything that they tell you. Understand? Just
I
carry your money.
understand.
Just go back on
I,
that
I
person.
think I think part of the problem is financial aspects to finance it. It's actually taxing.
That's why I thought saying. Once they promote what they do physically, you are drawing people that actually have money to contribute 1 naira to you. Because that's how you raise. That's your point. Make the movement, organization, efforts attractive enough for people to sponsor it or people to donate. You understand? So that's another way too of raising money. If you don't have your own money or don't donation from people who will control you. So that's why I always thought as you come, so you bring those pictures, video, I show them. So people will actually say, okay, you are doing something because today information one, and nobody fit talk anything. Them what is they call am? Yusuf Tanko self, they walk everywhere, say inside they knock for door by door. I say na lie. Make them show me the picture, show me the video where they knock door by door, say they preach it. So anybody fit talk all those things. So again, all those people where they use their businesses till they work against you, just they advise your people say no, they buy from these people again. No buy foreign things. Just buy your local. You understand? That is one way to fight them. Because if out of 10 people, you feel convinced when they ride Okada every day, you feel convinced one person or two. Make them know ride without Okada again, make it the ride of the other person. You don't reduce that person market to 8 people instead of 10. You understand? And before you know, so and again, another thing why they talk like okay, like you where they on ground now. I will tell you to avoid to adopt one what I call one neighbor policy. They tell your people, don't vote for the candidate that their children know they go the same school where you they go. At the local level, no be president, forget that one. No, I will not figure now. But that local level where you do so for your community for Adoekiti, so don't go vote for local government chairman. You understand? No go vote for state house of rep. No go a councillor where you know if you walk out go in house 10 minutes from you. You should be able to walk out go your councillor house from your own house. That means the children they go where they go the same school with you. Instead they walk out for the gutter where you they walk out. You understand? But if you go vote for local government chairman, local government councillor, where they stay for Adoekiti, you understand? And in a local government councillor for 3 hours away, it's not going to pay attention to your cry now. I think that's another thing. At the local level, because at the presidential level, as I said, we know we control that, but at that local level where they will cancel your local, that's like the guy where you say, who has me you bring come, where making consent candidacy. That kind of person. People who live in the same village community with you, people you should vote for. Because you feel organized, go beat them for us. In my mama said they go the same market.
But the problem is, even when you organize to vote for a candidate, do you know? I think last election in Lagos State, we mobilized. You would think that we are contesting for governor in Lagos State. The way we actually what's it called? Campaigned for those 3-4 guys. But during the election day, do you know this guy did not actually brought the electionary materials to the venue?
Yeah,
This guy,
that's why
and do you know they write a name that suits him and declare the guy as a winner.
That's why
we are still in court.
Yeah. So, but again, the whole point is for you guys to give up.
No, we can't give up. If you give up, we are not going to gain anything.
That's it. That's it. Because that's what they do.
We are not going to gain anything by giving up.
Exactly.
Giving up is even too risky. Because you know my fear. I don't know how Nigeria will look like by the time I clock 60 years old. Because the children that is on the street now, none of them is even having any plan for future. They are not learning work. They are not going to school. They are just they want to make money at all costs. And that alone is a danger. It's a danger to our future. It's another danger. It's another is another thing that we need to worry about in the nearest future.
Now the new religion be that. It's called capitalism. Now the more material you get, now it make you important for society, now it make you stand out. So
Yes. Because when we were small, all the criminals, all the 419s that we actually condemned then, that we think this guy would not actually have anything to do with society in the nearest future. Today, they're in the palace.
yeah,
They were the one people. They were the one people who are celebrating. Yes.
What's that money now?
Yes. People are celebrating them today. No. In fact, wherever I think about this country, at times I will just be on my bed. I won't know. I don't even know where we will start from. But I just believe that we cannot keep quiet.
You don't start already now. What you don't know where you go start from. You don't start already.
When you see all the effort you are even giving, you are not even seeing anything like anything is happening at all.
Because the
you feel like
because the problem is big.
The problem is big over there. It's big.
Is big. So now when you give up, now when you stop, now you don't lost. But if you continue, you never lost. So you don't start already. So it's still not giving up the process. That's when you lost. But for the person you see the process, because you say talker. And those people where they criminal, where they should before now, then they run. So it themselves it their time before they grab power. So not like I don't know what to say.
So and they are still looking for people like them within the system to bring up, not people like us.
They have to protect their interests. If you enter now, you yes. Any person come after you. You have to find somebody that will come and continue of what you are doing.
That is exactly what is happening.
Yeah, so I know that should not be a surprising thing. That's why that's why I always see those government, the people in power. Now every day that they spend money to campaign. The campaign is not necessarily to get more people on their side. The campaign is to scare you away. That they fund fear, which is all this kidnapping, all this thing. They create fear for everybody, and that they fear incitement. I was going to which you they talk, money. Now that's what they do every day. That's why I thought say you will be opposition. You don't have the resources to do that. You have to go and do the organic way. Because you cannot do what they are doing. You know if you do it that scale where they do it.
Yeah,
and because they do it with stolen money, not because they are very intelligent or anything, no. But because they have our collective resources on their hand to use it unaccounted for.
They have the free money. They have the free money to spend.
Yes, so they have to people who
don't. You don't have the free money. You work for your money. The money out of the money you are getting out of the system, you still want to pay your children's school fees, you are still struggling. So for you to go and spend it anyhow, it will be difficult.
And even the government say are coming after you with tax. We will start new tax.
Yeah,
that's why they
and even if they notice you, they will attack your business.
That's why I thought fully that all this thing are distraction. Because by January, when that tax will begin come up for people, and it will be too late for you to say you want protest. Which you want protest for? They go talk say, oh, now because you support this person. Yeah, you want it. So they know that's what they thought. They know what they do.
That has to go heavy. That thing go heavy.
Distraction with all these things. Well, I hope.
No, I'm not talking about it. As in the how people go suffer, and that's what I'm saying. The suffering will be much, man.
So they are trying to cause confusion between the people. That's why I go say that time reaching out, they go say if you come out from anywhere for east, one come protest, they go say Nnamdi Kanu they protest. If you come out from
IPOB.
If you come out from west, they go say Christian. Like so, they don't demarcate us in a way that collective protest no go work like it work in Kenya, like it work in Bangladesh.
Okay. Afro is going for strike tomorrow now.
They will settle them now. Christmas.
They are
Now they look for Christmas money.
Right, and it's not all of them. It's not all of them that is looking for Christmas. But they are still, in fact, I attend a program. They actually invite one of the ASU chairman to the program. If you know how this guy talks, you will know that many of them are they know what the problem is. But the problem is the energy, the connection is not coming. Students will actually affect me. Students will actually oh wow.
A lot of
No,
people
it's
are
not about.
compromised. So, blessed, don't run, leave ourselves. Don't use our manly power, push her out. Blessed. If you are there, no worries. There's a lot of compromise even within the university system. That's why they no fit come out in mass like that with one voice. The management, the top leadership is they don't trust themselves. You don't know who they under whose payroll. The lower cadre, you don't know who they drive. That person where they drive brand new Mercedes Benz. You know they no be salary ain't they buy am. So they buy am. Maybe now one senator, now I buy am for am. So the whole system is so compromised that those illiterates now then go help bring the needed revolution. You just go and have to conscientize those illiterates. They'll come and give a fight to these people. Come. You get one interview I want to play. And everybody will speak grammar, Turanchi, what not to be. As
South Africa, the fear in the imperial circles is that the example set in Kenya can be replicated other places.
So it's not news that it's being replicated even from the Gen Z protests?
No. The image that the place was peaceful where people can be happy, and then suddenly it explodes. You should ask Mugabe about it. He said they learned from the Mau. So it can happen, yeah. Okay, we can also do it. South Africa, you should ask Mandela about it. So he came to Nairobi to say, you showed us the way, yeah?
Yeah.
And so you had a lot of these people saying that Kenya will not be run by gangsters or thugs, meaning the Mau Mau.
Kenya was that influential even back in the day?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was an example. And that's why the people in power try to control the information so that other people don't get to know it. And then they think that they can do it. So a lot of people were deported from wherever they were or repatriated to come and be locked up in Kenya.
Oh, okay.
So that they don't spread the bad
information.
Yeah, the bad things. And there was one fellow called Henry Muli. He was among the early ambassadors, Kenya. So he said he was in Tanganyika and then he was
brought back.
Back there. And then in Uganda, whoever, even Zambia, Northern Rhodesia, they said there's a rumor here. They still get that fellow.
Wow.
And even in the US, they tried to deport some young man who was a student there, just because he had connections with Mbiu Koinange and Kenyatta. So it was and there was an MOU between Britain and US that the Mau Mau War will not be discussed at the United Nations.
Okay.
That's how bad it was.
Hey there, and welcome to Fanya Mambo Africa. Another week means we have a new guest. Today, super excited because there's going to be a lot of historical lessons that we shall take as myself and my crew here, and of course you as the audience back at home. And of course, I'm talking to none other than Professor Macharia Munene, historian, and a professor at the USIU University. Karibu sana Alpha House.
Asante sana kwa kunialika. Shukran.
I thought you were going on with the Swahili and I'll struggle to find myself out. Otherwise, how are you feeling looking at what is happening across the East Africa region so far?
Well, it is disappointing. Things are not as good as they should be. The hope and expectations that many people had a few decades ago, if not just years, appear to be going down the drain. So it is disappointing, especially in the last 2-3 weeks. Things could be better, which raises the question of policy making. Who is making policy? And it turns out that some of the people we have put in policy-making positions are incompetent. And because they're incompetent, they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, is this that for the countries across?
Well, the region appears to be suffering from that. We saw what happened in Tanzania the other day. People are calling it inchi jirani.
Yeah. Kwa jirani.
Yeah, then they are not very happy with their jiranis.
Yeah.
So, and it was a surprise the way things turned out, and it was not called for. It was not necessary. So there's something wrong with policy making in Tanzania that can lead to that sort of thing. If we look at the neighbor, Uganda, seems to be in a confused stage. You have a son of a president who thinks he should also be a president because jirani yake, the son of a president, became president. Therefore, he should also become our
president.
You know, that kind of mentality.
Yeah.
And he seems to have a loose tongue. And so he says unpleasant things.
I mean, it's open. He's said he would attack Nairobi at some point. Now, last week, Museveni said Kenya needs to think about it. Or if we can't maybe open the ocean for them to access the ports, then there will be war between Kenya and Uganda. Is that something we should take serious?
It should not be ignored, but should not be overly worried. It looks as if Museveni learned from the neighbor in the north called Ethiopia, Abiy. Remember there was a time, actually last year, January last year, when he got some sort of a deal with Somaliland to give him access to the Red Sea,
yeah,
and in return get the recognition for being a country, which seemed to have created some sort of friction, not just with Somalia, but with a few other places. In fact, it had the effect of uniting the Somali people where they were, for whatever reason. So then, for him coming this time, looks as if he just copycat. Because, and being Ethiopia, it was not original with him. Ethiopia is a very unfortunate country, in the sense that its borders were designed by the Europeans, although it was said to be independent.
Yeah.
Because if you look at it, it's surrounded by the British, the French, and the Italians. So it has no access to the sea. And that was not Mendelik's dream, Emperor Menelik II, when he was asserting himself and beat up the Italians. And he became very famous. People said, oh yeah, Menelik. But they also did not pay attention to the fact that Menelik had become landlocked.
So they said no to colonization, but they suffered the effects.
They were not thinking, they were thinking about, but they had no capacity to effect the thinking or to stop. In fact, Ethiopia, they seem to have helped the Italians to capture Eritrea. And then they got some of the Italian weapons out, which they used afterwards. And you have the Italians on one side, then you have the British. That's what we call Somaliland today. And then you have the French, the Djibouti, and the Italians again. And then you have on the south, you have what became Kenya. And in the west, you have the Sudan. They were made to go to a treaty in 1902 and officially about Sudan. But it was really carving whatever it is, and Egypt. So the aspirations of having a route to the sea kind of went down a little bit, but kept on coming up. And last year, Abiy, now the Prime Minister, was trying to revive it. And in fact, he talked almost like Museveni. This is an existential issue, we might try. But even Uganda is not the first time we have had that kind of rubbish. The Idi Amin at one time learned a little history and geography. and then he said, oh yeah, he's learned that Uganda gets up to Naivasha.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it didn't go very far with that. But these are sentiments that the argument they make, particularly Museveni, when I'm checking, he says he should blame the colonialists for drawing the boundaries there and having Uganda landlocked.
Yeah.
So he says, no, this is a mistake. But if you are going to adjust boundaries, you are calling for chaos. That was the consensus that was reached in 1964 in Cairo, when the OAE was created there. And one of the big issues was Africans were not involved in drawing the boundaries.
Yeah.
True. Now, should you reorganize the boundaries now with Africans doing it? And it became very clear that if you try to do that, you are going to have perpetual war. In fact, it was Nyerere of Tanganyika at the time who looked at it and said, no, wait a minute, we don't want wars. So why don't we accept the borders, even if we don't like them, for the sake of what? Stability, and be able to do something else.
What would happen if, as Africa, we decided to break the barriers, the borders, in this case?
Well, already your borders are being broken by technology and other things.
Yeah?
You really don't have control of the borders anymore. Although we have a few people in Busia and Moyale and Namanga and at the airport who sometimes seem to be confused. In terms of the old notions of sovereignty, few countries can exercise that sovereignty anymore because of the way things have happened. But your question is, suppose you revisit 1964 and assume that those who wanted expansionism and the change of borders, assume they were right and the rest of us were wrong. And you can see the countries that were supposed to asking for expansionism, Morocco, which has trying to swallow Western Sahara. It used to want to, some parts of Algeria and Mauritania, so this used to be part of Greater Morocco. So, they say no. Somalia, which started talking about wherever there is a Somali, that's Somalia. The Greater Somalia idea propounded towards the end of World War II by some British official. And that's the time when Britain controlled the whole of the region, because the Italians were on the wrong side of the war. So the British helped to liberate Ethiopia. And in so doing, they were in control of Ethiopia until they allowed Haile Selassie to take over. They were also in control of course, they could also control Eritrea, since Italy was an enemy. They controlled, and Somalia, it was also an enemy. You look at Somalia, Eritrea, they were all in the Italian hands. and they controlled the British Somaliland, and the French were their allies. So the idea of unite this zone and create a greater Somalia for administrative purposes. And so they also created the Somali Youth League. But the idea became very difficult to implement. And so it remained in the minds. In the minds. If you look at what became Kenya, what was Kenya, because decisions were being made in Europe. You know, Jubaland in southern Somalia used to be part of Kenya until 1924. And all it was is that Mussolini was making noise in Europe that he didn't get as much land as he should have got from the war. So the British did him a favor and gave him some. But take that one and you keep quiet. And Mussolini is the one who did it. At the time of independence, when they were discussing this issue, and the reason Nyerere proposed that idea, if you look at claims to Kenya, then there would have been very little of what we call Kenya, because there was a missionary, I think it was an American or something like that. Tanganyika had become independent. And so this guy goes to see Nyerere and says, you know, there are Maasais in northern Tanganyika, Arusha, Moshi area, and there are Maasais in southern Kenya, Kajiado, Narok. They are the same people, so why don't you just grab this and unite them? And that was, looked at that and said, "You out of your mind." Then you had, we also had the Mwambao movement, and they said that the people who have Arabic background should not be part of the new country to be called Kenya, ruled by black people. So join the Zanzibar, Sultan of Zanzibar. That's before the Sultan was kicked out. So there was that. Mm-hmm. Then you have the Somali, northeastern, saying all that, whatever they are Somali, that should be part, should be joined to Somalia, which had become independent in 1960. So, and then you have some people might claim somewhere in Sudan, and so there would, what would have been Kenya would have been a very small place.
Kenya would have been very small.
Very small. Then you have Malawi, little Malawi, approaching Nyerere to say that, you know, there is an anomaly between Malawi and the sea. It's called Mozambique. Why don't we just split this thing? You take half the north and I take the other one. So Mozambique ceases to exist. Yeah. And in West Africa, it's rumored that Nkrumah had an appetite for the little thing called Togo.
He did?
Yes. And that's because in Ghana, there are people of the what do we call Ewe background, and they're also in Togo. So why not unite the two?
Oh, I didn't know that part.
So Nyerere looked at this is nonsense. Because then that will mean that there will be no peace in Africa. So that's why he proposed that. And it was accepted. Now to undo that, you have to revisit the arguments of the what? And added to that is the fact that various people in the region have developed new identities. Part of the colonial achievement was to create new identities, such that those who were colonized by the British in what is Kenya became British citizens in Kenya, as they used to call it. And you have British citizens in what became Uganda. They had their own governor and everything. So there was that, and in Tanganyika they had their own identity, still under the British, but they are Tanganyika. They are not Kenyan. So you have this umbrella identity that was created. Even today, you still see it.
Yeah.
Although we talk, oh yeah, we are Maasai, we should be united, but they say they are Tanzania Maasai and you are Kenyan what?
Maasai, yeah.
And the same thing, even northeastern here with the Somali. They say to some Somali, they might be fighting very hard. They say, no, we are Kenyan Somalis, and you are something else. So that identity is very hard to erase.
And this identity was pushed by the colonialists coming to Kenya.
Yeah.
But looking at it, we pride ourselves basically as democracies across Africa.
Yeah.
Did democracy really get us to where we ought to have been? Or
well, we don't have democracy in full. We are in the process of in fact, the anti-colonial argument used to be a pro-democracy argument because colonialism was racist. You are white, you get privileges. You are black, you are just a native.
Yeah.
Simple as that. And so the identities that each of them has is a creation of the colonial power at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at the time of independence, then you have a contradiction. When it became clear that the colonialists are leaving, having emphasized that you are all natives by virtue of being Africans.
Yeah.
Now that they are leaving, they were not very happy about it. So they started emphasizing the negative. So the idea that you are all the same, black people, Africans, or natives, that's not necessarily true. Because before the Mzungu came, you people were fighting each other. We came to help you. Stop fighting. So you emphasize the ethnicity. So some people are told that they are superior to others or inferior. Some colonial officials like Carey Francis, you've heard of Carey Francis.
Yes.
He used to be the headmaster or principal of Alliance High School and used to tell his students at Alliance, when independence comes, if it comes, the Kikuyus will dominate all of you. And it's tank. And then there's some others you say, now you would, well, then that comes from Carey Francis, who was highly respected as an educator. You know what that means, Ben Kikori has written that in his book about his experience at Alliance at that time. So now the struggle, at the time of independence, we had a challenge of creating a nation. We have the state, the boundaries and everything, and the structures that we agreed on at Lancaster or some other place. But then people who in the last few years were made to believe and to accept that they are not the same people. They were the same when they were serving the colonial government.
Mm-hmm.
But now that you have challenged the colonial government, you are not the same. You are different. And that was the whole idea of KADU.
So that's why we still have the same struggle to date.
Yes, we've never become a nation. We have an aspiration to be a nation. But that ethnic indoctrination that we were subjected to is still there. If you check the books for upper primary and secondary, lower secondary, that were read in the early 1960s, just go through them and see what they say about Kenya and the ethnic thing. The Mzungu line that was supposed to be to make it difficult for them to create that nation. So it is still with us. So what I'm saying is that you have this conflict of identities within one.
Yeah.
So we've been made to deal with we are all Kenyans, because we live in some territory called Kenya. And it's different from the Ethiopia and Tanganyika. That's okay. Now, how all these people who live here make them believe that they are one nation became very difficult.
So it was on purpose by the colonialists, perhaps, that we remain divided, so that we would never conquer them, perhaps.
Because they are living, but they are going to punish you for doing that. So if you are divided, you are going to be good client states. So in international relations, we have some states that are master states. Others are client states.
So,
so Kenya is among the client states.
Clients.
So you keep on getting instructions from some fellow somewhere in Washington or London or Paris.
So is it true then to say that this democracy is a fallacy if we indeed operate on master clients?
No, it is. It's a good fallacy in the sense that it's something to aspire to. No, ideally democracy is very good, and people should aspire to it, but also be realistic enough that to know that there are some shortcomings there. Ideally, you should not have to spend a lot of money to be elected if you are good.
Yeah.
But what's the reality today? You have all these tycoons and thieves who have become millionaires. Today, nowadays, they are called billionaires. And they have this pile of money. I don't know where I was reading that they put they weigh the money in a scale.
Yeah. There was a video that was shared online.
So I said now, they said, how many billions are these put there? Now, you see, that's an insult to intelligence.
Yeah.
At the very time that people are suffering. Now, the reality is that if you don't have a few million shillings to waste, don't waste your time trying to be a candidate, unless the opportunities are very good. Sometimes when somebody asks me about, so I ask them in a blunt way, do you have 20 million shillings to waste? Because you can lose,
Yeah.
and your lifestyle should not change. If you are going to go banana because you lost an election, then you'll be doing the wrong thing.
Yeah.
You can see now that that's not the way it should be, but it is. Of course, we have occasional situations where people just say, to hell with you, we are going with so and so because of this. But they are not, most of the time, these people buy their seats. And then they say, since I bought my seat, don't tell me what you want. So there is that imperfection. And where this imperfection comes from, one way, is ignorance. We notice that people in power like to keep people ignorant because you can manipulate them.
Yes.
The minute people start asking serious questions, you're in trouble. Like we saw last year with the Gen Zs.
Yeah.
What did they do? They were just asking questions. Why is this and this not the way it should be? And people in policy did not know what to do. And they raised questions about the control, external control.
Yeah.
So when people were asked, why are you putting taxes on top of taxes on people who have no capacity? And what answer did they give? See, the World Bank and the IMF told us. So in that case, then who is running the country? And which is very annoying.
Yeah.
So and that in part because some of these young people had a chance to go to school. These are Kibaki children.
Yeah.
So when he became president, he said, watoto wasome. And some very old people became watoto.
Yeah.
They went to school. But they read. They did read.
Yeah.
And some of the things they read were making them think and ask questions. Actually, they were growing up in good times, the Kibaki times.
Yeah.
And when they go to the high schools and colleges, that's when we are becoming digital. So they are cyber savvy.
Yeah.
Well, their parents and other people have a problem understanding the telephone. So this cyber has deborderized countries.
Yeah.
So it's not like the time when it was almost a crime to be caught with a fax machine. Did you know that?
No, just learning that now.
Yeah, here we are very behind. The reason being that with a fax machine, you can get information from one country to another through the telephone line. And within a minute you have it, before the government sees it.
So they didn't want people with information?
No. You keep people ignorant. That's the way you control them. But now that has been made irrelevant.
Yeah.
Because now, sitting anywhere, you can communicate to any part of the world as long as you have somebody else's contact and it's there. Although they try to shut it down, they do, but they still something still comes out.
Yeah.
What we saw in Tanzania, they shut down the internet, but we still got the information. So that's means that they have been debordered. So then, what we are saying is that ignorance, which is perpetuated by those in power and their masters, undermines democracy.
Okay.
So when they told us that students can no longer go to school or to the universities, do something called cost sharing. Even when you are sick, you cost share, which is totally different from what it was. Because if you are sick, you are sick.
Yeah.
And there was time you could go to any clinic, Komitani or wherever, and you got treated and you got medicine and you were told to come back for checkup. It worked.
Yeah.
People going to the universities. If you qualify, go. The state has an obligation to educate its people. And then in the 1980s, they were told, no, don't do that. Make them pay. So that's you weed out some.
So you minimize the number of people with information.
Yes, you may control them. It looks good to some people, only that it is very bad for the country. So you end up some policies being made by ignorant people, and they are not able to weigh what the interests of the country are, and therefore be able to protect them.
Interesting perspective. You've mentioned the Gen Z protests that happened, and I'm looking at it from this word that history has a way of repeating itself. When I look back in the late 50s, there was the fight for independence through the Mau Mau revolution. How can that compare with what the Gen Zs were doing? And is the agenda then almost similar? Because that was fight for independence. That was political more. Now there's a fight, but it's a bit different. It's another independence of economic.
Yeah, well, there is similarities. One of the similarities is that the people who are in the forefront in either situation tend to be youngish.
Yeah.
So the young people of the 1950s, now today they are very old.
Yeah, yeah.
But they were young, and they were idealistic, and they believed that they could do it, and they would sacrifice. They did sacrifice. And you ask them, what are you sacrificing for? Well, for land and freedom and for the future of our children. You may not see it, but you're fighting for it. Very idealistic. And they were very true. So if you bring forward to last year with the Gen Z, you could see they were very idealistic. Saying, this is wrong, end of the story.
Yeah.
And one of the pleasing things about them is that they went around carrying the flag and referring to the Constitution and the law.
Yeah.
So they want the law, the Constitution followed, and the end of this thievery and all things in it. And the only thing they had was what? Just their national anthem, the Constitution, and the flag. Which was very disarming. Because when people in authority who are used to protests of a different kind, and then you see these youngish people, some of them, they are your children. Like, was it one of these preacher man, I think called Sapite? I think he said that one time they were driving and this boy that tells him, just stop the car.
Yeah.
So the young man got out to go and join the process. How can you be left out of this thing?
Yeah.
So the youth at a stage, there comes a time when they take up matters. And that's what happened with the Mau Mau. Now, are there some elders who are involved? Yes, there were. But when it came to actual fighting, the elders are not going to fight. They can give direction and advice. But people in their 20s at the time, 30s. General Madenge had just come from World War II. Kimathi was also a youngish, used to be a teacher. General Kago had also fought in World War II. And the things were not going right. So they said, now we have to do something about it. And the mood was right. Because the attitude, the impression created that Kenya was not like Ghana or Gold Coast. There are a lot of white settlers here, and the natives are very happy serving white settlers. That's one image, white man's country. The other one is that you have all these people who are very unhappy, and their unhappiness is not being seen by the people in authority. So the two divided societies who are not linking up. And when the emergency was declared, the official thinking, but to the settlers, if you remove the leaders, then the whole thing will collapse. Yeah? So they locked up about 80 people. The best known of these being the Kapengoria 6, and there were quite a few of them. But the thing did not die. Yeah. Instead, it intensified, and they became very serious, to the point where the colonial government admitted this is not a military issue. It's a political issue. And the colonial government went out of its way to convince the rest of the world that it's fighting some terrorists. But the rest of the world was saying, no. There was a meeting between Prime Minister Nehru of India and U.S. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles. And they got into it. And there was Nehru telling the American, you people are making a mistake. You have no business supporting the British on this. And if you're not careful, the whole of Africa will be Mau Mau. You can see the repercussions.
Kenya was that influential even back in the day?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was an example. First of all, the fact that it happened, the image that the place was peaceful, where people can be happy, and then suddenly it explodes. So people in Rhodesia, southern Rhodesia, you should ask Mugabe about it. He said they learned from the Mau Mau. So it can happen, yeah. Okay, we can also do it. And Rhodesia and Kenya are very similar, white settlers. South Africa, you should ask Mandela about it. So he came to Nairobi to say, you showed us the way, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay? So the fear in the imperial circles is that the example set in Kenya can be replicated other places.
So it's not news that it's being replicated even from the Gen Z protests?
No. I mean, if it's happening there, why can't we? I remember last year, I think the young in Nigeria were saying, hey, we can also do it, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, if they can do it, why can't we do it? So and that's why the people in power try to control the information, so that other people don't get to know it, and then they think that they can do it. So a lot of people were deported from wherever they were, or repatriated, to come and be locked up in Kenya.
Oh, okay.
So that they don't spread the bad
information.
Yeah, the bad things. There was one fellow called Henry Muli. He was among the early ambassadors, Kenya. So he said he was in Tanganyika, and then he was
brought back.
Back there, and then in Uganda, whoever, even Zambia, Northern Rhodesia, they said there's a rumor here. They still get that fellow.
Wow.
And even in the US, they tried to deport some young man who was a student there, just because he had connections with Mbiu Koinange and Kenyatta. So it was and there was an MOU between Britain and US that the Mau Mau War will not be discussed at the United Nations.
Okay.
That's how bad it was.
Wow. You know, I'm now thinking about it and connecting dots. Just the other day, the president of Tanzania said that Watukutu wanatoka nchi jirani.
Nchi jirani, yes.
So for us, we've interpreted to be Kenya, obviously.
That's what she meant, yes.
So is it also based on that? Because there's always been a beef between Kenya and Tanzania somehow.
Yes. we also have different colonial experiences.
Yeah.
In Tanganyika, they had German colonial experience at first.
Yes.
And then after the Great War, later baptized as World War I, they were transferred from Germany to Britain as a mandate territory. So officially, Tanganyika was not a colony of Britain, officially. It was a UN, a League of Nations mandate territory. And when the League died and the UN came up, so it became a United Nations trusteeship. Kenya was a crown colony, built to be a white man's country, deliberately. Former US President Theodore Roosevelt visited Nairobi in 1909, and he was there telling the settlers and others it would be a crime against humanity not to turn this place into white man's country, because it's ideal. And so all you do is missionaries and the administrators, make sure you administer these people properly. But it's white man's what?
Country.
Country.
Is it still not to date?
Well, even if they are, of course, we still have a lot of white people in some pockets where they are free to do almost anything they want to do. But they will not go around there boasting about it today. Somebody might get very angry. We know that they still own a lot of land there. Whether these conservancies, you say that the biggest conservancy owner, is a member of the royal family in England, and then followed by a Kenyan. So the issue of who exactly is controlling and deciding for the Africans, for Kenyans, is an issue that has been there for a long time and is still there today. From 1900, there was that question. Who should, there is, even in Logical, Africans used to be represented by a missionary. Could not be trusted to represent himself. It was a big fight. And then you have on the other side people saying, no, we should be able to speak for ourselves, not you speaking for us. We still have that problem today, in the sense that when an issue comes up, our policymakers, our leaders, consult somebody in Washington and New York and London and Paris and Brussels and maybe Madrid or Rome. They will not talk to their own people. They would do what?
Reach for the white man. So was the Mau Mau War then in vain?
No. It changed. Of course, you remove color as the main instrument of governance in the colony. And yes, we got a flag where we can say now we are independent. But the structures were not changed. Now, if you ask the people who were involved, was it worth it? Most of them say yes, it was worth it. I was involved in this project, the Mau Mau Chronicle project.
Yeah.
And so we asked people, first they grumbled, things didn't go right, It's not what he expected. So at the end of it, we said, now, was it worth it? Most of them say yes, despite the continued suffering, it was worth it. In the sense that they can see their grandchildren maybe slightly better than they were when they compare. And then they get to know that maybe the manipulation is, in Kenya, what happened is that the home guards took over at independence. Reason? The main reason when people were fighting, they wanted to remove the Mzungu and then have one of them occupy that. So what the Mzungu did, and give Mzungu credit for being clever, he said, oh, you just want to remove the Mzungu. So they're okay, I'm out, and here is your new ruler.
So appointed.
Yes. in some places. When you look at it in the late 1950s and early 60s, there was a big effort to train future leaders. Once it became clear that colonialism would end as it was structured. So the question is, who takes over? And so you identify who takes over. It's not everybody. And this during the Cold War, which was raging. So we had a peculiar way here in Kenya where rivalry arose among Africans as to who is more nationalistic than the other. The competition between Jaramogi Oginga Odinga and Tom Mboya. When Kenyatta dies, because he was expected to die, he was an old man who is sick in jail, and he might croak at any time. So that was so if that happens, then who becomes the leader of the Africans? That was the question. And that's why you had this strong rivalry. Mboya was the point man for the West. And Jaramogi made himself point man for the East. And they both worked very hard to get their followers to go and get that education. So when independence comes, at least they will have some people who can take positions. Because it used to be claimed Africans are not ready for independence because they don't have university degrees. They don't study. They have not studied. Michael Blundell used to make that argument, although he didn't have a degree himself. But so there was that effort to train to get people. And then the British did something even
I think that was the same point Mr. James and Blessed were talking about. Mr. James was making a case, he was stating the fact that South Africans were not ready at the time of independence, and because everything was pretty much in the control of the white man, and the black man was not educated to fit into the system. All right?
Clever. So once they saw what was the number of people going to the United States, North America, and there was a little rivalry between Britain and the US as to the future control. So they also started sending their people to Britain. Mm-hmm. And that's when Carrie Francis was telling people, don't go to America or India. You should go to a British university. So he started organizing for good people to go to British universities, or if not to get degrees, at least to get experience. These are the people who became DOs. and
the president.
and there's some other things there.
Okay, sorry for cutting you short on this. You've mentioned about Tom Mboya and Jaramogi, yes, and the fight for East versus West. Yeah. But then the founding president of this country also.
When you talk and say, in the 60s, it was when America finally took Nigeria from the British as a colony, because they won the Second World War. Every other person you have to obey, fall in line. But some people will say,
went to the UK at some point, yes, for quite a while, let's say.
A long time.
Yes. But then again, there is word that he also went to Moscow to study. What happened?
No, he did.
He didn't?
He did.
He did?
Yes.
What was he doing in Moscow back then, and at what point did he
these were the 1930s. You know, mm-hmm. First time he went in 1929 to England to go and agitate. He was a messenger, go and agitate on this land, blah, 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 blah. And when he returned, and he was making noise about the arrest of Hareduku. And anyway, he didn't stay too long. Then the same people who had sent him back. This time with somebody else, not to be alone. Mm-hmm. And he stayed there for about 15 years. 14, 15 years. And during that time, he came under the observation of somebody who is best known as George Padmore, We have a street named Padmo in Nairobi.
Yeah, in Kilimani.
Yes. He was at that time he was a communist and was kind of in charge of the Comintern, that's the Communist International. And being part of his job to identify third world potential. So that's how Kenyatta and Padmo ganged up, and Kenyatta was sent to Moscow at the University of the Toilers, which today I think is just a big building near the Kremlin, because I visited that once. And many people became problems in the colonial world visited there. Now, he either was kicked out or he ran away.
It's not clear.
It's not clear which was which. But he used to complain about bad food and racism. And also used to complain about this indoctrination. When they were being taught, always being told about petty bourgeois. And he complained, what's this petty thing? Why can't you be a big one? In his mind, Kenyatta was always a big bourgeois, not a petty one. So he did stay in Moscow and could speak a bit of Russian. And then he ended up in Germany when Adolf Hitler was coming up. And he listened to Adolf Hitler and he ran away very quickly from Germany. He also passed by Denmark. So the whole cooperative movement came from them to see how they do things. And so when he got it, he said, no, I want that. Then back to England, which he enjoyed life. Kenyatta was a lifeist. And he found himself in the university interacting with policymakers, future policymakers, colonial officials. And one of them was Louis Leakey. They were in the same class.
Oh.
Richard Leakey's father.
Yeah.
They were in the same class. And they sometimes would forget where they were. And they would be insulting each other in a language other people did not understand.
Swahili, perhaps?
No, Kikuyu.
Oh, the father of Richard spoke Kikuyu.
Yeah, his father was a missionary. Oh. So he was born and raised here.
Okay.
And became very good friends with the Koinange family, who then exposed him to a lot of things. And so anyway, some tacit rivalry. And it is at that time that he came up with his best-known book, Facing Mount Kenya, 1938. And it turns out that that's the time that Mussolini had attacked Ethiopia. And the League of Nations and the big powers failed to support Ethiopia. So all the black people, wherever they were, identified with Ethiopia. Yeah. So when Haile Selassie went to England, among the people who received him was Jomo Kenyatta. And they became very good buddies. That's why we have a street in Nairobi called Haile Selassie. And they became very good friends. The spirit of Pan-Africanism was spread everywhere. Black people, you're on your own. Forget about ideology. And so that's when he wrote the Facing Mount Kenya. Not so much about how the Kikuyus eat and get married. That's not. You can get that in other places. It was a political attack on colonial philosophy. Because the colonial systems claimed that white people are superior in almost everything. So he was trying to show them that's not true. Because look at this. Look at this. Look at this. How can you say that, So it was an attack on colonialism, and the British were not very happy.
So initially he was a real Pan-Africanist.
No, he was. But Pan-Africanism has changed meaning.
At what point did he change course? Because now...
No, Kenyatta never changed very much. Mm-hmm. He was always a political opportunist. Always. And that's what he taught people. Among his greatest students was Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. He told him, don't think that you can be independent by making money. You have to get into politics. So he was a man who could take risks calculated risks. And as long as he was fighting racism, he sounded very good, eh? And when we were talking about ending colonialism, his name was always up. When you talk about Africans, who? Jomo. Always there. Now, the Mau Mau War helped to end racism because they said, okay, you get out and can be sure that you continue in the right way, and you just put your people in charge, and as long as they are black, you'll be okay. And that's what happened. Now, Kenyatta himself was
the
never
con game.
Eh?
The con game started back then.
Yeah, it's some sort of con game. They knew what they were doing. And Kenyatta himself was never a socialist, not in his mind. He was a bourgeois, a big bourgeois. And he admired the British bourgeois. So once you remove that obstacle, the color obstacle, he had no problem with the English. Of course, there is a good argument he made when he went to Nakuru to beg the settlers not to leave. And he got a lot of flack from people. And this is Njoroge Mungai who told me this, because he was there. And they had told him, you go and tell the settlers, the land is ours, we shall take it. And then Kenyatta, instead of doing that, he went to play, to joke with them, and they were very happy. So at the end of it, they were all singing Jomo's name. So you are safe, don't worry. But for him to do that, he had to take into account what was going on. Congo, that had not fought for no independence, was made independent in 1960, and within a short time there was a big chaos. And white and other people were running to Nairobi. And the question that came up, if it can happen in Congo, which had no war, what will happen to Kenya with the Mau Mau chief as the new chief? And Kenyatta knew that. And so you had a lot of these people saying that Kenya will not be run by gangsters or thugs, meaning the Mau Mau. It's to assure the white people that it's okay. There was a lot of talk about socialism, with people not knowing exactly what it was, but it sounded nice. So Kenyatta ordered his people to come up with a document and call it socialism. That's session of paper number 10, eh?
The famous.
Yeah, the purpose was to silence people. And all he did is...
A federal high court in Abuja will reconvene to deliver judgment in the trial.
Today we forever live in infamy. Today is the only day I have witnessed a man being convicted for mere offering, for what he said from his mouth, not what he did with his own hands. The verdict is not consistent with the evidence laid before the court. The sentence is overbroad, cruel, and unusual. How can you convict a man for making mere broadcasts from a location that was never named, and he never tied that broadcast to any single incident of violence, or even someone slapping someone, not to talk of terrorism? He did all this. He didn't lay any evidence. I don't know where this whole verdict can be grounded in law, logic, or facts. We disagree with the judgment vehemently, and we are going to fight it from here onwards until justice is done. Judgment, politics is based on some tribal, primordial sentiments. Just because Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo. An Igbo man has become the person in Nigeria that should be trampled upon. I'm not saying this because I'm Igbo. I'll say it for the Hausa or Yoruba who gets trampled upon. But today we saw an Igbo man being trampled upon, and by God Almighty, we are not going to allow it. It will not stand. Nobody is going to trample on me. Nobody is going to trample on Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. He's a man that was pursuing change. To pursue a separate nation of yours is not a crime. So in Nigeria today, if somebody says don't be silly, you get convicted. Nnamdi Kanu may broadcast, and so what? And you convict him for terrorism for mere words in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What kind of precedent is being laid? So from here, we are heading to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal is the only court in this country, or the next court in this country, that sits as a jury. We are going to approach justice there to check out what happened in court today. And we are pretty sure the justices will agree with us that today was the symbol of the travesty of justice that everybody has been suspecting all along. If the Court of Appeal disagrees with us, we head to the Supreme Court. But by God Almighty, Nnamdi Kanu is not going to stand convicted. He's going to get overturned. Thank you.
First of all, I want to talk to the Igbos that nobody should take laws into your hand. I'm assuring you, this judgment is predicated on anger. Thank God that the judgment was streamed live and everybody watched it. You will see the anger in delivering the judgment. And it's not predicated on law. Now, I also want to let you know that this charge, that the investigation that gave rise to this charge was not investigated, because Nnamdi Kanu's statement, purported statement, was rejected by this court. And they did not tender any document as investigation report. That is to say, the investigation was not, the offense was not investigated. Having said that, also something that happened in court today, Nnamdi Kanu filed a matter in Court of Appeal. And he's asking, my lord, that particular matter I filed in Court of Appeal anchored on this particular issue. Please, can you just suspend this judgment? Let Court of Appeal direct what to do. My lord refused. Now, on the issue of anger, you journalists will bear with Nnamdi Kanu that government, Nigerian government, and the judiciary are not fair to Nnamdi Kanu. What do I mean? Nnamdi Kanu was given judgment by Court of Appeal. Federal government refused to comply with that judgment given by Court of Appeal until after 8 days before they appeal against it. When we get to the Supreme Court directed the prosecution what to do. Amend this particular charge. Nnamdi Kanu was saying that, please, can you amend this charge? They refused. With the combined effect of all this, I'm assuring you that this judgment will not stand. And the Court of Appeal will do justice to it. Now, I also want to plead with judiciary. Nnamdi Kanu is representing himself because the court has given the prosecution a blanket order to detain Nnamdi Kanu wherever they want. They should detain Nnamdi Kanu where we have access to file his appeal, because he has 90 days to file his appeal. And the judge said that the judgment will be ready in the next 15 minutes. I also enjoyed the media. We have the record of proceedings from the day the matter came to this till today. I want you to check the record of proceedings and evidence tendered, reconcile it with the judgment. Now you now see what we are talking about. You are bringing British into this matter, bringing America into this matter. You are now trying to so that the British and America will be against Nnamdi Kanu. Something that was not an issue, that was never tendered, that was never given evidence on, and they are raising the issue. So this is a judgment against the Igbos. This is a judgment against the good people of Southeast, and it's because of Nnamdi Kanu is an evil. You cannot give this kind of judgment to a northern. You cannot give it to a southwestern. You cannot give it to another tribe in Nigeria apart from the Igbos. And we are going to start against it, because it has happened in this country against some other persons, including Abiola. The Igbos join hands together to fight against it. Why should you be our own time and everybody's sitting and acting? It's unfair. Thank you.
We started this trial. I refrained from speaking to you at the press because the profession does not allow me to discuss with you what happened in our welfare of the court. The profession does not allow me to tell people what happened in court. But today, we have come to a final end. just...
This guy, your head inside now. Bend down small.
And therefore,
his head is entering now. The head is inside the shop.
I one way or the other appreciate the judiciary. Remember, just last Monday, the president was saying, at any time when Nigeria is in big trouble or things, the judiciary has always come to the aid.
Mr. James, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. How do you do?
We are still.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, I can hear you now. I've just arrived.
Okay. Yes.
So, what has been happening?
No, nothing. They are just as expected. Everybody is going on TV to express whatever he or she thinks, but nothing. They say they are going to appeal. So.
Well, so get as this matter be.
Yeah. Is that coming from you?
Oh yeah, somebody's here with me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sorry.
No.
Let me.
They're coming. Just a moment.
Celestina, if you can hear me, I was asking, what more can you tell us in the aftermath of the sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu?
Okay, well, promise, the court has just sentenced Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment, and the court ordered that he should be kept in a very safe facility. But the court did not make any pronouncement as to which facility he will be kept. Yes, promise, I can hear you loud and clear. I'm with a special counsel to Nnamdi Kanu, and he will give us his reaction to the court's judgment today, where the court sentenced Mr. Kanu to life imprisonment, although the prosecution was opting for a death sentence. But let's hear from Mr. Alo Ejimako as he reacts to the judgment delivered by the court. So, sir, tell us, how do you feel with the judgment delivered by this court a few minutes ago?
Well, I feel very bad. Not only me, I feel sad. My colleague is here. All of us, we feel very bad. It's a very bad day for judiciary. It's a very bad day for the criminal justice system in Nigeria. This is the first time in my entire life as a lawyer that I have seen a man being convicted for the mere words he uttered. Just like someone can say, don't be silly, and you say he committed an offense, and somebody say, just go and die, and you say he committed an offense. In law, we call those things mere puffery. They are harmless speeches. And you accuse a man of making broadcasts from a location somewhere around the world that he didn't name, and you could not tie any of those broadcasts directly to any criminal activity in Nigeria, and he stands convicted. That is very bad. So it kind of lends credence to this very narrative that the Igbo man faces another type of justice in Nigeria, other than from the one that is being faced by others.
Sorry to interject. Are you saying these words of incitement as found by the court were just commentary or buffers, as you rightly mentioned?
They are mere puffery. A lot of people make empty threats every day. You fight with a man or you fight with your fellow woman, and she says to you, okay, go and die, I'll come and kill you, this and that, don't be silly. Accident, Amadi or let thunder fire you. Are you supposed to be convicted for that?
Okay, sir, so we are now at this point where the court has delivered its judgment. Mm-hmm. What is the next line of action? Although Mr. Kanu does not have a lawyer as he stands, because you all are his consultants, so what would you advise him to do? And despite the killings happening in the southern eastern part of Nigeria?
Well, we're heading to the Court of Appeal, but as a responsible citizen, I'll see this opportunity to call for calm. I don't want anybody to get so angry in the southeast that some violence will start occurring from here and there. Let everybody be calm. This situation can be controlled. We have the next court in the chain, which is the Court of Appeal, and we're heading to the Court of Appeal.
Okay. And how optimistic are you that the Court of Appeal would either upturn or upheld this judgment?
Can my colleague take that question?
Yes, please.
Sure, please.
Well, thank you very much. We are very optimistic because in the first place,
from the analysis my Lord gave, you will find that my Lord was not able to pinpoint at any one single person who carried out any of the acts that Nnamdi Kanu is said to have incited. You said Nnamdi Kanu incited killing. You didn't bring one single person who said, yes, I was the one who was incited. So to me, I felt that it was the court giving evidence. I felt that it was the court giving evidence. There was no single human being that was brought to say, I was incited by Nnamdi Kanu, or I killed so and so person because of Nnamdi Kanu. The issue of Goodluck was mentioned. Goodluck was killed. Hope Uzodinma, who is the chief security officer of Imo State, said that his killing was political.
Sir, sorry, because we're pressed for time, so we'll just have to end it here.
Thank you.
So you've heard from the special counsel to Nnamdi Kanu, who is now consultant. He said that they would head to the Court of Appeal to appeal this judgment as they were not pleased with the findings of the trial court.
Mr. James, you are muted.
Yes, no.
Like Centric here on the comment section said that it will be is open or believing that it will be pardoned by Tinubu.
Well, I'm suspecting 2027 general election. That's what I'm suspecting. Yeah, I'm suspecting 2027. No, wait, I don't know whether before or immediately after. If there's the guarantee that they will vote for him. That's what I'm suspecting. Hello?
Yes, when you said they will vote, are you saying the Southeast vote? Or...
I mean, yes, the Igbos, that's number one.
Okay.
Then the another thing is that if they happen to free Nnamdi Kanu now, the Northerners will never vote for Bola Tinubu in 2027.
That's another case.
We will lose the whole of the North. And they are even ready to rig the election for a less consequential, inconsequential fellow to defeat Bola Tinubu. So this is the issue at stake. It's because the matter actually does not concern Bola Tinubu as a person. Nnamdi Kanu's threat did not threaten the Yorubas in any way. So that is just it.
Well, they will have the media will have a lot to.
Yeah, they will make money from the sales of their news items.
They will have a lot of money to make.
Well, the issue is that the country is in tatters at the moment. And it's something, I won't like to use the word tragic, it's something terribly serious that will fix the country. As I was telling you today, there's no corrupt society or immoral society that can cure itself. Something very tragic that is going to solve this problem. No amount of national conference can solve the differences in Nigeria. With this judgment of today, the rift between the Igbos and the Yorubas has become wider.
That's what they are. That's what I think. That's what these trials is trying to achieve too.
Yeah. Somebody said you don't need Southeast votes to be president. You need it. It's a sizable number. It's a great chunk of the votes to be cast come from the East. So anybody who wants to win, do not play with votes, no matter how small. Even one local government can determine the winner. I listened to the judgment, but not everything. I must be frank with you, because it was not clear. Somebody said I did not listen to the judgment. I listened. I did. She said never, never. and listen to the judgment. Why do you think I did not listen to the judgment?
Mr. Jim, let me show you something that we are just talking about. Rino Omokre, who speaks for the government, and he speaks for. See what he said? He said if you vote for Peter Obi as either president or vice president in 2027, you are automatically voting for a presidential pardon for Nnamdi Kanu. So you see how they are spinning it already. They are saying that
we are no serious people. If we want to lead Africa, this is not the kind of thing that will make us to be the champions of Africa. Yeah. All this useless nonsense we are doing. When you have enough manpower, young boys and girls with very sharp brains to take you to the moon and return, you are running after trivialities. It's so sad.
Yeah, it's taking the narrative of the northern sentiment already. You know that if Tinubu pardon him, the North will not vote for him.
But that is the case.
That's exactly what he is speaking to. That's the narrative he's playing. He said, "Don't vote for Obi. If you vote for Obi, Obi will pardon him, right? Go for Tinubu. Tinubu will not pardon him because, of course, that is the case. The Tinubu is going to make for the northern power brokers." Interesting time.
There's nothing interesting. Okay, it's an interesting time.
Yeah. Okay. Look at this guy is another voice. Northern speak for. Well, he speak for Atiku, I should say, and he said that Shehu Mahadi Shehu. He said, and what is wrong with the presidential pardon by Obi to Kanu if it comes to pass? Just persuade the list of those granted pardon, amnesty, prerogative of mercy, forgiveness, etc. by Tinubu and recall the drug baron, as a treasury looter, thief, murderer, treasury, those ones no matter again. Also recalled Sunday. So you see, it's in the northern. They will push that narrative. You know, unfortunately, some people will see it as if it's as you said, this will not make us any way better or be the champions of the continent. But unfortunately,
with all the books I've read, I've never seen a people as irresponsible as Nigerians politically. I'm here to see a people anywhere in the world that is as irresponsible as Nigerians. With all the opportunities we have, and with the little we've achieved in the past, instead of building on it, we are running after trivialities.
Yeah, it's we are captured with material things and pleasure. Those who know better and those who are in the position of authority are lost with these two things.
The funny thing is that if the country is well organized, they will even gain more than what they are gaining. That's the point. They will gain far more than gaining. For example, as I always say, the whole of West Africa is our exclusive economic zone. If Nigeria is industrialized, the whole of West Africa will no longer go to Japan or Europe to go and buy any manufactured good. Petty items like radio, ceiling fans, refrigerator, air conditioner, those kind of things will just be pouring into the whole of West Africa from Nigeria. Then the ruling class, they will use their position to influence government policies, and they will make a lot of money, which nobody will question.
They are that require to them. This is me attempting to reason how they think. Right? What you said is the right way to go, but you see the outsider, right, which is normal, a marketer will come to them. A marketer will come to them and say, come, nah. No worry, this thing that you want to be producing in your country, right? I can be bringing it for you, and with 2% your cut. And they'll calculate that 2%. 2%, that's almost $2 million every month.
Take electricity as an example.
Yes.
If Nigeria is to supply the whole of West Africa electricity, they have the capability to supply the whole of West Africa. You got the point?
That's what
good.
I'm saying.
Good. Now, when they supply the electricity, let's say here in the Gambia, a Nigerian senator can come on his own, talk to Gambia businessmen. We want to assist you to set up a groundnut oil manufacturing company, or maybe to manufacture jam or whatever, butter or whatever it is. He will strike the deal, go back to Nigeria, use his influence, and he will make a lot of money.
Yes, Mr. James, let's join these people. Then
Yes, it's very good.
At all. So I think that's...
Just say that again for emphasis. There has not been, with the Fulani militias, efforts to...
So there hasn't been, and then that is, I think, more of a police work, and warfare is very different now. There's human intelligence is getting rarer and rarer. There's drone intelligence and other forms of technological methods. But I think that it's actually a relatively easy problem to solve, relatively. And it should start with that, and simultaneously actually work on the and help locate Leah Sharibo, you mentioned, in the Chibok schoolgirls that are still enslaved. You mentioned, Mr. Chairman, that there was intelligence sharing in the past, but nothing happened. I think that was a prime case of that, and that should be pursued. And can be pursued again fairly easily with modern technology, and it should happen across the country, including in the north. There should be cooperation and work on the terror groups and sealing the border and sharing our experience with that. President Trump's been very good with that. And we have a lot to impart, and if the government of Nigeria is willing, I think it would benefit all of us and the region.
Thank you very much. I think, consecutive U.S. administrations have defined or described the relationship with Nigeria as one of its most important on the continent. And even though that relationship has been complicated with, periods of friction, I think this moment that we find ourselves in seems as if all things have aligned. And there is an opportunity now for both the U.S. and Nigeria to come to the table to reset that relationship, especially given the fact that citizens across the board in Nigeria, every data point you look at, there's overwhelming acknowledgement that the levels of insecurity in the country are unacceptable. I think the fact that we have this coming from Nigerian citizens provides the opportunity to have real serious conversation based on concrete benchmarks for progress. The mistake that would be made is if it is seen as being a selective intervention favoring one group over the other. So there is an opportunity for Nigeria and the US to reset its relationship, one that would really be based on listening to the Nigerian people. And Nigerians are saying levels of insecurity are very high. How do we address it? So this opportunity now provides leverage to the US, working with the Nigerian government to actually show some very clear progress.
Thank you very much. I would point out, and this is worth noting, because I was always perplexed with Secretary Blinken, and I asked him at hearings just like this, why he withdrew CPC, and I never got a good answer. But when we were doing the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998, I held all the hearings, most of them in this room. And John Shattuck, who was the Assistant Secretary for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, testified against it. for the Clinton administration. On the record, I have all the records. You could go look at it. He said it would create a hierarchy of human rights, which is nonsense. And I even, in my response to him at one of the hearings, was to say, okay, I was all for combating apartheid, which was not a very popular thing within my party in the very beginning of the Reagan administration, and I was all for it. Did that take away any other human rights work we were doing? It was not in lieu of, it was in addition to what we were doing in any other area of human rights work. And I said the same thing about religious freedom. It is a pillar of our Constitution. It's a pillar of our, it's really a universally recognized human right. But they said it would said, 1 year later, I had a hearing on, did it do that? And I had the Ambassador at Large for Religious Freedom testify, because they were all saying, Shattuck especially, it would make everything worse on religious freedom. And the word back was, even after 1 year, it was seriously advancing religious freedom. Ditto on trafficking. I was told by Harold Coe, the Assistant Secretary for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, right from where we're sitting right now, that most of what was in my Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 would be counterproductive. We don't need a tip office. We don't need all of the dozens of new programs that were unleashed by that law. And there was a bipartisan law, Sam Gajenson, who sat right here with me. It was my bill, but he was our principal co-sponsor, and we really worked together to get it passed. And he was from Connecticut. And again, as we went over year and year after that, it was like, yeah, it really did help. But it was stopped in its tracks had we listened to that argument. Blinken was a part of that on the religious freedom back then. And I always felt, I could be wrong, that there was a sense that the Religious Freedom Act was not something he was terribly enamored of. So it was very easy to get rid of the CPC status for him, because he did not give a good answer when asked directly by me, and I wasn't the only one, where you sit, Nina, why? What's the why of it? And at one point he told the appropriators that there's none of this has anything to do with religious freedom, in terms of the violence. Really, it just doesn't pass the straight face test. So that's, in my humble opinion, one of the reasons why we had such, again, and I remind everybody, it was Clinton who signed the International Religious Freedom Act. And we didn't know if he was going to do it. At the very end, we did have veto-proof majorities to overcome a veto. But that said, he did sign it. I'm forever grateful for that. Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Anambogu, thank you for testifying again before the committee today. As you know, President Trump, in his November 1st Truth Social post on Nigeria, threatened to deploy the U.S. military guns blazing into Nigeria to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists there, stating that if we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet. All of those are quotes. Do you believe unilateral U.S. military strikes in Nigeria would make the situation more or less safe for Nigerian citizens?
I believe it will make it less safe.
Can you elaborate on why?
Because all the data points show us that Nigerians value diverse societies. But even as they value diverse societies, there are also experiences where overwhelmingly there are low levels of trust. Already, just from the threats that have been made, we're already seeing, especially if you go on social media, people basically forming camps and basically coming up with different conspiracy theories about what is feeding the threats that have been made by the president. So I think it's important to understand the complexities of Nigeria and understand how fragile things are in the environment, and that for years you've actually had members of the political class that have actually manipulated that public mistrust to gain power. So at this point, you hear people forming different camps and making different statements and building different conspiracy theories. I think overwhelmingly Nigerians value unity, and the conversations that are happening now are not good for Nigeria's social cohesion.
Thank you. And I do want to dig a little bit more into that because it's not just the actual military strikes that would cause problems, but we've actually already seen that even just these threats and rhetoric have had immediate consequences. I've personally heard anecdotes of this happening already in Nigeria. You mentioned it in your opening statement that this was a risk. Could you expand on this and explain how inflammatory rhetoric can make tensions within communities even worse and actually lead to the very violence and targeting that this administration says it's trying to counter?
So as I mentioned, because of the low levels of trust that we see in communities, all we have to do is date back to several conflicts that have occurred over time in different parts of Nigeria. And we've seen how some of them have been driven by conspiracy theories or hearsays. And in many ways, rhetoric like this could actually be detrimental because it moves us farther away from finding a real solution to the problem. All we have to do is just look at over the last few weeks since the threats were made and to just listen to all the different conversations and discussions happening. None of them have actually come out with real solutions from the side of the Nigerian government or from civil society or the international community. Everyone is all focused on what has been said. So it moves us farther from finding solutions, and especially in environments like those in the middle belt, where we've seen protracted conflicts. Time and time again, as you engage in these communities, you realize that while people live together, there are very low levels of trust. And it's extremely important that we keep that in mind, because very little things can inflame tensions that already exist in the country.
Thank you. You've talked a lot about this deficit of trust, lack of trust, about the sort of crisis of governance in Nigeria. How should Nigeria fix this problem, and how should the United States work with Nigeria to address it? Like, what would you advocate as the type of diplomatic actions and U.S. investments that would make sense here?
I think most importantly, for this situation, Nigeria needs to take the lead and literally summon the utmost political will in this regard. As I mentioned in my testimony, a lot of these narratives have continued because people, Nigerians are not getting the justice that they deserve. And unfortunately, it's breeding an environment where there's a sense of impunity, where those who carry out attacks, regardless of what religion they come from, they feel they can continue those attacks. And then the communities, there's a sense of grievance where at the end of the day, if they feel that the government isn't coming to their aid, they come up with their own narratives. So at the end of the day, there needs to be an acknowledgement on the part of the Nigerian government. Nigeria needs to take the lead. Nigerian leaders need to summon the political will and work with their allies and partners, such as the United States, to be able to address this violence. You know, at the end of the day, we may put out numbers there and talk about the numbers of victims, but it's important for us to put a face to these numbers. The violence has gone on for so long in Nigeria. So Nigeria needs to take the lead, work in partnership with allies such as the US, and there is a moment here, there is an opportunity here for folks to come to the table to really find a sustainable solution to this problem.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. And Ms. Shea, appreciate you highlighting the issue of the disarmament of Fulani militants. I think that certainly would be one of these solutions. Obviously, there's not a singular one. It's a multifaceted problem that's going on here in different regions of the country, and there's a lot of complexities to it. But as we've heard, I think, a couple times here, and I do agree with, there is an opportunity here for the Nigerian government to strengthen, deepen, and broaden their relationship with the United States if they will do that in coordination and cooperation with the United States government. When I met with the delegation, as Mr. Smith met with them as well, that was one of the messages that I gave to them, is that there is an opportunity here, but you're going to have to take that opportunity. And I am very hopeful that they will do that, because myself and Chairman Smith and President Trump, we've had enough of this. this cannot continue to go on in the manner that it has, and it now has the president's attention. And I do agree that, you get all this kind of information flying around out here that many times is not helpful. I recently saw the foreign minister was in some interview, I think it was Piers Morgan, and it was the same thing when they came here and some of us spoke to them, just disputing these numbers, right? I think the foreign minister said in the last 5 years, there's only 177 Christians have been killed. I don't think there's anybody that believes that, right? And I don't think that it's necessarily constructive on their part to try to downplay what's happening here. But Ms. Shea, I'd ask you, how do you think about the differences, though, in between some of these statistics that have been reported? Obviously, have non-governmental organizations that it seems to me have robust on-the-ground informational networks, and those offered by the Nigerian government. How do we have such a huge disparity in the numbers in between what we're saying or what some of these groups on the ground are saying, and then the foreign minister saying there's 177 Christians killed in the entire country of Nigeria over the last 5 years? That which is just hard to believe. It seems that number was achieved likely in just the last couple months. But please.
Yes, you're right. It's huge disparity. And assuming it's not just propaganda, one of the reasons why there is a range of numbers for any particular event is that precisely because the government doesn't do any police work. So there's no one that comes in to prevent it or to, during its occurrence, to stop it, or in the immediate aftermath. So the witnesses have fled for their lives. There's chaos. There's destruction everywhere. The evidence has been tampered with or been deteriorated by the time people come along. It's very hard for the local pastors and priests who are the ones there taking the body counts, helping the survivors. It's very difficult for them to do that job and at the same time do documentation. They do it as best as they can, but the numbers are far larger than that foreign minister is saying. I also want to say that I think that President Trump's designation of CPC has been extremely important. He has gotten the attention of the government of Nigeria. We've heard that there's a high-level delegation in Washington today discussing this with the United States.
I met with them yesterday.
Yeah, so I think that this has been a very beneficial exercise thus far. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. And we've heard several people mention early warning systems, and I do agree with that. I think that those can be helpful. But I do want to highlight a case that just happened recently in the Plateau State. We had a pastor there who had warned the Nigerian government and said, we are under imminent threat. We're going to face an attack if you all don't send some forces here in the next 24 hours. We need help. Please come here and help us. The Nigerian government not only ignored it, they literally put out a press release about it, calling it fake news and hyperbole and being overblown. Well, 13 people lost their lives the next day. 13 people murdered. Christians murdered. I don't know how much an early warning system is going to work if people aren't listening to warnings that are literally over the phone. I'm not sure. So I'd say to the Nigerian government, you're going to have to, and we keep using the term, prioritize this because it's certainly a priority for President Trump. And I think many of us on this panel here today on this dais. But I just wanted to highlight that because that is the type of behavior that has to change, because, and to your point of people not trusting the government, how can you trust a government that doesn't even show up when you ask them to? How are you supposed to trust your life with something like that? You can't. Obviously, you can't. And I think that's why it's incumbent upon the Nigerian government to work with us in coordination and cooperation to address these issues. Obviously, there's going to be some type of bifurcated approach to this. The Fulani Islamic militant issue in the middle belt of the country is distinctly different from what you face with Boko Haram and ISIS in the northeast of the country, and that's probably more of a question of kinetic military options rather than some of the other things that maybe State Department could do more in the middle belt, backed up by some of those same type of at least military deterrence options in that part of the country. But I think it does need to be a kind of whole of government approach to this, but we have to have the Nigerian government as a willing partner in all of this, because the president is, as Chairman Smith just said, extremely serious about this. I'm extremely serious about this. I stay up at night. It's hard to sleep sometimes thinking about this, and I pray about it every single night. Just thinking about, my own brothers and sisters in Christ in that country just getting murdered for the profession of their faith, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So it is absolutely heartbreaking. But I do want to thank the chairman again for convening this hearing, as he has over the many years and been working to advocate for people of Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Very much, Mr. Moore, and thank you for your leadership. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your leadership. To Mr. Onugbu, what do you see as the primary drivers of religious freedom violations in Nigeria? And secondly, what are the political, economic, social, and historical factors that exacerbate the situation?
Thank you, Congressman. I really think it's a mix of factors here that we're looking at. A mix of factors here. And as I mentioned in my testimony, at a core of this are failures of governance. There needs to be an opportunity to address the governance deficits that we see across the board in Nigeria at every level. And I think sometimes when we look at this issue, it's also important because we haven't been able to take a look at it from a whole of government, from a holistic point of view. It's important for us to understand what are the areas that really encompass more institutional weaknesses, and then what are the areas that are plainly just a lack of political will. And so I think, again, as I had mentioned earlier in my earlier response, there is an opportunity here to actually begin to identify what are the areas, what are the institutional weaknesses that exist within the Nigerian system that allow or enable the environment for the violation of religious freedoms. And then what are the instances where it's just plain old lack of political will. Once we're able to do that, then you'll be able to identify a proper solution to a problem. Right now, we haven't been able to identify a proper solution. And this is why these conflicts are protracted and they've continued time and time again.
Well, thank you so much. It's also very peculiar. I'd like for it to be noted in the record as we look forward to the great works of the continent and Africa. It marches and rises towards 2050, where 25% of the world's population will be of African descent. And this country, the United States, seems to talk down to African people. Historically, I would say that the United States is a very generous nation, and in some ways the most generous nation, but has the most peculiar cruelty towards the African continent. And it must be confronted about its legacy. The second thing is we are right now in a hostile environment with the Republic of South Africa and Nigeria, the nation's two most populous countries, if you will, or certainly two most prosperous countries that should be dealt with. I have another question for you. Based on your experience, which types of U.S. government programs or initiatives have been past or present, have been most effective in promoting religious freedom and interfaith dialogue in Nigeria?
Thank you very much for that question. And for several years, I actually worked specifically in the Middle Belt on these types of community security initiatives. And we've seen local level peace building initiatives where communities have been able to, and most importantly, as a community led by the communities, they've been able to put in place early warning systems, and beyond those early warning systems, moving a step further to ensure early response. Because, as has already been pointed out, it's of no use if people are able to raise an alarm and no response comes through. So over the years, we've seen some successful low-level peace-building programs across the Middle Belt, community-led peace-building programs. We've also seen programs that have included religious leaders from both faiths, particularly in places like Kaduna, in Adamawa, in Benue, in Plateau State. We've seen interfaith mediation councils where Muslims and Christian leaders have been able to come together to work closely with their communities. Those types of initiatives we've seen have been very successful.
Last question I would have for you. In its effort to dismantle the USAID program, the Trump administration terminated a USAID program called Partner that supported peace-building efforts to northern and north-central Nigeria. The $2 million project helped to strengthen the country's early warning and security response systems and provide training for local leaders, including religious leaders, on conflict mitigation strategies. This project, amongst others, like it helped to provide local leaders with mechanisms to alert law enforcement to possible conflicts before it happens. Partner also helped facilitate communications between farmer and herder, community leaders, often individuals from different religious backgrounds, in an attempt to bridge the gap between the two groups. Ms. Arungbu, what are some of these early warning signs of conflict? How would you describe the drivers of conflict in northern and central Nigeria? And to what extent do you assess these stem from religious and climate and resource competition?
As I said, the mix of these drivers, it's a mix and they're complex. And that's where I say, as you look at violence or as you look at a specific conflict, it's important to understand that there might be some conflicts, or there are conflicts that are specifically driven by religion. And there are some other conflicts that may have specific drivers. Where the challenge is now, or where the problem is when everything is lumped in together. You know, working for several years in the Middle Belt, when a conflict breaks out and people say, oh, it's a farmer-header conflict, it's a farmer-header conflict. Now, every type of conflict in the Middle Belt becomes a farmer-header conflict. But we need to take the time and take the step to actually identify which of these conflicts are driven specifically because of disputes between farmers and herders, and then which of these conflicts are just plain old criminality, as some of them are, and then which of those conflicts are actually driven because people might be targeted because of their faith. And I think this is where we miss the point when we do not acknowledge the complexities within Nigeria, when we use a single story to define the conflict. This is why we've not been able to find viable solutions. If we go back, and I believe, Ms. Shen, in the previous panel, we spoke about the Chibok girls. This was an incident that happened in 2014. And just a week ago, we saw another group of school children kidnapped from their schools. Since 2014 till today, we've seen 6 different incidents of kidnapping. And we've had discussions on each and every one of them. But we've not been able to identify a viable solution because we tend to oversimplify and we tend to generalize what the problems are. But for every conflict that happens in Nigeria, there are specific drivers, and we have to be able to take the time to identify what the root cause is of each specific conflict for us to be able to develop a sustainable solution.
And thank you so much for your testimony. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Stutzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for being here. Consecutive administrations here in the United States have viewed Nigeria as an important partner in West Africa. But I would say that our relationship has been less than perfect. Just last year, the Nigerian government wrongly detained Tigran Gambarian, a U.S. citizen and former IRS agent, for 9 months on trumped-up charges of money laundering and tax evasion. Combining this with the Nigerian government's woefully inadequate response to this violence, I'm concerned that they may not have our best interest at heart. And I'd like both of you to answer this. And Ms. Shea, maybe you can go first, but would you elaborate on the relationship between Nigeria and the United States? And do you think continued inaction on religious freedom issues will harm our relationship going forward? Does Nigeria want to have a civilized relationship with countries in the West and in Europe and other parts of the world?
Oh, thank you for your question. I think that Nigeria wants and needs the United States. And I think that many Nigerians have come to this country and continue to come to this country for education, for investment reasons, or to live. And they are among our most successful, if not the most successful immigrant group. So I think that they have a lot to gain, and they know that from a relationship with the United States. I think I'm encouraged that the Nigerian government has an extremely high-level delegation over here talking to the Trump administration about how to improve relations.
So that the Nigerian people, for sure, is what it sounds like you're saying, want a relationship with the United States. What about the Nigerian government? I mean, to the extent that they're giving us lip service on Christians being killed, I mean, do they have the ability to put a stop to the killings?
I think they have an ability to take action, which they have not done in the Middle Belt, where the Christians are the primary target. They're the special target of these militias. And the government has not lifted a finger to help them until now. And maybe not even now. But I think that the government was not given any message before. I mean, we really, this is the first year that the first couple weeks that the government of the United States has said that there's a problem, that we are not happy. Our law, the International Religious Freedom Act, requires us to point them out and put them on the list of the world's worst persecutors of religious freedom, violators of religious freedom. So they have not gotten that message before. Before they were told that there were root causes, that these are two socioeconomic groups, there was no mention of religion. We were told, and the chairman, Smith, was told by Secretary Blinken and others that this had nothing to do with religion. So now we have a new analysis, and I think that we've had a very hopeful response to that.
Ma'am, I mean, are we frenemies? Are we, what are we?
We're friends. And I'm sorry, I actually missed your original question, if you could repeat.
Yeah, I'm just asking, could you elaborate on the relationship between Nigeria and the United States? And do you think that continued inaction on religious freedom issues will harm our relationship going forward? Does Nigeria, are they hearing the messages that are coming from our president, from the United States, about the concern of genocide? And not just, I mean, I realize there's people that are being killed that are both, Christian and non-Christian, but that this sort of violence is just cannot be tolerated.
Mm-hmm. Well, if they weren't hearing it before, they're definitely hearing it now. And I think, as I've mentioned before, there is an opportunity, and an opportunity that should not be missed in the way we convey as the U.S. how we want to work with Nigeria on this issue. The framing of the engagement really matters. And I think this is where we have to be, the U.S. has to be strategic in its partnership. The partnership with Nigeria, as you rightfully mentioned, is one of our most important partnerships on the continent. As was mentioned, by 2050, the population of Nigeria will surpass the population of the United States. So this is definitely a relationship that we have to keep and build, but approach our dialogues from a place of honesty. And I think what we have going now in this relationship is that the Nigerian people, there is a wide acknowledgement by the Nigerian people that something needs to be done and done quickly about the levels of insecurity in the country.
Do you think the Nigerian government is capable of putting a stop to the violence?
And then this is where I say that with the Nigerian government actually looking at where the inefficiencies lie or where the weaknesses are within its institutional capacity. And I think this is where, again, being able to differentiate what are institutional weaknesses and then what is just plain lack of political will.
Yeah.
And I think there needs to be an admittance of where the areas of weakness lie. And there are some clear areas of
I agree. And I think they should, if they can't handle it, they should be willing to ask the international community for help. I mean, you know, we should all be standing for life, no matter where at in the world. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Thank you. As we close, I just want to make a point. U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom in their report says that Nigeria's government has continued to forcibly close camps hosting displaced Christians who fled violence by Boko Haram, despite persistent security concerns in their communities of origin. That is a deep concern, and we're appealing to the country, to the government, I should say, of Nigeria, to rectify that. I also would point out that, you know, there's without objection, I would ask unanimous consent that a op-ed that's in National Review by Maureen Ferguson and Asif Mahmood be included. The title is Nigerian Girls Are Being Kidnapped. Islamic terrorists have inflicted a decade of religiously motivated violence on Christian women and girls. I would note parenthetically that according to Amnesty International, April 2024, that over 1,700 children have been abducted since 2014, since the Chibok girls incident, 17 cases of mass abduction. But it's interesting that this piece that was written, this op-ed, and without objection, it'll be part of the record. Maureen Ferguson was appointed to the commission by Mike Johnson, the speaker. Asif Mahmood was appointed by Hakeem Jeffries. So there you have both sides of the aisle, both sides of the political, ideological spectrum, writing an op-ed about these girls and about this terrible sexual violence. So without objection, it is part of the record. And anything else that you'd like to say before we close? Thank you so much for your leadership, your comments today. I want to thank my colleagues, both sides of the aisle, for their very, very incisive questions. And we have much to do. The hearing is adjourned.
Hello, can you hear me?
James, yeah. All right. Yes.
The sovereignty of Nigeria has been laundered publicly. You get the point?
Yes.
Yeah, Nigeria is not the kind of country that should be subjected to this kind of disgrace. It's a disgraced country. Where lies the sovereignty? This cannot happen during the reign of, Murtala Mohammed, when they were fighting for the Angolans, Mozambicans, and other territories.
During Buhari times, he was he was in Washington, D.C., he was in White House, being promised to be sold airplanes for combat. Why Tinubu time, they carry the case, go to discuss. These people. What is going to come out of this anyway? I don't even at this point. Mr. James, you're muted if you are. eccentrics say they don't do because of the ulterior motive. He let that one sleep. What about all the insane, incarcerated black people in America? Why is the Nigerian government entertaining this own show? Because me and you live in America. What the heck? We don't care. Address your own domestic issues. How can you say they should not finger you when you're up in their house, up in their face? Eh? All our leaders, all their stolen wealth, are all tucked away in Washington State. I told you to go and ask your landlord. You will be surprised. He'll be an Igbo man or a Yoruba man. That was the property that you live in. So these men are all compromised. That's what I'm trying to say. They are their families, you know. They live more in abroad, in Seattle, than they do in Abuja or Lagos. So when you are that out there, that's what you expect. So Nnamdi Kanu be the topic of the week. Going to weekend. They do well. They set it up good. They set it up good. Listen to all these grammar speak. How you doing? How they do?
Well, let's now get more legal perspective to this development. And joining me is a former Attorney General of Kwara State, Salman Jawando Asian. Mr. Jawando, Nnamdi Kanu has been sentenced to life imprisonment. And Justice Omotosho did mention that this was instead of a death sentence on count 1, 4, 5, and 6.
It is the Saturday, how you say will be full with Nnamdi Kanu and Nigeria hearing. Okay. Well, I don't know. The conversation is not as. It's not. It's becoming too pedestrian.
Significant is the court's reliance on Kanu's own broadcasts and public statements on establishing intent. Mr. Jawondo, sir.
Judge must have basis. Yes, thank you for having me. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. You may please respond to the question.
Hello?
I can hear you, Mr. Jawondo. Kindly respond to the question, sir.
Okay. So I was saying that the judge must have considered the evidence before him, before relying on the broadcast made by Kanu. And don't forget, he made several broadcasts of which is inconsistent with peace and stability of the country. So by relying on those broadcasts, and don't forget also that Nnamdi Kanu did not give evidence to deny those broadcasts. He did not call any witness. So those facts are deemed established. In other words, those broadcasts are deemed to have been made by him, since there is no counter evidence. So the judge was right and on a very firm ground in relying on those broadcasts to convict him.
All right. I will know that after that judgment was delivered, our correspondent was speaking with his consultants, now his former lawyers. And, Aloy Jimako did mention that this is the first time that, someone would be sentenced over word of mouth alone. Liberal Shoma is with us now. Mr. Shoma, if we look at the events that preceded the judgment, how unusual is it for a defendant to be removed from court for unruly behavior? And what does this tell about the limit of courtroom decorum in high-profile trials?
First and foremost, even though, like the judge rightly noted, even though the Constitution states clearly that an accused must be present throughout his trial, but also there are exceptions that except in cases when the accused, his presence in court will be unruly and will pose danger to the court. And so rightly the judge had to excuse him. And then you find out that consistently he held on to the law being repealed, the Terrorism Prevention Act of 2013 having been repealed by the 2022 Act, and that he can no longer be tried. But I really don't know who told him all of that or who tutored him, because if you look at Section 4 of the Evidence Act, it talks about savings in repealed law. Even Section 97 of the said repealed law, if you look at Section 98 actually repeals the Terrorism Prevention Act 2022, repeal the 2013 law, and then Section 97 saved whatever actions, whatever acts, and proceedings that have been initiated pursuant to the previous law. So every lawyer knows that for every law that is repealed, there is what they call the saving clause. So I wonder who tutored him and who told him, to keep hammering on the case that the fact that the law had been repealed, and then use that to spoil his own case. Even as a lawyer that is standing trial, it is always advisable to employ the services of another lawyer to guide you, because it's usually very difficult for you to be the dock and at the same time defending yourself. All right, except when you are charged for contempt in the face of the court. But in this case, despite having the services of very senior lawyers, the defendant still decided, to sack his lawyers and defend himself. And at the end of the day, the way he conducted the matter, I knew that certainly we will get here.
Let's bring in Mr. Jawondo. Given Mr. Kanu's repeated filings and requests to file final addresses, how would you say the court balanced his, procedural rights against the need for them to actually maintain order and deliver justice in court today?
Well, I think the court did the right thing. You see, the issue of filing of addresses is regulated by the Agile and the practice directions. Having been given enough time to file his address, and having failed to utilize that opportunity, it is not the business of the court to force him to file an address. Neither will the court continue to wait for him. More so that he did not even file an application for extension of time to file his address. So the court was right in holding that in any event, somebody who did not give evidence would probably have written an address on himself, having disengaged his lawyers. Well, as a person, he has that right, but having been given the right and having failed to utilize that right, the court was right. So there was nothing procedurally wrong in his not filing an address because it was his right of election that he exercised not to file an address. So the judge was very, very on a very good ground by going ahead to deliver judgment. In any event, addresses are meant to assist the court. They do not decide the outcome of the case. What parties do at address stage is to highlight the relevant fact and apply and cite or make available to the court relevant decided cases and statutes to assist the court in arriving at a just decision. So if a party decides not to write or to submit address, that does not mean the court will not consider the case on its merit. And I think that's what the court has done in this case. Consider the merit on the merit based on the evidence available to the court. And you discover in the course of the judgment, not much reliance was placed on the address of the prosecution, rather on the fact as presented. And that is the most important aspect in determining, in coming to a decision in a case.
All right, Mr. Jawando, we do need to take a break now. When we return from this break, we'll continue even as we analyze this judgment delivered earlier today by Justice James.
Welcome back, Mr. James. I wasn't hearing you before. I think I'm muted.
Yeah, this place is a bit noisy. Just hold on.
Oh, okay. So now TV justice and judges and internet justice now will stand to take
It's okay. I'm all right now.
Okay. Okay. So they are giving Nigerians something to get busy on for the weekend.
You mean the Americans?
No. I mean, with the Nnamdi Kanu case and.
Oh, I see. Well, it's virtually a foregone conclusion now. We are waiting for the appeal.
Yeah. Let me see what he's saying.
In that case, the conditions for bail are very judgment of so. Two, the case having been tried,
So we'll be having
judgment reserved. The issue of
experts from every nook and cranny. Telling us what's not. I'm interested to hear. Yes, yeah, clear. I can hear you.
Okay. You say you are interested to hear?
To see the politicians from the southeast, their response to this.
Well, I find it very difficult to understand them, frankly speaking.
They are all like they are okay. Just this look at it from Nigerian angle, like the way our leaders are behaving. None of them are loyal to the Nigerian state. They are more loyal to where the money is coming from, right? So it's the same thing with the Southeast leaders. They are loyal to the Nigerian state. So they believe they get more money and power from there. So they don't really care about what every other person says. It's a very interesting thing that we are seeing. That's why those who are in power can easily manipulate everything, and there's there's nothing or little restriction. So there they are pro their stomach, their pockets, what they can get.
This cannot continue. This cannot continue. It cannot continue the way it has been continuing. This is just what I believe. Something is going to happen. Just a question of time.
Mm-hmm. It will be interesting, because as soon as Obi come out and declare and choose his own political party, you will see how everything everything will change.
Are you sure that election will hold?
That's what I'm saying. That you will see how this kind of this rhetoric, this tension you are seeing, it will change everything. You will see everybody will be focused on that election. You will be surprised. These people, you will see. Once the guy come out, I think that is the only thing that.
I can see some links with Kweremadu's case.
Yes, the Bola Tinubu is making move.
Yes,
to bring in. So he's doing everything to score points.
Well,
So they said
up to now, those guys they caught, they abducted at Kebbi State. They've not been able to find them.
Oh yeah.
They
know where they are. They've not been able to bring. They know they fit the one of the houses themselves. These people, man, I don't take them, man. They know what they are doing. They know who they are fighting among themselves. In the sense that the rebels who are getting upper hand now are different from the ones during Buhari time. In the sense that not that they are not there before, but the bargaining power now has changed. So they know where they want to carry them go. They don't know the Nigerian space. They know what they are looking for. So now that they has the Minister of Defense to move to the states, not being state, I think that's where it came from, if I'm not mistaken.
No, moving there is not the issue. Look, the issue is as far as I'm concerned, the war on terrorism, they are just killing innocent terrorists. It is the sponsors they should go after, not the terrorists. Not the terrorists at all.
The sponsors are among themselves.
Yeah, so if they don't want to do, should I say deal with the sponsors? They should leave the boys to carry on their activities. They are just killing innocent boys for nothing.
Yeah. So it's just it's his power, So they are looking for power, so they have compromised. So if you find out that the person that contributed 500 million to campaign is also having hand in profit sharing from the killing, what are you going to do? That's exactly what is happening. It's a racketing, it's a business. They are making money now. You see billionaires streaming up every day. That by the time the Bola administration go, another one comes, we'll be hearing their stories, how they buy property everywhere. So is a one class is a one class cabal. Both the business class, all of them are in one accord. That's why it's kind of hard.
It's a one-party state. It's a one-party state. Both PDP, APC, whatever it is.
Yeah.
They know where they meet.
So they
Somebody
cannot
said
really. Oh, okay. I don't know why you don't see the link again now. That's the link. Jar Jones, who be that self? Who is you, Jar Jones? We are in a very interesting time. We just wake up with the different things.
The times are uninterestingly interesting.
Wake up with different things. They happen every day. Never a dull moment. This man canceled a trip to South Africa. I think that should be something interesting.
The wahala on his head is too much. You know, one thing I'm realizing is that when they are vying for the presidency, they think they have all the solutions to problems.
Oh yeah.
But when they get there and things start dawning on them, they know that
it's bigger
it's
than
not as easy as you thought.
The guy tired. If he lose, I won't be surprised. The thing die around.
You know, I don't not be Lagos, and Lagos not be Nigeria.
Yeah, it's interesting. Either way it go, yeah, it's a problem for him at this point. They are so committed that I don't know, but we'll see. Maybe at the end of the day, the will come out better.
You mean the country?
Abi?
You mean the country will come out better?
Working group on
yeah, maybe at the end of it.
It's not possible.
Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of the Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear.
We don't go tell these people now. This their lobbies for Washington DC is strong. Naija man, now you they do now you go tell them say they no green living Nnamdi Kanu. Because this was live and the judgment too was a couple of minutes ago. You are muted, Naija man. Yeah.
Hello, you hear me?
Yeah.
You're throwing for you're carrying come up, you're throwing for bastard. I don't be woman. Yesterday, woman cry and come on.
Thank God say you know the reason.
I beg me say, if I don't know,
Yeah, but yeah.
I say double. Double. Double.
Well, talk by head.
Yeah, Baba, double, sir. Double, sir. Okay, this one, now today, what it is?
Now part of the the congressional hearing now.
But that's what the Congress is not finished now, they're not closed now.
Now they talk now. Waiting this guy they talk so now about Nnamdi Kanu judgment.
But I started it from beginning now. Why I not gonna see here?
Nnamdi Kanu is a
alleged Christian genocide. U.S. Congression begins opening hearing.
Yeah, because it started by 6 o'clock.
Clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of the Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear.
But they reject IPOB.
Yeah.
But they say they take the matter go meet Trump. Trump say no. You understand the IPOB say they be terrorists and say he have nothing to do with it now. Say he doesn't want to have anything to do with those IPOB.
Trump na politician and a messenger. Now what they say na him do so. You not to just make am loud.
Okay.
Your own job don't finish. Those we want use and do wrong win election and they don't stand jobs so. Politics be again now. Trump na politician. So now the Christians, evangelicals, in the country, we vote for him with the lobbyists. Now then go tell us they come. Bloody those boys for Nigeria, they see them misbehave. So the guy come out, Peter Head, and I saw the game at work now.
I wonder why this guy is saying raise the issue for a year and a year. That's why I just remember saying about Trump rejected
this one
them.
to know this one is not a politician now. Everybody they use a building case now. Now what's the game baby that?
In fact, this America, sorry to say, the politics with the Nigeria they learn, and Nigeria they learn and Canada from Nigeria. Honestly, almost everything we just see, just copy and paste.
Politician behind this guy. They will call Nigerian community now go ask for votes for donation.
For donation, yeah.
Big Nigerian men go to donate to their campaign. And so
they say this what the senator there that they are paying this IPOB pay. They say they pay $80,000 for lobby.
The lobby, yes, now. That's big business. It is
they cash out. I think they cash out for these people. I know that don't they. That is good. Another one, the other man, that's how they donate for $1 that time. That's one that they do for this thing. They say they be netto. He's coming to bring Nigeria. I don't think this one cash out again. Oh my God. Man, how do you see the judgment today now?
Nothing, I'm not saying anything. They don't do any. I don't know. Me no be you tell me say I don't even know say.
But you say 30 I start. Now you 30 I start.
Matter again. I just na political case na enter so now. Everybody go use our campaign. So I'm not surprised.
But they are not going to release him for now. Now this will not be this president self, not be Tinubu at all. Not be Tinubu at all, because Tinubu next year, I do not feel they will do it 1 year now. I think they don't sentence him. Because Buhari released at that time 2017, they never sentence him. You don't understand? As a user campaigner, they don't give our votes. See, they don't give our votes, you know? And they win. Tinubu said they don't give the user, he win. So that's why it's not the kind of not for political gain for anything.
They go on use to make people come out vote for, because the more Obi get vote, the more Atiku no get vote.
And the more you favor Tinubu now.
So
The more you favor Tinubu. If Tinubu want Obi to come out to contest, because if Obi and Atiku contest, they share votes. So Tinubu will able to win. You know what I'm saying? Tinubu will able to win.
And the calculation they will do that. They will
provoke them for that side. Your pack vote will be for that side. But Tinubu will get your leverage, pick win it direct. What you see, what two of them get? See what 3 of them get when they come up for PDP. They got almost 7. I think we get almost 14, 15 point something million. 3 of them with Compass. So Tinubu get 8.9. You see, if they are come together, I don't see the difference. Obi and Atiku 2019, they get about 12 million. 12 million plus votes.
You sure they got those votes? Those are allocated votes.
But we can say it on our own, but that is what is there now.
No,
and what I make bring now, we go follow Baba. We don't follow our mouth now.
No, you cannot analyze the election results through rigging.
No, that is to our own, but to court is not like that now.
No, the issue is
to court is not like that. The other way for law. No, Baba, wait. If I would say, you may say it via me and you know, but law is not like that. But between me and you, now that is only way it stands.
So
you cannot go court back one and then say the boring election. They'll say so by the law.
No, you see, when we are analyzing results, we should not use these fake figures to forecast that if Tinubu and this contest, if Atiku and that, no, all those figures, they are just allocations.
No, I don't believe that one. But that is what happened now. No, but that is what happened last election now.
And so we
are talking about their last election results, sir. Not the one that is coming. We are talking about their last election results.
The last election result is fake.
And that is to you now, Baba, I understand. To you is fake. But to the law, it's not fake. You don't understand? Because only the person that have the power to announce the electoral result is INEC. So then you don't have power to So the only way INEC bring, that constitution give a right for Nigeria. You don't understand the part. Me and you know it's fake. Me and you here now. You know this is fake. You understand? But if they carry me down, go to court, come and prove it is fake, what would I say? I can't prove it. I only vote in one polling unit out of 174,000 polling. Can I bring the proof of those places? No. I can only testify where I vote. So they say, oh, alleged must prove now. Not people prove what I don't see. But me and you know it's ringing. Everything. We know about the law.
The country don't expire.
That's what they don't talk for many years. They say all these people they're not expired. Now we are not talking the way to remove them. That is just our own problem. We are not finding the way to remove them. We just like to complain. These people will say they are not smart. The same way we say Buhari is not smart. Buhari have ruled 2 times. He ruled as a military. He used gun, collect power. He come back again, win 2 times again. Rule 8 years. They not get sense. They not get sense. See all of them. They are ruling. They are signing check. They are making law. If they make law now, say you don't come to, they don't use that passport. Green, white, green again. They want to turn it to green, blue, and blue. You will use it. You cannot say, that country is expired. I will not use that one. No, unless you will not fly. You will not live wherever you are. You see, they don't know what they are doing. It's we that know that these people are bad. What are we doing to make sure they don't come back there? That's supposed to be our own focus. Not all this Nigeria is this one, Nigeria. We will complain for 1 million years. Nothing will happen. See, they are putting their children there. What are we doing to make sure those people doesn't stay there? What are we doing to make sure these people doesn't go back there, win this election? That is the solution.
Hello.
Can't be complaining on Nigeria is this one, that one. That's all, you go. Hello? Somebody is making noise. That is the way this Europe, all this Europe we are, they are worse more than Nigeria. Now go and look at their history. They are worse more than Nigeria, more than but even till today, many things are not still okay. Still, but the basic ability is there already. You know, so many things that still happen here. You wonder, say, am I in a third world country? But the basic about that is people fight, people kill their life, people have to change it. That's why you read many white man, many book of white men. How all this, the way they change revolution, are able to change, they're able to move the country, able to live their life. You know, all these things we are enjoying this abroad today. The people that fight for it, they didn't stay to enjoy it, they didn't see it. It didn't even manifest during after they fought for it. It didn't even manifest. What is the problem of Africa? Everybody want to do that. It must be my turn. I must take. We have to forget our time has gone. Our children. That is what we have to fight. That is the way they do it abroad. You see, unless it's not, if it not be me, I want to go die for Nigeria. I want to go do for Nigeria. So either they rule over you or you rule over them. The illiterate will go there and take power. They will still be there. They will still be there, and they will not control you, make law for you that is educated and have PhD. And you must follow the rule. PhD professor, I cannot say don't follow rule. If you local government is your local government, put you can say Bible, you know they speak English. Let the Bible put law and say you're a professor, you will not follow that law. To be sent to jail now. So people are making law for you. We are saying people don't have sense. How me and that I have sense? I cannot even Ghana 10 votes. Me that said I have sense, I can't even Ghana 10 votes. The person I say doesn't have sense. He beat all the intellectual. That means he's the best among all of us. So sometimes be realistic. We're able to see the way forward. This one, you see this one, you don't like this one, we shout or this one. No, that is not the way about. The elderly person, that's what they say, forget the past and move. And focus on the future. I'll not be letting all this since 1999. These people, they will choose who they like. They will see the same thing we are repeating. They are not saying, no, these people must not come. This person must not come. And we didn't even see them. All of us, euphoria carry us, we didn't focus. After they have won election, we see this one not go school. Before they can't do primary, they can't select her. We don't know say not go school, we'll stop her. Can't do election. Well, now they say this person is a criminal. It was there from beginning. Do primary, do everything, campaign. We do nothing to tell that person. After they now win election, INEC. No, I'm not INEC, I beg. Not INEC. Not police. Because we don't want to do the. We say that's why see the way they put to cajole us in Africa. Politics is a dirty game. Politics is a dirty game. This one said, no, I don't want to. Okay, no. They don't use that. Shade us out of the politics. You say, no, politics is a dirty game. Politics is a dirty game. These are the people that will make law. People that will control your resources. People that will control everything. It's a dirty game. Why can't all of us say, okay, let all of us just be dirty inside the thing? Let us all be dirty. We will not be running for them. We will leave them. They will just take power. That's exactly the mistake people make. Those who fight the military after Abacha died, Abdulsalam was dating. He called all of them, Afenifere, Ohaneze, Arewa, all those people who fight. Oh yeah, you people should come. All you that do are looters, all them Tinubu, all of them, yeah, come. You people should go and form a political party. No more Zobu. Go and form a political party and take the country and focus on the way you have to build the way you have to build the country. Leave all your fights, leave all your struggling. Go and form a political party. In less than 6 months, 1 year, we want to hand over. All of them, no! Military is deceiving us. They are deceiving us. Oranese go. Afenifere go. Arewa stand. Tinubu, Duke, Donald Duke, all of those ones, guys, they say, go back to their state. They form a political party. They join Tinubu join of them contest. They form a political contest. They win election. That's how they be there. Now that's why all these criminals, they weak all of them. All those places that they need to feel like what happened in 2022. That's exactly what happened in 1998. All those forms, you need to fill it, fit candidate. That is why all these Agbero, just put your name. Maybe later we'll find somebody that will come with substitute you. That is all of them win. Agbero take over our country of Nigeria. After 4 years, before those who fight, who struggle, they had now open. No, let's take it back. They have already hijacked the power. That's what we are facing today. What we are facing today. We condemn them, no, okay, this one. That is what we are facing. We give them the chance to do everything. People were fighting. Ask me, people will tell you, I've been fighting for democracy. You are fighting for democracy since how many years? You never have plan. Okay, anytime military go, this is what we want the country to be. This is our goal. This is what we want. No plan. Military go, now they call you, all of you. You now say, they are deceiving us. They don't want to go. They don't want to go. They are deceiving us. You didn't form political party. You didn't form. They are complaining. They don't want to go. They don't want to go. Without forming a political party. And military now go finally now. People need to fill all those positions. That is the way all those criminals enter. The criminal bureau, everything. Since 1990, the criminal take over. You win election, you win election. If somebody is in prison, if you contest election, you win election. That's the person that will rule. You cannot say because he's a prison or criminal. No, that is democracy. That is why even go and look, even during Jesus Christ, they brought Jesus. They brought that man that was killing them. What is the name? I don't forget the name in the Bible. That was killing them. They said choose between Jesus and this one. They choose the baby Barnabas and they choose that man. I was killing them. You know, understand? So it's democracy. They have to crucify Jesus and give them that and release that one for them. That one that was killing them, that steal them, that do them every evil thing. It's democracy is like that. If you like, we choose a cripple, he contest and he win. Is that cripple? You cannot tell me, can a cripple? No. He win election. That is what many things we are not understanding. That's why look at the Europe here. Look at people in the office here. They look at Limbe, people here. Play the country here. All over. Abroad. We take all over abroad. Bring about 11, 12 countries. See them. We cannot say because this one really like this one. So now we can't do that. They control you and they tell us. So, what we are just living. That is the problem we have in Africa, Nigeria, most Nigeria. They are majority of us are not political awareness. We don't have it. Our political literacy is very high by 85%. Doesn't even know what is going on. All these things we are watching. Go to Nigeria. How many people are watching it? How many people even know that Nnamdi Kanu is sentenced today? I can tell you, it's only those, maybe it's not to 2,000 people, 1,000 people in Nigeria. The whole country. You see? Because if you are watching Arise now, watching Arise, watching Channel TV in the morning, just look how many views. You will be seeing 600, 400. And majority of those people are in abroad that have internet. I've gone to Nigeria every time. I never see where people, how many people, unless I go to my big friend house, that is where you see them on all those channels. You see Nigerian person will take his phone and be watching China or watching Arise. No, they don't know all those things. Watching Davido, Fanny BBN, Nyash, Fanny, that is their own problem. 95% of Nigeria, according to them, I'll be telling them all these things that happen. They don't even know. They don't even know what is happening in Nigeria. That's why people think that they're going to take over the country. No.
So is that bad in Nigeria? I never knew.
No, honestly, I go to Nigeria every time. I just think about. I tell you, this thing that is happening to this Nnamdi Kanu, I'm telling you, is up to of the whole Nigeria. It's not to 1,000 people that is awareness of this thing that happened today. How many people that
I never knew.
I
last went around 2010.
Okay, last 2010.
It's written on it big, yes.
Because how many people will now go and subscribe his money and be watching China? What's it concern? Whether you want or on the phone, be watching the news in Nigeria. They even see it. Let's just meet people like that they come from abroad, all those kind of this sound, all this. But when you have to know, see when people come to TV, news that me I've watched, I've seen for the past, read in the paper, they will be asking them about it. See the way they respond. You will know that these people don't even understand what they are talking about. They are not even what they don't even know anything about it. That's why you see everybody. If you bring one anything, maybe you bring this case now to come and deliberate it in Nigeria now, you will see 300 people will talk different 300 things. You will wonder, say, I'll be waiting and watch the talk like this. Because none of them even have aware, they don't even watch it, they don't even see it. Well, as you just said it, they just start reasoning on their own. How many people is watching this thing? How many people is watching TV in Nigeria? One subscribe. I mean, if we go, okay, if the one that are subscribing on the BSTV, Go TV, if we subscribe and be going to be watching TV, no, whether they are watching football or watching wrestling. The one that is still a big man that is watching all this, and it's cheap, not that it's cost. But they cannot be go and be on TV. They sit down one hour, want to hear news. I want to hear what is done. You won't see Dr. Damage. You don't see people that came there, and people they will all see that are passed throughout the week. That is what Dr. Damage will bring. All these news like this. But they will sit down there for 12 hours. They don't even have idea of any of the news. They would not be saying what you said. They would not be talking from what you thought. What you said, they don't have their opinion. What you said, they would not continue. Hey, don't say like this, because maybe you have watched the news. You are analyzing the both, out of what you see. You understand? But because you are not saying what they want, they start attacking every issue. That is only what you see there. Just to attack all platforms. You see Nigeria attacking themselves. Don't talk like that. You have to be. Because you wonder, all of them are there. No one watch the news. No one read the paper. They just come there. What we can say. Or I know what we see down this 2 minutes. Maybe all those Furia wiki are fighting with Yerima. 2 seconds. You will see 1 hour video. They will not watch. They will just maybe the 2 minutes. All those content creator will cut out. That's only what they will. But you don't. If somebody that has said, go and watch the full video. Somebody led to this person that make it to say this. What really happened? No. Then when you don't go there, you want to tell them what really happened. They say, you are APC. You are a devil. You are this one, You don't see the ignorance is too much. You are nobody, but we have to get it. Who are we first? That is it. I want to go and take over power.
Anyway, the country get as it be.
That's the people are not aware. The people there are not even aware of what is going on. They don't even care. They don't even try to.
The country has scattered already. There's no point. Compared to what it used to be in those days.
But if the people, unless what you will fight for is what you are aware of. If people are not like now, I've been here since 8 o'clock. I on TV since I watched 2 news. They started. I watched this is start by 7. China. I watched China till 8 o'clock. 1 hour. They want to start the second one. I enter Arise. From Arise, they switch to court 8:30. And now I mean to say I've been here since now watching everything that happen all over Nigeria today. That's from one TV to this TV. Rapport China I'm watching. So those people, they are not there. They don't have all those time. They can't sit down those one. Even those if I did Nigeria self, if I on TV, they watch this CNN, all this one. People they will come, nobody will sit down with me, only me. But man, you all put music, me. They will see everybody. That is only what they understand. The parlor, everybody is angry. They come, my baby mate bro sleep a bed. News. What you see? They don't need they don't want, they don't know that was supposed to make them to get awareness of what is happening in the country. That's why you see everybody just talk, everybody talk on his own. Nothing is right, no one voice. Everybody just talk everywhere, talk anyhow. That's a problem. Everybody see, you have to see all those comment section, look at everything, look at all those platforms. See everybody just talk different. They don't even understand the subject of the matter. They will just say from what you said, I come in, that person say, that guy that was saying this thing, how can you say something like that? That is my opinion. You say your own if you understand the subject. No. Just to come out. That is who we are. Yeah. If we know, then those people who are leading today, they know. They understand this thing. They understand the press. They understand the newspaper. You understand? They were able to gather themselves, understand themselves, was fighting, know what they were fighting for. Nigeria doesn't know. It's all they want to hear. Tinubu is a criminal, finish. Tinubu is a criminal. Nigeria, Tinubu, go. Tinubu, you'll see this place now with food. But after we shout, everybody go and sleep. We will not see one solution. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll come back 1 million years. That is Nigeria. That's right. Something that is there. This man is there. You don't want him. That's ending of them. Now he's shouting, Tinubu is this one. What is the next solution? Who is the next person? Okay, if we want to remove Tinubu now, who do you want us to put? All of them will complain. Everybody will not see anything to say. Even if they give you candidates, okay, you give us candidates now. What will that candidate do? Tell us the policy. Is he going to bring back first subsidy? Is he going to bring back exchange rates? You see, everybody will just silent. That is the truth. That is the truth, Epa. That is what we have to get.
We just have to look. But the situation cannot continue like this forever.
Continue. The people are. If Nigeria is, look at all those Nepal. Do you think somebody? That is why Nigeria is look for. That is why you see us in Nigeria. We are looking for Messiah. That's why we always fall in that. We are looking for Messiah. Well, youth of today now, you are 22 years. You are still expecting me of 60 years to come and be your Messiah. You that supposed to be thinking how you want to take over your country. When people have deceived your father, deceived them, they cannot able to talk. Now you that you are vocal. Forget that they will be arrogant, they are talking nonsense, remove the none and take and use the sense and make something. You are not able to make policy and able to make decision for yourself. You are still waiting for one person to come and be. And people you are waiting for, those are people who have brought the country to where it is today. Those are people who have been a part of the establishment. You are still believing that they are coming to rise and be a Messiah. When you see where the country is going, you just figure it like that. You don't figure those people of 2021 who are still believing that kind of thing. You just say these people say they are still going to, their generation is still going to be waste because they don't even still understand where they are going. Buhari said Nigeria youth are lazy, but we take it to another place. We're not able to digest it, which is true because he believed during their time they never allowed those nonsense to happen to them. They take on and take over power. But Nigeria, no, we just only want to shout and insult ourselves, go home and sleep, come back the next day, insult. You must talk what I like. You must not. If you don't talk what I like, they label you. Don't know you are APC. You are supporting this one. How did they write it? I have my own opinion. Either is good or bad. It's my own. It's not going to change anything. If I say Tinubu is bad today, I don't have the power to go and remove him there. So why do you expect me to say Tinubu is bad? Still, what are we going to do? Bring solution out. Why are you waiting for my opinion? Not what you want, I want now, Oga. Yeah. Want somebody to come and tell you, say, no, go and riot before you riot. You want somebody to come and tell you, say, no, go and organize yourself. To make sure. Okay, look at the youth sniper. Let me tell you one thing. In 2023, the youth came out, they were able to bring first in history of Nigeria in 8 months. By themselves, their money, find some people siphon money, but majority, those one who really believe, come out with by themselves, by their money can pay through, you understand? Bring 6.1 million votes.
No.
What are they supposed to do? All this one,
No,
Sorry, sir.
that
Sorry, if I
system.
allow me. If I don't forget me, sorry, sir.
Yeah.
All these, sorry, sir, I agree. All this, no, all eyes on judiciary. Hey, this one, this, all those things was not needed. You get 6.1 only in 8 months. You were supposed to sit down. We try for 8 months. If we work it again before 2 elections, we will take over this country. But everything, they scatter all. We can sort and fight. Sorry, if I pass on or no.
Yeah, that's 6.1. That is what they allocated. If you ask me, what did Obi score in that election, I will tell you quite frankly, I do not know. I don't know what he would have scored if the election was free and fair. That 6.1 is a scam. So you cannot
It's
say
a scam now, but if they say it's a scam, yeah, if they say it's a scam, but if they believe that they had that 6.1 million, and they look the time frame, they're able to guide that 6.1 million. Nobody have get that one in the history of Nigeria. Even so worried that I've contested second 2 times.
Nobody got it. Nobody got 6.1.
No, even we don't know. We don't know. Don't let me. We have to say something we can defend the part. We don't know. We can say election is rigged, but who really win that election, we don't know. So even if they get that 6.1 in that 8 months, if then that's okay, let's work. Let's work in 4 years or in 8 years. They were able to get a vote and able to hold ground all over the 774 local government and take over the country. But no, then Tinubu, don't you see
Don't be
APC?
surprised.
There is no local government, there is no ward. You don't find APC office. There is no ward in Nigeria. You don't find PDP office. No ward. 884 ward. PDP is in all of them. They have office in all of them. That is where grassroots. That's where you recruit people. Election is not by shouting. It's number. That's why they say democracy. The majority, it's a majority will have their way, but the minority will only have their say. That is it.
Look, don't be surprised. In the next election, Peter Obi might even score less than that 6.1. It's what they
If
allocated.
Obi is able to get 1 million in this election, try.
Good. Now, the issue is the election results in Nigeria is fake. They give presidency
That is
to
to
whom
you,
they want to give it.
you are still repeating what I'm saying.
No.
It's fake, you cannot prove
No.
it. To you,
It
me,
is not.
all of us is
No,
fake.
excuse me.
But to law, it's not fake. If you go America
The
now, parliament now, go say the election is fake. They're not going to take them from your hand. They say, who win?
The 2023 election result was determined at Chatham House in London.
They have been going to Saturn right from time paper. Every year election they go there.
Excuse me.
So it's not the first time.
That is
I
where
don't
they
know what
choose
those
the
will be our
person.
problem. I don't understand.
It's a problem. What do
That is
they
the
go there to
problem.
do? They will never tell you and me.
Oh, they have been going there now, and the country doesn't. I know people they control the country. And you are talking as if those people are there, as if they are the one controlling the country. You are not. You say you do all these things. We are not talking how to change it. We are just complaining of something of every year. All of them go there. As people are go there, all of them have been going there every time. All of them have been going there. It's not the first time in 2023 now. So why are we? Why is that 2023 now a problem? They have been going there right from the beginning. We are not talking how to change our own. We are still saying all those ones. I don't understand. Sometimes we want to blame Oyibo. Oyibo don't go since 1965. They are still interfering our country. We are not saying that to exist there.
What do they go there for? What do they go there for?
Oh my God. You are the one that said that the team was determined there. I'll be telling you they have been going there to go and that is to tell you that people are still influencing your country. Simple as ABC now, elderly person now. Don't you know why those people go there? You see, the people are still controlling our country. The country is not controlled by them.
So it is not your election result that determines who to be the president. Let the whole 200 million Nigeria go and vote in 2027. Who they want to win is the person who will win. That is the point I'm making. There's no need for election.
There is no need for election now. You have to stop it that will be done election. No, that is where we have the problem. And we cannot be saying this thing, saying this one. What are we doing to stop that thing? That is what we need to do. That is what we need to do. We can't say it like this and change it. No. How are we going to stop them? You understand? What are we doing to stop these people? That is supposed to be our solution. If not, they will still go there, 2027, still park there again. Still come back.
In the next election, will you vote? 2027?
Why I don't vote? I vote. Why did I vote? I go to Nigeria and vote. Why would I vote? Unless I go to Nigeria and vote. Oh. Why would I vote? When I have a voter's card, that is my right now. Why won't I vote? Don't miss it. Oh. I don't miss it. Oh. I vote. Oh. Why?
It's okay.
Let's in Nigeria now.
It's almost 9 o'clock now in the Gambia.
Oh, the same time over here in UK.
Oh,
8:43.
Yeah, that is it. 8:44, yes, 8:43. That's the same time.
The same time.
At this time of the year, in the month of June, you are 1 hour ahead of us.
Because we are in summer, we are in winter now.
Yes, we are in winter.
Winter.
We don't have winter or summer.
Like Nigeria now.
Just like Nigeria, we don't have winter and summer.
Nigeria is 1 hour ahead of us here now.
Yes, that is true. We use the same time with Ghana, London. Yeah, you are correct. Nigeria is 1 hour ahead of us. Nigeria and Cameroon.
1 hour ahead of us. To 9 over there now. To 10 over there now. To 9 here now. That is it.
It's okay. Thank you so much indeed. I have to sign out.
Okay, sir. Double, sir.
So, good night.
Yes, sir. Ovie. We don't sleep. Ovie.
Ovie has been up since morning.
No, let me bring and come this thing now.
Oh, I see.
Let me bring and come myself. Ovie.
I dare. Just make a meeting. Mr. James, you say it's late where you are.
Yeah, I have to go home.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time. Good night. Time for your time.
Thank you so much.
Welcome,
Thank you.
All right.
Try today. Don't go. We don't chop 8 hours, so follow so.
Like play. Oh.
Next time you take on now, we don't chop 8 hours. Why don't look around?
It means the election time not they reach.
Election
time they do long hours.
That's why now they break the election time. To go save that problem now. We'll let you go. No, election time now they reach 1, 2, 3 now. 1, 2, 3. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank God. Well, man, Nigeria. We need to try, man. Try for all these smart people voting.
Your uncle they talk for you.
Look, company.
Good luck.
Okay, Jonathan.
For coming, Fatima, GCON, for coming for this event as a special guest of honor. And let me thank you for your kind words. Let me also appreciate my good friend, His Excellency Ernest Bai Koroma, the former President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Let me appreciate Her Excellency Mrs. Miriam Abasha, the former First Lady, thank you very sincerely for coming to honor us. Let me appreciate His Excellency Dr. Mrs.
Oh, this
Vivian
one I hold
Jonathan, my dear wife.
Brother, I hope
Thank you
video.
for coming.
Now, I hope video. Now, not going
Let me
to video
appreciate
that
the
time.
keynote speaker, His Excellency Dr. Ibn Chambers.
This woman, this man, self, his last wife died, self, this week.
Who?
This former president, Shehu Shagari, the last remaining wife. Then by the class, they are better not just understand, I just did this thing like that.
Children no get money. You no get money.
We did for Niger data. So now they collect that. What the Niger data they go without all those concepts.
You want me to spend the money to do burial? Yeah.
They
Because
did Niger
I have to
data.
spend burial.
Let her get money now.
Unless the state won't carry on for help. State no carry on, you know how much you go pay. To bring vice president come your venue, you know say they're expensive, but because of security.
Yeah.
So the man now his state supposed to do all those things. Now then supposed to make the burial for him. But since state no do who won't do it for him.
That's true. And I said I go do the burial yourself.
But I just state government supposed to make him official as a state burial.
I said I go do the burial. Because if we take the other man self, that's Yoruba man.
Eddie Clark.
No, the Clark and the other Yoruba man. The Clark like that, they be data now.
Yeah.
The other man, that one, whatever you are, the bad job. Burial, just the kind of to carry.
Yeah, all those ones they no be
like that.
They know na state government go fit make their they don't they far from power.
No, the other man was a politician now. This one too was a politician. I don't say this
they far from power. When I mean they far from power, they don't do any position now, and their political children say no the power.
And the time they still the power, that's how they never they steal money well.
So
meeting still did after they gag there.
Send them.
I say that say that man, I can't read one book. Don't say that man, and then with them what they sentence that time no. They charge for treason that time no. They can't go Ghana.
Yes, now they be age mate all this time.
That man they among go. I want for treason. I don't say those man they now roll of them day among all of them.
Then now them be the lead. Now them be the politician at that time now.
And this man can go inside there.
Zeke and the rest of them.
Yeah.
He work for Zeke. Now he work for Zeke radio.
But other people, they never. See, when people go, that's sometimes when people talk, say go back to original government. They look say Nigeria now. Which time because history, people don't learn from history many things. You understand? Because if you say go back to something where they abolish, that thing lasts only how many years? 9 years. And 9 years.
Now America scatter now.
So
America
why people go say? Oh, God, they say go back to there again. No, shall Nigeria. No, we don't. When they just when they fight for resource control, they talk say go which region? Who want do region again? You want to say do data with day like this? If people never see come together, you want to say data come back again, may come be one governor. Who want agree again? So data don't they enjoy Alawi? Don't they enjoy full power? I mean, what about to say? Hey, Kitty, go back to do. Peggy, go not go happen again for that job.
Power sharing, power that we fight for.
Power control. They like this, I think they get problem self. You dey talk say, but the kind man whether they man from the side, that side not be small. I think coffee security come from that side.
Everywhere now things there for Nigeria. There are good people though. I know people that they live for all those areas before. They know where everything there. I know they live for there before now. They don't spend more than 100 years. So for those areas, they know where everything there.
Some map all of them down to get the full map for one. But the one thing we don't understand, where that is from the Nigerian government to have been from the foreigner where they come mine all those things. Because that time what they mine, they mine for Ibadan. Foreigner not the corner, we the mine and come out, will come down. You get people where they come buy that and I see black. All those Senegal, Malian, you understand? They will buy and they'll come take and go to Europe, to land. You know?
The market now don't change now.
The market don't change. Okay. That what I'm trying to say is okay, why now be say why Nigeria not negotiate with these people, they will come. Just to do make a peaceful way.
Oh, not like na black market. Now which I try to explain, Mr. James be that. You now, where the government? If you governor for your state now, where you suppose empower your indigenous company to start the mining, maybe it go cost you 100 million. Me will be a businessman, go call you, go carry you, call you go once I say come. Don't worry, that money we want to do so my company to do. I will just give you 2%. I'll give you 2 million every month. Give your children scholarship for abroad. Don't worry, I will do them. Which one you will take?
That one now.
That's so now what is it? That's so that they do. So before you know,
no need to go the 100 billion, not the math machine now.
So now bargaining, no be say na deal. Them no, so that's why they call it turn by turn.
But what they call the user they affect. Okay, because they'll change the people out. They need to change the people out for the not to come closer. Yeah.
Once I call deal for you now, I go bring my people come now.
No, the buying something where they come they ravage the village now. Now they talk.
Now they no, because you with me they come now on a big scale. I don't want to involve the people for area.
Yeah, not to farming security there.
So, but na easy deal. Now they say money they exchange hands, but it's just a
Black market.
So once one government come, he go say we negotiate the deal for his own favor, your own company, your own people too. So now what did they happen? That be the turn by turn.
Wow.
That's why the president will come, go tell him the Minister of Petroleum. What you negotiate? What put your own men there now?
I don't see where that this man I actually go put for there now. Mining. Like yo mema. The 2IC. I go for them. Because that time, no insecurity, not the cause insecurity that it. When I think bush, think correct, I go that time. But no, human being not finish that place 100 years. Development not finish that place 200 years. I will go do that time. I will go do that time. They sleep that place. Oh, snake will swallow. And then I see for different ways snake, that kind of thing where that man show you. For that book. Where say snake swallow army. You understand? That I'll be Sima. And then I see say that thing where they say they swallow person for water. That's what they call it me. Hey.
Yeah, if you enter Titik Forest, you go see all those things now.
You do. For that, it's also now.
They just
Why?
be far from human being, don't pursue them, go far.
Oh, they sleep inside there. You see, if some snake fall from up sometimes on top tree, my brother. Hey! You go really be like human being. The way will take long. How this kind of thing be like? No. Oh, dear. But I said, inside that bush that time, only what they do be say, all those hunters, hunters, all those village hunters. All those people where they do, man, they'll rent all those hunters for those village. They will pay them. They will inside the bush. They chase all the animal. If there's any animal, danger animal, you know. 24/7. What my brother? Yeah, they do the thing. Government, and the military, they can't just come that time, pursue people, come with their gungoro, pack enough mopo, come that time. Pack enough mopo, come inside with that time. Start to shoot, people will just come on. Those people never the take bribe, they don't even open wide that time, sef. So they say bribe, I understand. Oh, shoot. People they run from one finish, go far, till bush, maybe till late in the evening, they come out. The next day, people still pack, come again. It's in 1 month or 2 months again, for information still they come again. This one, when you come the road, they collect 100,000. One truck, they collect 1 million. They say, police will collect, yes, they will collect. Oh, those who are not doing that, they collect that. We are free. Sir, even like military regime, share that time, sir. Just peaceful. I think don't day. All those mining, not me today now. This thing don't day. Don't day since I know. I know this to that I go since 1990. Since 1990. Day. All this play two, this thing, all this one, this play two, Benue fight, so Kaduna. No, all this one don't do that time now. Don't do that time. They fight that time. They'll see the power people they come. Even for play two that time, this military, this will take come back to Mokola Barrack that time. This military trailer. Don't pack people, this pack on inside like goose. They cross. What I don't do there, don't they? They be like social media, comedy thing, come more viral these days. This one. And this one, they say, okay, go, help you, go do what you. Thank you, Tinubu self, if you Matawale want go to first way, very day with,
Look now, say the administration when they do anything since government Trump threatened.
very day with, maybe governor. Say they negotiate with the bandits. Nah, but you see what happened today. You don't see one thing what happened today. They can't give judgment today for courts. Well, they can't wait, the two can't be the same date.
You can't be waiting.
I said they can't give judgment today. They can't distract Nigeria. I mean, they don't hear the public hearing for America. I mean, they're waiting. The two can't be the same day. All these Nigerians, sometimes all this government, the two can't be the same dates. They do the public hearing for Nigeria for country of particular concern. They give judgment this one for Nigeria for Nnamdi Kanu.
You know, the part of the lobby is now maybe they also give information.
Well, like this one, you see that the Kanu just distract people. They never know the outcome of that one for that side.
Those ones not campaign. They want just use and raise money from their campaign. Nothing more. Election are next year now. They get election.
Yeah, carry public hearing they do for America for what they happen for Nigeria. Obviously, they bring evidence, everything is just yes, they say.
They get evidence. So. The company where they mine for them, now you get them. Nobody then get the company.
No, about the genocide. The genocide when they talk.
They
But
tell
what
you
you like?
now.
I they watch them once.
The people they do the genocide, you know them. Them don't know them.
Not be these people talking that they fund the Boko Haram over here.
Now money election and next year they get midterm election next year, so they need to raise money. That's how they think they get elected. They raise. They know
Okay,
they fit
next
money
year
like
gonna be
that.
2 years old.
Yeah, they know they fit money direct like that. So now, so they think they raise money. Issue like this. So all the Christian billionaires they will donate to them as they carry their matter for head. So next year na midterm election. Then 2028 self don't start. Those one we want like Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz will run for presidency 2028. Yes, we go run for primary and I will contest for primary if you win. So they look for platform where you go run on. So you won't run on Christian evangelical people. And those ones, I waiting they do with us. That's why I carry out for it.
Good.
Everything a calculation now. They don't tell where they plan and not be today.
At least they get something where they will talk.
Before the day where Trump make that tweet, they just finished fundraising. IPOB, people they donate money to all these Christian evangelists. They don't finish their big conference for this year. They finish their 9 Trump make that tweet. So I know what they do.
That's good.
That's our campaign don't start so now. Because they go now for they'll go for Thanksgiving, Christmas break, don't finish. Then they go back to their constituencies, so they knock for doors. So the same messages give all the Nigerian people there with the America. They're going to donate. When there are $2, $10 before you know they don't get thousands of dollars.
$1 million. Million. All those
So now waiting our politicians don't feel they do that because they feel still direct, nobody go feel them. Until when they go reach where they don't feel still again, they have to do the community work, they have to carry issue, they speak on issues. Because now who speak to issue, now people go vote for now. If they speak to my issue. So right now they don't send anybody, they will all carry budget money, put for their private account, use a royal election, they'll still win. Nothing they happen.
Nigeria don't even deal this kind of begging of 30 naira. So I don't get tired, not even 10 naira, 2 naira begging.
So by the time they lost the control of the justice system, when they know say if you take money, they will jail you. They will sit up. They will begin na time, na process. All these ones no easy that they do now. Time go come when to be public official say you no go even want because money no go there again. So for you to thief like that, you need to do.
It won't be like volunteer or maybe part-time job.
Na money you go dey raise. You go raise 1 million, you can't spend 500. You go keep the minimum.
Because all your party member will be agents for free that time. So no need of paying agent, all those kind of stuff. And party go community go able to sponsor your tickets, your form for that's your form now. Where you go if you want to take form. I'm gonna raise money, they buy your 500.
So
Africa will greedy like that. That's it. I will see. I say, but it is still for Nigeria, shall. Before they say that women even can't get mad past men for
yeah,
Nigeria.
open market.
If women can't get mad past men, as a guy. Yeah, wow. Get mad. No, Nigeria na open market, my brother. If you don't sabi, now you short. You don't sabi, now you short to. Oh, this one. Man. This thing take time. I don't say this thing go take reach like this or this. No. I just for your go where they go, come back. This judgment, maybe this like 20 or 30 minutes, 1 hour.
They do with my media that they do it for now. Why it is go? You know, all those see where they read now, media go they everything now they call they make noise. So all those things that they know what that they do.
You have to say maybe like 20 or 30 minutes, 40 because when I check this swap leader or they follow that one. When they give a judgment, they say, I just they follow I don't know.
They go see they go court of appeal now. They go start again.
This is go Supreme Court.
So now they go see reach election close to election period. They go reach like this time next year. You go see. They go appeal. They go say come back around February or March.
I'll start hearing.
To hear your case. When they hear and finish, they will go give you another 1 month, 2 months, come back. By the time they go the sentence, I go say they no agree again, they all go Supreme Court. So normal. Because once we don't go Christmas, come back, campaign don't start now.
It don't start not be next year, man.
Campaign don't start. So
next year. Let's say how long they don't do before May now they don't do primary finish now.
Yeah, the national convention so they will do by January. Go see the APC go do their own.
National convention that they be their property, they'll pick their this thing. They get elected this thing now because these people never get elected official elected for this thing PDP now. So now they go Abuja, go square. Don't do the national convention. Choose choose all their this thing. Chairman, all those things.
Come they prepare for primaries.
For primary, yeah. Prepare for primary. So from there, by May, that's one don't finish. After maybe the last May 30 last day though. How the political party don't do primary finish. September. Campaign. Campaign. February. Election. It's good though. Say one go PDP. No, I wait till they tell you that they say, well, if you want to register, I say PDP don't they register online. You know what
alive.
I don't they register online. Let's go and go register. They tell you. IDC for favor you. I don't know why you say like PDP. So you did Nigeria and IDC for favor you. But I don't know. I not PDP win they dead and you know that for PDP. I don't go recognize you quick.
I'll build my own movement inside the party.
People inside go to video.
Yeah.
You know if you go PDP now, Okay, if you go PDP, before they go even give you brooms, say make they sweep ground, you go tell.
Oh, no me now. Say if I did Nigeria now, go register for PDP. You know me now. I go just go the.
Okay, they go meet you.
Just the honorary party member. I know the. I will just go the do recruits. They recruit people. Then when they want to do convention, I go stand for what? I go stand for party position. Party PRO, party chairman, party whatever at the local level. And so now.
Yeah. I see, sir. Because all those people too. But if that be say people don't do your word where you for one of this, other people don't do that. But don't fool the tire for you.
No, now they talk. That's why I thought saying I be party member and I know they go run for any position. I just want be party member, make I begin say my ideology for people. Come and join PDP. This is what we believe on.
But if this thing come from Muko, don't want to do World Congress this thing called, you don't go come out, you don't go vote.
I go vote now.
But I want choosing for what your word, I want choosing a chairman or you understand?
Now they talk now make self contest for party position now. I know they go run for election, but I go run for party position. Maybe be party secretary, party treasurer, party PRO.
Now they talk now. I'm like all those kind of area now. All those kind of PDP where you did, so you understand?
Yeah.
Tiger don't bend the passy way.
That's why I thought I will go contest now. No thought I said they go take out. That's why I said I will go be member first. I will walk my way. That's why I said I will walk my way. They build my own people.
Okay.
So I know they thought I
Okay,
go take
okay, you're day patient, take your own time. Get your own. Okay.
My goal not be to run for political office. I rather run for party position.
Understand now.
Yeah. I go build my movement from village to village. They preach our own form of PDP, like Milema. Before you know, I will go to find people they send go contest for political office. Nobody say me go contest.
True.
So now PDP now if you do that kind of thing. APC now their body they hot, they body they pepper them. Then they power, so everybody misbehave. Just leave them there.
That's all those one the power. That's anybody. That's they look you. Let's say what on deep and say this one don't done and they don't come for one. This side is stoop. So yeah,
they do their thing. They go.
PDP never put their feet for ground now.
PDP get structure pass. APC never get structure with PDP get. That they don't just get they don't just get people. They don't get stars. Be like
No PDP that like PDP no word for Nigeria where PDP not there. No word.
At least maybe I would say 2 out of every 3 Nigerians they know what to be PDP.
PDP, yes. And all hold mama, they know what to be PDP.
They just need superstar. They need superstar.
If it blow them.
We go bring
bad wave come back.
We go bring young people back. They need young people for the party. Once make them give Obi tickets, even though they no go win, make them use and build the party. Once they give Obi ticket, they go make sure they all the obedient be card carry member.
Yeah, they do like that.
They're gonna give them position for the party.
They don't do like that. They do like that. You they talk like that. Party be like that.
Now see, if it is say me and you now will be billionaire, we want to take over PDP. Now so we go do one. We'll bring person we get follower now. Now we'll make sure they give Obi the ticket.
But then for Nigeria, most of you understand more politicians. Then for Nigeria, all those people will go sponsor, with the sponsor candidate, then by themselves, they don't go win.
No, not they made it. I know they thought they won't go. I know they thought they
but you know, nobody did that for Nigeria not to go spend the money now and go through away now.
Now make me tell you, say if me and you, that's what I thought say we be billionaire and we want to take over the party. You understand? Now so now when you bring person like Obi come, right? He go bring people, they go why they bring Obi now because of his followership.
Yeah.
To get them register and give them party responsibility. Make them state party chairman, all these young people, so make them state party chairman, state party secretary, all those things.
All those watchers, what secretary,
Make them video.
local government.
Now you get the money now you they control, now you they spend the money, so they no fit touch. Just give them that responsibility. So you don't mean so even if Obi go, then we'll see the men.
The structure.
So now what then now what PDP needs with that? No be say I don't see me they bring and come they can win. They no fit win.
But none of them want use money now.
You have to recruit people.
None of them want. That one responsibility now. One responsibility.
I know say once you get power, you do have for you to lose. So better you respect yourself, keep your money.
Exactly. Now you understand anything. But nobody wants to spend the money. That be the problem.
No, that's what I thought.
That's not the right thing to do. That's not this right thing to do.
If you get money now, say I get money to run for election, I not go run. No, I go on use and don't go build the party.
Now invest that. Because you get that. I understand you. You get that man now. So I spend like 1 billion. If nothing happen,
if now one state party structure, I will take over. I will take them. I will use that. They get power for that state. Maybe we just be godfather for one place. So all this thing now. You have to go study the politics of them. These people for this man for yo. Who say they call out?
Okay,
Ajibobi. All those ones then after grant, then they underground just they do their thing when they small. They follow people all so they know everywhere. They all the background. They push men. I saw be the game. Like corrupt me. That the game be that. No, now see that's it. Now me will call no waiting. I want if I say I go now, I'm under 10 years. I don't take over Akoko Edo PDP. Only me know if be chairman, be councillor, be everything now. So I go make sure that the people will go there. Now the people will be say they go work for the community.
No, you don't talk about if you don't talk like money now. Because if you get money to the sponsor, the two people the sponsor.
Once I get that kind, then I thought go from a cleaning company, go from this thing, make they clean, make sure they give me government house they clean. Every month I know the money they come for, you know money they come for. So you just use that position to leverage on. Nobody say you want to use that. Correct money, go be use and buy house for America or London.
And from there, well, can company that is the company said they carry money.
Now what did they do? SPV, I've been a special purpose vehicle.
Purpose vehicle, like I don't want to talk about it. Don't get to there. I thought.
Now that's what I thought. Now, if say today now I become president, now what thing I go do with that? All the money we eat, just call investor. I know you can't give anybody. Come and invest it, or you leave Nigeria. We don't banish you for the country. You and your family. What may just invest the money back? Everybody will get job. Nobody will complain. Say now very few people will complain.
I pay people sure. And that is the best. And just give an incentive yourself. Oh yeah, if you take so amount, see, open if I for look everything. Oh, see. You don't understand that?
Use that money. I would say that money. Use it to set up a company. And employ people.
I want to do this. I want to build this hospital. Don't use that money pay better. You understand? I want to build this road. Don't use that. So money will carry use them. Go on. You understand? Oh, good. For good.
But before we get to that place, the three people need to settle themselves. No, apart from the, I'm not sure saying that the religious aspect need to settle themselves too. Now, what make them know they feel agree with that? They don't feel trust themselves.
Don't trust themselves.
The Muslim guy leader no trust the Christian leader in terms of how to lead. If you this one, because you always want to Islamize Nigeria, this one want Christianize Nigeria, this one want turn the country to Yoruba people. This one want turn, so until they settle that, then get one vision, they don't go feed the all this in no fit come. Because they
That people will get that vision.
against themselves.
Now they talk, so that's what that they tell the parrot away in the level of complaint. People will get that vision, eh? Now this Jay-Z now, you understand? Now this Jay-Z with the corner, now they get that vision. Because if you see there now, all those from 19, 20, 20, up to 23.
Yeah,
You
but
see
the
there now,
question is before they reach position of power, they go they are
they
way of
don't corruption, yeah, because what they don't fight, they don't fight, because I beg you can't join them, you beat them.
they will make them wait because after all them will be in the next year after 2027 now be done old now. Even if you go with president 2031, he no be do anything again. So they know how to. That's why I thought this Jay-Z, I understand them, but the men where they are ahead of them, those are the best. If you give them power, they go long. They go long. So it's crazy. These people.
That's right. What they're supposed to do? They're supposed to do. But they're supposed to have their own vision. But they don't wait all these people who
That's
have
why
been
I
part
say
of the establishment.
they have to take over a political party.
But they don't want to do that for now.
If they feel use a political party, then come to power in mass. But the only way be that you have to get people.
Let it take political party come to power. Just if not let that Senate and National Assembly.
That be the thing now.
They just take that is only what they need. From there, then they will change everything.
But they no go fit do am until the person where they lead them do am. That's why I thought say if PDP if they give Obi ticket, but they make it everybody have to be a party member and they have to give their responsibility. If they fit do am across the country, or go the north, the south, but
Yes,
they need a popular, they need a very popular candidate to pull them off. And will be just the closest person, but maybe you need somebody from north. So
but 2024, those 2023, this thing not go happen again. And when people begin to complete anyhow for people don't they understand the voting pattern now. See all these people when they vote for that now. Look, I will see all of them. What did they do? All those Labour Party in the house. They were just the first disappointment in everything. Just the first disappointment in everything.
Disappointment, man. They just see.
Oh.
Okay. Look, see now. You see that disappointment. They no get house again. The Labour Party don't scatter. And so, what do you want me to do?
Even before Labour Party scatter, before Labour Party start, they just come resume assembly. Let they share Jeep, they share this thing. The level objection. But all of the fair collect well.
When you know, say even though if you no collect now you lost, nothing go happen.
As you person your jet, people see you for camera.
This na hungry men wey come power. Nobody say they get anything they do before. They are
Three senator refusal now. One for Katsina, one for Katsina, another two for Kebbi.
Good. No, it's a good thing, but I just don't say this Labour Party.
Oh, they will just reject that for saying, okay, give us our own money, you understand? Because the government they finance that motor for them, you understand? We need that money. We want to go build something for our constituency. The small who get, we will manage that.
Nah, until they begin the run. But okay, just say the way they talk and so now, I get opportunity to do that. You go run the party like a court. Before we will give you tickets, there are some things you go sign up to. There are some things where we say, you understand? Nah, this is a business deal. That is what party is about. Before I go give you ticket, this is what you must do. You understand? Whatever it is, you must not leave the party. You must do. There are some things. If you don't sign all those things, once you reach there, anything will happen now. Because they are focused now. I will come back to this place. And the vehicle will carry me come. If I look back, the vehicle they shake. you know, get leg again.
They shake. Abure.
I know better face the money so that views around come back or make a join other political party.
Yeah.
The reality be that.
Reality, sure. I don't blame them, sure, but no, not be say I blame them, but as well, they even will make the chaos for the party, can't reach this time, they do their defension for the understandable, but not from that first time, and I just come. Now just the enter now. They never even.
Now you thought they just they enter. You know how long they don't dream to go that place.
So don't contest like 4 times, 3 times, sure.
These na politicians to the core they be. They no be people who be say now you recruit them. Now politicians.
No, but but like that way we just that kind of bad nuko. That one I just felt commot. Just I just felt defeat.
Now politician in be now. As he enter, so we need to secure in
second time no.
See, until you organize in a group, where you go feel control your
people.
person, now you go feel they tell because it's they brutal.
Oh, you don't no. One thing you go for ask me say, me where they complain about Labour Party. If you ask me, a whole PDP member they defect and they talk about Labour Party will be sleepers.
So this thing
PDP will get structure. People they go defect, they go they talk about Labour Party. Then I just use one hand clean.
Invest their money for a long time, don't they come? So they don't. You can't see opportunity. You can't see to make their money better now. Now the politicians will get now with that. You understand? They don't spend money. They come or somebody.
They don't sell their house. I got one guy right, but I'm not saying no. He sell the house. So sell the house, do place, they contest election, they lose. That's why now tomorrow. That's why I can go win tomorrow.
Because they say now, because the guy good before, the guy good before. I'm not saying good before now. He's still good. And you know you understand now. He's still the guy is still good. Like, you don't know what he don't want to before he
BP now. Bro, I don't get BP. What recover?
Yeah, he's a good guy before.
Right.
He's no good again.
Rather than let's say that contest.
You don't feel let person because it's the person. What if the person is good, no good? How they do that one? You can't go back now and say I'm a good guy. Okay.
This guy contest 2 times. But the president begin to shake self. That guy will follow Peter Obi before. That Alex Ozibo. That Transcom guy. Transcom. I still have Abuja for that. For that guy is good shape, man.
Hungry go. I feel no feel sponsor my children finish school. The way this thing they go so.
Collect everything. Don't contest for PDP, now don't contest for APC. So for now, not to know.
Look at the future. Say, come. If I must get job in the next 4 years, I have to do something now. All these them to Coco and all these them Boala, them Reno. It is now they are not fun and they catch.
Let's say like to be seated, but they don't say no. I don't think go that side.
They don't get the money to run for office. It's very expensive. So they are best bet na appointment. So now hustle that they hustle so that they always they tell them every day, you know, they'll give you ambassador. So now they work for they work
They never play the security. They don't do security check for the this. I think they don't submit that yesterday, self. Or Tinubu and NSA, DSS. Don't release. I don't finish the security check on the ambassadorial list.
They know what they also for those guys. They
Oh,
don't
sorry.
sit down. They don't sit down and look at the systems they come. It's men.
Then they work with them and then they see how money they will enter. They go say, 20 years I never reached one. Where can Toko call that time when they go contest for they want contest for Imo State governor? Let's say if I go bring 21 million for he say what? Say he go carry all money for all the business. They go contest.
They were in the blue man.
He say I don't know. 20 million. Say brother, they hard to win the family. We go buy for where gladiator day. Go buy for finish. They'll tell us say tomorrow be primary for social address. The way they do Patotoni and this one. Before you go read address when they give us, before you go read, they say, they don't shift them overnight. They don't do primary. They don't
In a grammar they speak. They don't send out.
They don't do primary. They don't change venue since yesterday. Yeah, I go come down. 20 million don't go. For these people, yeah, he's good, man.
Devils.
But to be open high before you reach Benue. They don't do primary. They don't talk. Some people don't go. Hey, they call. They say, for where you did, say, this is no.
He even get lost, say, just wake up, headline. Say this person don't win. He get lost, say.
And then I say, no, they don't go, they don't change out, they don't do election finishing, primary finishing, they don't, They play politics 101 for a high, clear, yeah? And I focus on the line, I say, no.
Oh, you want to go drag power money. You want to go look at power money.
You wait to be professor. If they look at you, that's not the problem. Let me have the part of that. If they look yourself professor, say your professor don't use and look respect you. You know, people are crook. They not go professor, but they brave pass your own professor. They run professor, even follow another time. They run follow another. They run our streets. Yeah, Conda. So I be governor that time for PT.
So we need to prepare like them. Invest for Agbe, invest for people, invest. And the only way with that. If you say you want to do gentleman,
Oh, no, we know you will lose. I do gentleman for politics. Even abroad, if you want to do gentleman, if you don't even come out.
Don't be Trump where they want blow for live TV
Like,
because they want power.
Whoever was assassinated, and I choose doing that campaign.
People they thought I say, "Don't worry, chill. This is America, man. They don't fuck around." He never sure for us. They don't be saying I mean, you know how many city presidents they don't kill. If you go fuck up, when they do anyhow, they take you out. They don't send. So once you want to play at that level, you just know what they go into. You just know say, man, anything goes. Because now people will season now their food. Now you want to take from their mouth. True. And not true.
That's true now. Oh, it's true. Well, that be the same thing for if you see that if you watch Nigeria history now, you'll see all those this one they come on, this one they assassinate, this one they put this one there.
Let's say, come, let's go and take power. Don't say, don't let people like this corrupt me. Come, let's go and take power so that we can do good, that good that you want.
Okay, don't let people like this corrupt you. This one, I
I
dey
never
try.
corrupt. They corrupt, but don't they power.
You not corrupt now, you not the power. Who corrupt, the power. That's why I say we will still pay for where we dey go.
Let's see. Come on, let's jump first. Come and be by my side. Let's go straight to Asu Rock. Ah.
Leave you.
Come, don't try you. I won't close shop.
Well, you try to do, but at least 9 hours, so now go pass. So at least my carry us reach yourself today. For me, I never even go. I say I want to go out. The body, I don't go again. Thank God. Yeah, my brother. Tomorrow thing so.
Oh no, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Mr. James, Eccentrica, Blesseda, Nat, I've been a Nate. Thank you. Like, share, and subscribe. 9 goddamn hours. That's remind me of the election, 2023 election, where they do 16 hours. Anyway, ciao. See us tomorrow.